Chapter 1. The Will to Overcome. Great. Chakra. His worst enemy. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the academy training yard, where a group of young ninja hopefuls gathered around their instructor, Iruka-sensei. Among them was Naruto Uzumaki, his bright orange jumpsuit standing out as much as his boisterous energy. Today's lesson was on explosive tags, a basic tool in a ninja's arsenal, and Naruto was determined to master it. Iruka held up a small paper tag, the characters for explosion scribbled across it in bold ink. Now, remember, Iruka began, his voice steady and clear. The key to activating an explosive tag is to infuse it with your chakra. Once it's primed, you form the snake hand sign to set it off. He demonstrated with practiced ease, and even though the tag only fizzled with a spark rather than exploding, the students watched in awe. Always make sure to be careful. Explosive tags can be activated in many ways other than your chakra. For example, if lit on fire, the tag will explode. His words were met with a few gushing oohs and ahs. All right, everyone, pair up and give it a try with these training tags. Remember, they won't explode, but if you do it right, you should see some sparks. The students eagerly dispersed, and Naruto snatched up a tag, his blue eyes alight with fiery determination. He watched as, predictably, Sasuke Uchiha executed the technique flawlessly on his first attempt, a small fizzle of sparks erupting from the tag. Murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd as Sasuke nonchalantly brushed off the praise. Naruto's brow furrowed in concentration. He could do this. He had to. With a deep breath, he channeled his focus into the tag, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. Not a spark, not a sizzle, nothing. Maybe you're not cut out for ninjutsu, Naruto, a smug voice rang out. It was Kiba, leaning against a post with his dog Akamaru in his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Naruto's face scrunched up in a mix of frustration and defiance. Just watch. I'll get it, he shot back, his voice louder than he intended, causing a few nearby heads to turn. But try as he might, the tag remained stubbornly inert in his hand. Around him, other students started to get the hang of it, their tags fizzling to life. Naruto couldn't help the flush of embarrassment that crept up his neck as he felt their eyes on him, the familiar whispers snaking their way into his ears. Sasuke's so amazing. Did you see that? He's a natural. Is Naruto still trying? That's just sad. Naruto's hands shook slightly, not from the effort but from the burning sensation of being the laughingstock again. He threw a clumsy smile over his shoulder, a signature defense mechanism, and joked, I guess I'm just warming up, believe it. Iruka watched him with a mixture of concern and patience. Take your time, Naruto. It's not about being the fastest, it's about getting it right. Naruto nodded vigorously, his smile unwavering. You got it, Iruka-sensei. I'll nail it this time, for sure. But as the minutes ticked by and Naruto's attempts continued to yield no results, the smile faded, his usually bright demeanor dimming ever so slightly. He watched the other students move on to the next exercise, a sinking feeling in his stomach. He didn't understand why he couldn't do it. Why, no matter how hard he tried, ninjutsu seemed to slip through his fingers like grains of sand. He didn't know about the seal that suppressed his chakra, the hidden truth of his struggle. All he knew was the feeling of being left behind, of being the underdog with something to prove. Just as Naruto was about to give his explosive tag another futile try, a loud pop echoed through the yard, followed by a collective gasp. A training tag had gone off prematurely in the hands of a fellow student, thankfully causing no harm, but leaving a scorch mark on the ground as a stark reminder of the tool's potential danger. Iruka's eyes snapped to Naruto, who was now dangling a tag from his mouth, his expression a mix of mischief and mock ignorance. What? I'm just trying to see if it tastes like a victory, Naruto exclaimed, his voice muffled by the paper between his teeth. A vein throbbed on Iruka's forehead as he snatched the tag from Naruto's mouth. This isn't a game, Naruto. These tags could seriously injure someone if mishandled. Irika's stern words cut through the yard's murmurs like a kunai. With a dismissive wave, Naruto replied, "Oh, come on, Irika-sensei. If these were real, I'd have blown up the whole village by now." His laugh, a little too loud, a little too forced, rang hollow in the air. The other students were starting to gather around, sensing another episode of Naruto's theatrics. "Enough," Irika interrupted. "If you can't take this seriously, then wait for me in the office." A symphony of whispers chorused through the crowd as Naruto's classmates watched the scene unfold. The air seemed to thicken with judgment, each soft tisk and hushed giggle piercing Naruto's bravado like tiny needles. Their voices blended into a single, condescending wave of sound, washing over him, pulling at his self-assurance. Naruto's cheeks flared with a heat that had nothing to do with the sun overhead. His vision tunneled, the edges of his sight blurring as he focused on the ground, unable to meet the eyes of his peers. His heart raced, thumping against his ribs in a rhythm that drowned out Irika's continued admonishments. "Look at him, can't even handle a simple tag," snickered one. "He's always been a joke," whispered another. The comments stung, each one a reminder of his failure to grasp what came so naturally to the others. His fists clenched at his sides, the knuckles whitening, a physical manifestation of his attempt to hold onto some semblance of control. Irika's voice sliced through the commotion, sharp and commanding. "That's enough, all of you. Focus on your own training." His gaze lingered on Naruto, softening just a bit. "Go on, Naruto." The boy shrugged, an exaggerated swagger in his step as he started to walk away. "Sure thing, sensei. The office could use some of my awesome vibe anyway." Naruto called out, throwing a mock salute as he went. Yet, the weight of everyone's eyes felt heavy. His face burned, his vision blurred. Why was it him? It was always him. He didn't understand the nature of his struggle, the unseen forces that held him back, but he knew the weight of ridicule, the burden of being the one who couldn't keep up. As he disappeared into the building, the laughter and murmurs of the yard behind him, Naruto's steps slowed. The clown's mask slipped, if only for a moment, and the ghost of a whisper escaped his lips, a promise to himself, a hope against hope. "I'll show them all someday." Naruto's hand fumbled with the keys outside his apartment, the metal clinking softly as he finally managed to unlock the door. Pushing it open, he was met with the familiar chaos of his own making. Scrolls piled haphazardly, each one a testament to his relentless pursuit to master even the simplest jutsu. The scent of stale air and desperation mingled together, making the small apartment feel even more claustrophobic. Dragging himself to the tiny kitchenette, he flung a pot onto the stove, filling it with water for his ritualistic cup of instant ramen. The comfort food, his go-to pick-me-up after a day filled with setbacks. As the water began its slow journey to a boil, Naruto's mind drifted back to the day's events. Irika-sensei had kept him back after the failed explosive tag exercise. The man's words were stern but not unkind. "Naruto, you need to focus more. This isn't just about passing or failing. It's about being able to rely on your own strength as a ninja." Naruto had nodded, his hands knotted tightly in the fabric of his orange jumpsuit. "I know, Irika-sensei. I'm trying, really I am." His voice had been a mere whisper, stripped of its usual bravado. Irika placed a stack of training tags on the desk, sliding them across to Naruto. "Take these. Practice. I know you can do this. You just have to believe it, too." The words were meant to be encouraging, but they hung heavy in the air as Naruto left the office, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. Now, back in his apartment with the ramen finally ready, Naruto slurped the noodles with less gusto than usual. His gaze kept shifting to the scrolls and the training tags lying innocently on the floor. With a sigh, he set the empty cup aside and picked up a scroll, Transformation Jutsu. "Okay, here goes nothing," he muttered to himself, trying to mimic the hand signs he had seen so many times. He focused, trying to pull at whatever chakra he might have had within him. But when he called out, "Transform," there was nothing. No puff of smoke, no change in appearance, just the echo of his own voice in the cramped room. He tried the replacement and clone jutsu next, but the results were the same: absolute failure. His frustration mounted, each failed attempt a bitter pill to swallow. "Why can't I do this? What's wrong with me?" he shouted, his voice cracking under the strain. Defeated, Naruto let his body slump onto the bed, the scrolls and tags becoming blurred shapes as his eyes filled with unshed tears. He was good at taijutsu, sure, but chakra control, ninjutsu. It was like there was a wall in his mind that he just couldn't break through. Did he even have chakra? Was he even meant to be a ninja? The questions haunted him, swirling around in his head like leaves caught in a whirlwind. He lay there, staring at the ceiling as the last bits of daylight faded from the sky, and a profound weariness settled into his bones. His eyes drifted to the stack of training tags Irika had given him. They seemed to mock him with their stillness. "Not even worth it," he whispered, turning his back to them. What was the use of trying when every attempt just ended in more disappointment? Naruto woke with a start, jerking upright in bed as he was ripped from his fitful sleep. For a moment, he just sat there, bleary-eyed and confused, trying to get his bearings. Then it all came flooding back: the disaster at the academy yesterday, when he couldn't get his explosive tag to work, the humiliation of being called out and sent to the office by Irika-sensei, and the utter failure of trying and failing yet again to perform even the most basic ninjutsu when he got home. Naruto groaned, scrubbing his hands over his face. Part of him wanted nothing more than to just burrow back under the covers and avoid the academy altogether today. But he knew deep down that wasn't an option. Quitting wasn't his style, even on his worst days. With a resigned sigh, he hauled himself out of bed to start getting ready, trying to ignore the growing pit of dread in his stomach. He took his time, knowing he was going to be late anyway. After scarfing down a cup of instant ramen that was now lukewarm, he slowly went through the motions of brushing his teeth and taking a shower. The water that sputtered from the shower head was icy cold. As it always was, the landlady had cut off the hot water to his apartment ages ago. Teeth chattering, Naruto threw on his clothes, adjusting his goggles and zipping up his orange jacket. He paused to look at his reflection in the mirror, taking in the dark circles under his eyes and downturned mouth. Forcing a wide, toothy grin that didn't reach his eyes, he gave himself a thumbs up. Right, time to get back at it, believe it. The sun was already high overhead by the time Naruto slouched through the academy gates. He kept the fake smile plastered on his face as he slid open the door to his classroom, bracing himself for the reactions. "Look who decided to show up," came Kiba's loud, mocking voice from the back row. Naruto squared his shoulders, marching to his usual seat by the window. "Hey, better late than never, right?" he shot back with a laugh. More quiet snickers echoed through the room. Irika-sensei looked up from the chalkboard with a small frown. "Nice of you to join us, Naruto. Please try to be on time from now on." "You bet, sensei," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. As Irika continued the lesson, Naruto found it hard to focus. The whispers and smirks of his classmates kept invading the edges of his awareness, subtle reminders of his failure. He couldn't stop replaying those disastrous attempts at ninjutsu over and over in his mind. What was he doing wrong? Why did it always come so easily to everyone else? Doubt crept in as he wondered if he'd ever figure it out, ever truly belong here. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear Irika calling his name at first. "Naruto, are you listening?" Naruto jerked in his seat. "Huh? Oh yeah, of course." Irika sighed, but his expression was patient. "As I was saying, we're going to practice the transformation jutsu again. Let's have you go first this time and really focus your chakra." Gulping, Naruto stood up on shaky legs. All eyes were on him, watching and waiting. He could do this. He had to. Forming the hand signs, he concentrated with all his might, feeling his chakra churn inside, willing it to take form. "Transform," he yelled, squeezing his eyes shut, only to open them a second later when nothing happened. No smoke, no jutsu activation. Just failure yet again. The classroom erupted into laughter and jeers. Naruto's cheeks burned with humiliation as Irika tried to restore order. That's enough. Everyone settle down, Irika said firmly. His gaze softened as it returned to Naruto. It's all right, we'll keep practicing. Why don't you take your seat for now? Jaw clenched, Naruto nodded and sat back down. The rest of the class flew by in a blur after that. He couldn't bring himself to look up from his desk. Even as everyone else took their turns, their triumphant cries of transform like daggers in his chest. When there were 5 minutes left of class, Irika cleared his throat and made an announcement. Next week, we'll be having a school fair to showcase everything you've learned this year. Each of you will create a presentation and run your own booth, where you can demonstrate your skills for the whole village. Excited murmurs rippled through the students. Irika raised his hand for quiet before continuing. This is a great opportunity to engage with the community while reinforcing your lessons. For the presentation, you'll partner up in teams of 2. Naruto's shoulders sagged. He already knew where this was going. There was always an odd number of students. And at the end of the day, he'd be the one left solo. No one ever wanted to partner with the class clown, the dead last. As expected, hands shot up to eagerly claim partners. Naruto kept his gaze fixed out the window, watching a bird flit between the trees outside. Looks like we got an odd number, Irika said. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer to work solo? Silence hung in the air. Naruto considered raising his hand just to get it over with, but he stayed still, knowing Irika would assign him anyway. Very well. Naruto, you'll be presenting on your own this time. I'm sure you'll do great. Irika gave him an encouraging smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The other students had already gone back to chatting excitedly about the fair, their interest in Naruto's assignment fading fast. He sighed, chin propped in his hand as he watched the teams form. Sasuke and Sakura, Ino and Choji, Shikamaru and Kiba, even the quiet, weird kids like Shino and Hinata had been paired up. Soon it would be just him, facing the crowds alone. But that was nothing new. Naruto was used to having to prove himself on his own merit, without relying on teammates or friends. After all, he'd gotten this far through sheer stubbornness and determination. As the final bell rang and everyone gathered their things to leave, Naruto slowly packed up his notebook and pencils. Irika called out reminders about preparing for the fair as the students shuffled out. Only Naruto lingered, taking his time to zip his bag. Irika glanced his way. You know, Naruto, if you're struggling with ideas for your solo presentation, I'm here to help. My door is always open if you need guidance. Naruto managed a small, closed-lipped smile. Thanks, Irika-sensei. I'll figure something out, believe it. As Naruto turned to leave, he hesitated at the door. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. Right as he was about to step out, he heard Irika's voice behind him. Hey, Naruto, want to grab some ramen at Ichiraku? My treat. At that, Naruto instantly perked up. His eyes lit up and a wide grin split across his face. You bet. I'll race you there, he shouted, immediately taking off at a full sprint. Wait. Naruto, Irika called out, but the boy was already gone in an orange blur. With a resigned sigh, Irika quickly locked up the classroom and chased after his hyperactive student. By the time Irika arrived at the ramen stand, Naruto was already seated and shouting out a string of orders. 1 miso ramen, 1 tonkatsu, 1 shoyu, oh, and a side of gyoza too. Irika slid onto the stool next to him, wiping sweat from his brow. I didn't mean order the whole menu, he said, giving Naruto a wry look. Naruto just laughed loudly. Oh, come on, Irika-sensei. Consider it fuel for my training. I gotta keep my strength up if I want to be Hokage someday. Despite himself, Irika couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Just pace yourself so you don't get sick later. No way. I never get sick of ramen, Naruto declared. He immediately dug in as soon as the large steaming bowls were set in front of him, slurping the noodles messily. Irika watched him eat with a mixture of amusement and fondness. Though Naruto could be a handful, he had to admire the boy's endless optimism and determination. It seemed nothing could keep his spirits down for long, not even his difficulties with ninjutsu. Between loud slurps, Naruto glanced at Irika out of the corner of his eye. "Show, about to fare," he mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. He swallowed hard before continuing. "I was thinking maybe, I could do a demonstration, like a cool taijutsu routine or something." Irika nodded thoughtfully. "That's not a bad idea. It would be a good way to showcase your strengths." Naruto's eyes lit up again, and he sat up a little straighter. "Yeah, I'll come up with an awesome new move and really wow everyone. Then they'll all see I've got what it takes, believe it. I'm sure you'll do great. Just remember to practice and stay focused," Irika advised. Seeing Naruto motivated again brought a smile to his face. As they continued to eat, Naruto made jokes about Sasuke between slurps of noodles. "I bet Sasuke is going to do some boring fire jutsu for his presentation. His face always looks so serious and grumpy when he does it," Naruto said, making an exaggerated, brooding expression. He went on, "I should prank him during the fair, like put itching powder in his outfit or something. That'd wipe the smug look off his face for sure." Naruto chuckled at the thought, while Irika just shook his head. "Now, Naruto, the fair is meant to be a learning experience for everyone. No pranks or disruptions," Irika chided lightly. I know, it was just a joke," Naruto said with a foxy grin. But the mischievous glint in his eye suggested otherwise. Soon, though, Naruto quieted down, focusing more on poking at the remnants of noodles floating in his bowl than devouring them. Irika noticed the change and asked gently, "Everything okay, Naruto? You seem a little down." Naruto's head jerked up, and he flashed Irika a wide, toothy grin. "Huh? Oh yeah, everything's great. Just savant room for dessert. But the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Irika studied him for a moment, but decided not to push. He knew if something was really bothering Naruto, he'd open up when he was ready. Sure enough, after a few minutes of uncharacteristic silence, Naruto spoke up again, his voice lacking its usual boisterousness. "Hey, Sensei, can I ask you something?" "Of course, what is it?" "Say, Irika Sensei, the graduation exam is coming up pretty soon." "That's right. Just 2 more months until the final." Naruto fidgeted with his chopsticks. Is there really no other way to pass except using ninjutsu?" Irika sighed. He had a feeling this was coming. "Well, demonstrating competency in ninjutsu is a key requirement since it's one of the core shinobi arts," he began gently. "But it's not the only factor we evaluate." Naruto's face fell at that, his shoulders slumping dejectedly. Irika thought for a moment before continuing. "Actually, now that you mention it, there was a student last year who managed to pass with only taijutsu." At this, Naruto perked up instantly. His blue eyes widened with interest. "Really? Who was it?" "His name is Rock Lee. He's a year ahead of you," Irika explained. "Lee wasn't able to mold chakra properly, so ninjutsu was impossible for him. But he more than made up for it with his taijutsu skills and sheer determination. He really impressed us during the exam." Naruto leaned forward, hanging on Irika's every word. For the first time that evening, there was a spark of real hope behind his eyes. "So you're saying if my taijutsu kicks enough, but I might still have a chance even without ninjutsu?" Naruto asked eagerly. Irika smiled and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I'm saying it's possible if you work hard and play to your strengths. I know you have great potential, Naruto. Just keep at it and don't give up on yourself." Naruto punched the air, nearly appending his empty ramen bowl in his excitement. "Yosh, then that's exactly what I'll do." His grin was back in full force. "Just you watch, Irika-sensei. I'm gonna train like crazy and blow everyone away with my mad taijutsu skills at the exam. Then I'll be one step closer to becoming Hokage. Believe it." Irika smiled back warmly. I'm sure you'll find a way, Naruto. The morning sun filtered softly through the wide windows of the Hokage's office as Irika made his way inside. He approached the large wooden desk where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat puffing serenely on his pipe. Irika, welcome. Please have a seat. Hiruzen greeted warmly. He motioned to the chair across from him. Irika inclined his head politely as he sat down. Thank you, Lord Hokage. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Irika decided to broach the subject that had been weighing on his mind. Actually, Hokage-sama, I wanted to discuss one of my students with you, Naruto Uzumaki. At the mention of Naruto's name, Hiruzen's bushy eyebrows raised slightly. Ah yes, young Naruto. I take it he's been giving you some trouble. The corners of the old man's eyes crinkled with amusement. Irika sighed. Well, not intentionally, but he's really struggling with ninjutsu in particular. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't seem to mold his chakra properly. He hesitated for a moment before continuing cautiously. I was wondering if perhaps it might have something to do with, well, with what's inside him. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke thoughtfully. You mean the nine-tailed fox? It was a statement, not a question. Irika nodded. Is it possible the fox's presence is disrupting his chakra control in some way? The Hokage leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers together. No, I don't believe the fox itself is the issue. Minato designed the sealing jutsu flawlessly. The seal contains the fox's power completely. Irika furrowed his brow. Then what could be causing such a barrier to Naruto's ninjutsu abilities? It's not the fox per se, but possibly the strength of the seal, Hiruzen explained. Minato was a true master of Fuinjutsu. It's likely he designed the seal to be extra reinforced for Naruto's own protection. The old man gazed out the window pensively. Perhaps he succeeded too well. The seal's restrictive properties could be suppressing the boy's chakra to an extreme degree, well beyond simply containing the Nine-Tails influence. Irika's eyes widened in realization. So you believe the fourth Hokage seal may have unintentionally handicapped Naruto's chakra control? Hiruzen nodded gravely, meeting Irika's gaze. It's merely a theory, but a plausible one, and it would explain young Naruto's difficulties with ninjutsu. Irika sat back, disturbed by this revelation, yet also relieved to finally understand the mysterious source of Naruto's struggles. The boy had likely been unfairly written off as simply a bad student, when in fact external forces were at work beyond his control. Then is there any way to remove the seal's suppressive effects without unleashing the fox's power? Irika asked hopefully. Hiruzen sighed, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen. I'm afraid tampering with the seal could have dangerous consequences. For now, it may be best to let things be. Irika's shoulders slumped slightly in disappointment, but he understood the Hokage's reasoning. The risks were too great, at least for now. They would have to find another way to help Naruto overcome this unseen handicap. Hiruzen leaned forward, his expression kind but firm. While the seal remains an obstacle, it is not an insurmountable one. The boy has great inner strength and determination. Focus on cultivating that, and he may still find his own way forward. Irika nodded slowly, resolve hardening his features. You're right, Hokage-sama. I won't give up on him. He rose from his chair and bowed. Thank you for the guidance. I feel I understand Naruto's difficulties better now. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Of course. Let me know if you require anything further. As Irika turned to leave, the third Hokage called out in a gentle tone. And Irika, keep a close eye on the boy. He needs caring mentors in his life right now. Irika met the old man's meaningful look with a small smile. I will. You have my word. Naruto bounded through the academy gates, a wide grin plastered on his face. For once, he was early. The sun had barely crested over the buildings, casting long shadows across the yard. Only a few other students were milling about before class. Naruto reveled in the novelty of not having to sneak in late and face Irika-sensei's scolding. Whistling cheerfully, he strolled right up to the front row of seats and plopped down. "Well, look who's trying to suck up to Irika-sensei for once," came a sneering voice. Naruto glanced over to see three boys crowded together, snickering as they stared at him. He recognized them as some of the regular hecklers who liked to give him grief. As if being early will make up for being the worst student ever, another boy jeered, which sent them all into renewed laughter. Naruto barely reacted, just giving them a casual wave. "Hey fellas, nice morning, huh? You might want to soak up that sunshine on account of you're so pasty from lurking in the shadows all the time." He flashed them a cheeky grin, which only seemed to irritate them further. Their insults grew nastier, calling him a failure and a disgrace. Naruto let it roll off his back, their words unable to touch him today. After a few more futile attempts to get under his skin, the bullies gave up and shuffled to their seats. Naruto leaned back in his chair, hands laced behind his head. For once, their taunts couldn't shake his good mood. All he could think about was his talk last night with Irika-sensei over ramen. The discovery that someone else had become a ninja without using ninjutsu had filled him with hope. Maybe the path forward wasn't as narrow as he'd thought. As the classroom filled up, Irika entered and greeted the class. "All right, everyone, let's settle down. Today we'll be practicing our chakra control through meditation." Naruto found it hard to focus as Irika demonstrated proper breathing techniques for channeling chakra. His leg jiggled with restless energy under his desk. After a few minutes, he discreetly slipped a taijutsu scroll from his bag onto his lap, hiding it behind the edge of his desk. Skimming through, he found advanced moves like the whirlwind kick and lion barrage. Grinning to himself, he imagined pulling off those flashy techniques during his solo presentation at the upcoming fair. That'd really blow everyone away. He was so lost in thought planning his routine that he didn't notice Irika calling his name. "Naruto, are you listening or daydreaming as usual?" Irika asked, mildly exasperated. Yep, loud and clear, sensei." Naruto fumbled to shove the scroll back into his bag. Chuckles echoed through the room at his flustered reaction. Irika just sighed. "As I was saying, proper chakra control is crucial, even for taijutsu users. Understand?" Naruto scratched his head, looking properly abashed. "Oh yeah, sure. Chakra control, you got it." Truthfully, he was itching to get back to planning his show-stopping taijutsu act. He bounced his leg faster, staring out the window and willing class to end. The moment the bell for lunch rang, Naruto shot up from his seat and bolted for the door ahead of everyone else. Most of his classmates headed outside to eat and chat, but Naruto had a different plan in mind. As they filtered out to enjoy the sunshine, he made his way straight for the training area behind the academy. There stood a weathered wooden post, scarred from countless strikes over the years. Naruto rolled his shoulders, loosening up as he faced his silent opponent. No time to waste on small talk or socializing. He was here to train. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fell into a fighting stance. He started with basic punches and kicks, his moves crisp and focused. But it wasn't long before boredom set in. Naruto found his mind wandering, imagining the awe on his classmates' faces when he busted out some totally awesome new taijutsu moves during his presentation. Grinning to himself, he decided to get creative. He launched into a series of flashy spin kicks, picturing each one having a cool name like Whirlwind Hurricane Kick or 1,000 Years of Death Spin. Sweat dripped down his temples as he put his all into each strike, the afternoon sun beating down on him. From the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed a few classmates had wandered over to watch. No doubt amazed by his intense solo training session, he thought proudly. But as he paused to wipe his brow, the murmurs he overheard were less than impressed. Does he really think he can pass with just taijutsu? He's not even doing real stances, just goofing around as usual. Naruto's cheeks burned as he caught the disdainful looks thrown his way. Clenching his fist, he called out loudly, "Hey, a real ninja comes up with his own badass moves. Believe it." The small crowd just laughed and shook their heads before moving on, leaving him alone with the training post once more. Naruto's shoulders slumped. Why did they always have to mock him for thinking outside the box? Someday he'd prove them all wrong, no matter what it took. Before he could wallow too long in frustration, a new voice spoke up from behind him. Interesting technique you've devised there. Not sure it's entirely correct, though. Naruto whirled around to see Mizuki, one of the academy instructors, watching him with an unreadable expression. The silver-haired teacher stepped closer, arms folded across his chest. The stances you're using won't generate enough power, and your form is sloppy, Mizuki continued bluntly. That nonsense won't fly during your exam. Naruto bristled, immediately on the defensive. Who was this guy to criticize his self-taught style? But before he could spit out a retort, Mizuki held up a hand. However, I may be able to help refine your skills, if you're willing to learn, he said, an odd glint in his pale eyes. Naruto eyed him warily for a moment, but his desire to improve won out over his skepticism. Yeah? What did you have in mind? A faint smirk played at Mizuki's lips. I happen to know an advanced Chunin-level taijutsu form. Very complex, but also extremely effective. I can teach you the katas. Naruto's eyes lit up. An elite taijutsu style only higher ninja knew? Count him in. You bet. Lay it on me, sensei. Over the next half hour, Mizuki carefully demonstrated a series of intricate moves: crescent kick to back fist, reverse punch with front sweep, spinning elbow strike. Naruto watched closely, struggling to keep up as the combinations grew more dizzying. By the end, his head was spinning worse than some of the kicks. Okay, now you try it slowly, Mizuki instructed. Brow furrowed in concentration, Naruto attempted to mimic the foreign movements, but his body resisted, his muscles tense and awkward as he tried to contort them into the strange postures. After the 10th stumbling repetition, Naruto shook out his stiff limbs. Man, this style feels super weird and tricky, he complained. Are you sure this is legit? Of course, it's a highly advanced form, Mizuki insisted smoothly. It's meant to be difficult. Just keep practicing. Despite his misgivings, Naruto persisted. He was determined to get these katas down, advanced or not. The lunch bell rang, signaling the end of their impromptu training session. That's enough for today. If you keep practicing, you might have it passable for the fair next week. And if you really try, you could master it for your graduation exam, Mizuki said. As he walked off, Naruto thought he saw a smirk cross the man's face. Alone again, Naruto glanced down at his sore, shaking muscles. Well, no pain, no gain, right? With a shrug, he grabbed his backpack and headed inside for afternoon classes, trying to ignore his growing unease. If this fancy new style was his ticket to standing out, he had to master it, even if it went against all his instincts as a scrappy, unorthodox fighter. The rest of the school day passed by at an agonizingly slow pace for Naruto. He fidgeted restlessly in his seat, eager for the final bell to ring so he could get back to training. His stomach rumbled loudly in protest during the last few lessons, and he realized now that skipping lunch had been a dumb idea. No way was he making that mistake again. He needed to keep his energy up. When the final bell rang, Naruto sprang from his chair and bolted for the door ahead of the other students. He grabbed his backpack on the way out, fishing around inside frantically until his fingers closed around the crinkling shape of a ramen cup. Perfect. Wolfing it down as he walked, Naruto made his way back to the private training area behind the academy. The familiar wooden post stood waiting silently to receive the punishment he was about to dish out. Tossing the empty ramen cup aside, Naruto rubbed his hands together eagerly before sinking into a basic fighting stance. All right, let's do this, he declared loudly to no one in particular. Shutting his eyes, he visualized the intricate kata routine Mizuki had demonstrated earlier. Crescent kick, back fist, sweep. How did it go again? The movements were starting to blur together in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Naruto attempted the first sequence. His muscles protested as he forced them into the rigid, unnatural positions dictated by the kata. The stances felt all wrong for his flexible, brawling style of taijutsu. But he persevered, jamming his limbs stubbornly through each contortion. By the 20th repetition, pain was shooting through his overworked muscles, and his normally limitless energy was flagging. Panting, Naruto squinted up at the darkening sky. The sun had begun to slip below the rooftops, streaking the clouds with bursts of orange and pink. Man, maybe I should call it day, he muttered, rolling his aching shoulders with a wince. But Mizuki's voice echoed in his mind, pushing him to keep at this advanced style if he wanted to stand out. With a grunt of effort, Naruto launched back into the tedious kata routine. He visualized himself flawlessly executing these moves in front of all his impressed classmates during the upcoming presentation. Their shocked expressions and loud cheers fueled him to keep struggling through the uncomfortable stances. By the time the last light had fully faded from the sky, Naruto could barely lift his arms. His legs shook with the effort of holding up his exhausted body. But still, the intricate kata sequence remained just beyond his grasp. Letting out a frustrated growl, he aimed one last half-hearted kick at the post before sinking to the ground in defeat. He sat there staring up at the emerging stars as his labored breathing slowly returned to normal. This fancy taijutsu style went against all his instincts. But Naruto had chosen his path. He was going to master these techniques no matter what it took. He didn't care if he had to train all night. Failure was not an option. With a determined grunt, he hauled himself to his feet once more. As long as he kept getting back up, he hadn't really lost. And Uzumaki Naruto was not a loser. The day of the Academy Fair had come quick. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet as he made his way to the academy, unable to contain his nervous energy. The past few days had been a whirlwind of intense preparation. Ever since his training session with Mizuki, he had practiced the complex taijutsu katas relentlessly until the movements were seared into his muscle memory. Though the advanced forms still felt unnatural to him, he persisted diligently. After all, any discomfort was a small price to pay for the power these elite techniques would give him. Visions of executing the graceful moves flawlessly at the fair fueled him through late nights of solo training. He would prove to everyone his skills were nothing to scoff at. In addition to training, Naruto had spent hours brainstorming ideas to really make his booth stand out. Streamers in bright orange, bowls of free ramen samples, colorful signs proclaiming him as the next Hokage. He wanted his presentation to be loud, fun, and impossible to ignore, just like him. As he neared the academy gates, Naruto could see the fair was already in full swing. Booths lined the perimeter of the exercise yard, each showcasing a different set of skills. The air rang out with delighted shouts and explosions as students demonstrated everything from target practice to fire jutsu. Naruto's palms grew sweaty, his heart hammering against his ribs. This was his chance to really shine. If he could pull this off, maybe people would finally look at him with respect instead of disdain. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and marched through the entryway. Immediately, he was assaulted by the sense of grilled food and smoke, the din of excited crowds, and bursts of color from all the elaborate booth displays. Students dashed about showing off their skills as proud parents oohed and awed. Naruto craned his neck, standing on tiptoe to see over the milling crowds. At last, he spotted the simple wooden booth bearing his name, a blank canvas waiting to be transformed by his vision. Grinning, Naruto got to work decorating it in his signature over-the-top style. Minutes later, it was bedecked with billowing orange banners emblazoned with the swirling emblem of the Land of Fire. Bowls of steaming ramen lined the front counter next to a hand-drawn sign announcing free samples. Admiring his handiwork, Naruto couldn't keep the wide grin off his face. This was going to be epic, believe it. He tucked his official leaf headband into place, gave his booth one last check, then turned to face the crowds. Time to give him a show they wouldn't forget. Naruto bounded up to the front of his booth, flashing his biggest, friendliest grin at the passing villagers. He raised a hand in an enthusiastic wave, calling out loudly, "Hey everyone, come check out the future Hokage's booth. I've got ramen samples and an awesome ninja demonstration ready to go." His bright orange decorations billowed in the breeze, the smells of steaming ramen wafting enticingly from the samples he had laid out. Naruto rubbed his hands together, ready to wow everyone with his ninja skills and win them over with his exuberant charm. This was his moment to really connect with the villagers and gain their acknowledgement at last. But as the morning wore on, Naruto's face slowly fell. No one dared approach his booth. The crowds veered sharply around it, not even sparing a first glance. At first, Naruto thought maybe they were just preoccupied checking out all the other booths first. Any minute now, they'd make their way over, drawn in by his eye-catching display and the tempting ramen aroma. Yet as he glanced around, taking in the delighted faces of parents and teachers congratulating other students on their techniques, Naruto felt that familiar pang in his chest. The villagers' averted eyes, the whispering just out of earshot, the way they herded their children past his booth quickly. It was a look he knew all too well. One he had seen his whole life in their cold stares and behind their false smiles. Naruto's own smile faltered, becoming strained around the edges. His palms grew sweaty around the ladle he was using to dish out ramen samples. He cleared his throat, trying again in an overly bright voice. "Come on over for some free ramen. It's tasty," Naruto called, ladling the broth into a bowl and holding it out invitingly. But those who even acknowledged his presence recoiled, pulling their children closer as they hurried past. Hurt flashed across Naruto's face before he quickly masked it with another broad grin. He laughed a bit too loudly. "Playing hard to get, huh? Don't worry, I've got plenty of ramen here waiting for you." Still, a bitter taste rose in Naruto's mouth, more sour than the ramen broth. He watched enviously as the other students demonstrated their skills to applauding onlookers, their eyes shining with pride. It wasn't fair. He had trained so hard, decorated so enthusiastically. But none of it mattered in the eyes of the villagers. For what seemed like forever, the day continued like this. Naruto sat slumped in the chair behind his booth, the midday sun beating down on him relentlessly. Sweat dripped from his hairline, plastering his bangs to his forehead in sticky clumps. He ran a hand through the limp blonde strands, grimacing as his fingers caught in the globs of melted hair gel. With a frustrated huff, he looked over at the ramen samples sitting untouched on the front counter. The once piping hot broth had long since cooled to an unappetizing congealed lump floating with globs of greasy fat. The cheerful hand-drawn sign proclaiming free ramen in bold letters now seemed to mock him. It had been over an hour now, and not a single villager had stepped within 10 feet of his booth. Those who even bothered to glance his way immediately averted their eyes and picked up their pace, eager to move past him. Naruto could feel anger simmering in his chest, threatening to boil over. He had put his heart and soul into preparing for today, training relentlessly, staying up late decorating, making ramen from scratch in his tiny apartment. And all for nothing. Once again, he was utterly ignored and avoided without so much as a first look. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Naruto rose from his seat, the wooden legs of the chair scraping harshly against the dirt. "Fine, guess I'll go check out the competition if you're all too good for the future Hokage's booth," he called loudly to no one in particular. A few passers-by shot him disapproving looks before scurrying away quicker. Hands shoved in his pockets, Naruto began wandering between the rows of booths lining the yard, weaving his way through the lively crowds. All around him, classmates were proudly showcasing their skills to animated onlookers. "Did you see how high my Shuriken Jutsu score was, Mom?" one boy boasted as his mother clapped delightedly. Nearby, an older girl was effortlessly producing 3 perfect clones to the admiration of her father. "Simply wonderful technique, darling. You make me so proud," he exclaimed, patting her shoulder. Naruto's mouth twisted sourly at the heartwarming scenes. It wasn't fair. He had trained and prepared just as hard for today, yet his exhibit sat empty and ignored, all because of something beyond his control that he didn't even fully understand. Lost in brooding thoughts, Naruto almost didn't notice a commotion up ahead as he turned down the next aisle. A small crowd had gathered around one booth in particular, everyone jostling eagerly for a better view of whatever impressive display was happening inside. "Out of the way, loser!" a gruff voice barked out. Naruto jumped back just in time as Kiba Inuzuka shoved past him roughly, carving a path through onlookers toward the booth. His Ninkin Akamaru bounded along at his heels, yipping excitedly. Rubbing his now-bruised shoulder, Naruto craned his head to try and see what was so interesting. Straining up on his tiptoes, he caught a glimpse of the Uchiha crest hanging front and center above the stall. Of course, he should have known. It was the always amazing, much-adored Sasuke Uchiha's presentation. Sasuke stood calmly in the middle of the booth, emanating an attitude of bored sophistication as usual. With practiced ease, he formed quick hand signs, then took a deep breath. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he called out evenly. On cue, a swirling orb of flames erupted from his mouth, blossoming into a blazing fireball before dissipating in the air. The crowd erupted into enthralled applause and cheers. Incredible. So powerful for one so young. Uchiha prodigy indeed. Sasuke accepted their praise with his signature aloofness, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. Naruto rolled his eyes dramatically, making loud, retching noises. But annoyance still prickled at him as he watched everyone fawn over the Uchiha. It wasn't like producing a basic fireball was anything special. Naruto grit his teeth. Once again, Sasuke was the center of attention without even trying. Meanwhile, Naruto had put his blood, sweat, and tears into planning an exciting presentation, only to be utterly ignored and avoided. It just wasn't fair. As he watched Sasuke accept the endless praise as indifferently as ever, an idea began to form in Naruto's mind. A prank that would turn the tide of attention his way in an instant. A mischievous grin crossed his face. Maybe today wouldn't turn out to be a total waste, after all. Naruto's eyes gleamed as he spotted a coil of rope left behind near one of the training posts. Quick as a fox, he darted over and scooped it up, mind already racing with ideas. This was perfect. He could rig up a tripwire to send Sasuke face-planting right in the middle of his fancy fire jutsu demonstration. Chuckling under his breath, Naruto snuck around the back of Sasuke's crowded booth, crouching low to avoid being seen. With nimble fingers, he fastened one end of the rope to the base of the booth's sturdy wooden frame. Checking that no one had noticed him yet, Naruto scurried across the width of the aisle, securing the other end of the rope to an adjacent post. The tripwire now spanned tautly across the open walkway, hidden from view by milling feet. Naruto clapped his hands together gleefully, unable to suppress a snicker. This was going to be epic. He could already picture the look on arrogant Sasuke's face when his feet got tangled mid-jutsu, sending him toppling ungracefully into the dirt. The mental image sent Naruto into renewed fits of muffled laughter as he ducked back into the shadows. Now to watch his scheme unfold. Naruto squeezed his way closer to the dense crowd encircling Sasuke's booth. He peered between a woman's elbow and a man's puffy sleeves, squinting to catch a glimpse of the dark-haired prodigy within. Right on cue, Sasuke stepped forward to perform another demonstration of his fireball technique, eliciting excited murmurs from the onlookers. Naruto rubbed his hands together eagerly. Any second now. Sasuke stepped over the tripwire gracefully, not even sparing a glance down. As he walked past Naruto's poorly concealed hiding spot, he shot the blonde a condescending smirk. "Nice try, loser," he said coolly before continuing on his way. Naruto clenched his fists, face burning with embarrassment and frustration. Of course, the smug Uchiha was too observant to fall for such a simple prank. Once again, Naruto's plans to upstage his rival had failed spectacularly. Hanging his head, Naruto slunk away from the crowds, his earlier excitement replaced by bitter disappointment. The day really couldn't get any worse. After being completely ignored by the villagers, he hadn't even managed to pull off a basic prank on Sasuke. As Naruto neared his booth again, he scrubbed at his eyes roughly with the heel of his palm. No way was he going to start crying here. He just had to make it through the rest of this lousy fair. At least afterwards, he could go home and drown his sorrows in a big bowl of leftover ramen. It was the one bright spot he had to look forward to. But when his booth finally came into view, even that small comfort was ripped away. Naruto stopped short, eyes widening in dismay at the scene before him. His bright orange banners had been torn down and trampled into the dirt. The carefully prepared ramen samples were spilled across the counter and ground underfoot. Crude words like loser and failure were scrawled over his handmade signs in ugly red letters. For a moment, all Naruto could do was stand frozen, taking in the destruction. His shoulders trembled with emotion, hands clenching and unclenching futilely at his sides. After everything else that had gone wrong today, this was the final straw. Irika-sensei hadn't even gotten to see his booth yet. Now, it was ruined, and he was going to fail the presentation. Hot tears pooled in his eyes before he could stop them. He roughly scrubbed them away with his sleeve, but the lump in his throat remained. He couldn't take it anymore. Despite there still being a few more hours left of the fair, he knew he had to get out of there. Blinking hard to clear the wetness from his eyes, Naruto turned and stumbled away from the ruined display. He kept his head down, not wanting anyone to see the tears slipping down his whiskered cheeks. His usual exuberant energy had vanished, shoulders slumped in defeat as he trudged towards the academy gates. Just as he neared the exit, he heard two shrill voices call out to him. "Hey Naruto, leaving already?" It was Ino and Sakura, who had paused their giggling gossip session to take notice of him. Naruto avoided their gaze, picking up his pace. But Ino stepped in front of him, blocking his path as the two kunoichi eyed him critically. "What's with the long face? Your dumb booth didn't work out," Sakura asked, placing a hand on her hip. Ino smirked beside her. "Maybe if you actually had skills to show off, people would have paid attention," the blonde girl added mockingly. Naruto hunched his shoulders, staring fixedly at his feet. Normally, he would have fired back a retort, but today he just didn't have the energy. The girl's mean-spirited laughter grated in his ears. Just as another scathing comment was poised on Ino's glossy lips, she paused, squinting at Naruto's downturned face. "Hey, are you crying?" she asked, her spiteful demeanor shifting to something like concern. Sakura leaned in, brows furrowing as she too seemed to note the tear tracks on his whiskered cheeks. "Whoa, what happened? Are you okay?" Her tone had lost its earlier malice. Naruto quickly turned his back to them, scrubbing fiercely at his eyes with his sleeve. Mifine. Just got some dirt in my eyes from all the awesome training I was doing." His bravado sounded weak even to his own ears. Before Sakura or Ino could respond, Naruto took off running out the academy gates without looking back. He swiped angrily at the lingering tears still slipping down his face as he sprinted blindly through the streets. Naruto ran until his lungs burned and his legs ached, desperate to put as much distance between himself and the disaster of a fair as possible. He didn't pay attention to where he was going, focused only on the rhythmic pounding of his feet against the hard earth. Anything to distract from the sting of failure and humiliation simmering beneath his skin. When he finally staggered to a halt, chest heaving with exertion, he found himself at the very edge of the village. The bustling streets and lively chatter had faded away, replaced by the tranquil hush of forest. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy overhead, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves in a soothing susurrus. Naruto bent over, bracing his palms on his knees as he caught his breath. His face still felt hot and his eyes stung with the remnants of angry tears. Swiping a hand across his cheeks, he slumped down at the base of a towering oak tree and drew his knees up to his chin. He plucked a blade of grass, twirling it idly between his fingers as he stared out into the sea of trees without really seeing them. His thoughts kept drifting back to the disaster of a fair, replaying again and again in his mind. The aching disappointment when no one visited his booth, the bitter envy watching his classmates show off to their proud families, coming back to find his hard work utterly destroyed. Naruto tossed the mangled blade of grass aside with more force than necessary. I thought if I trained super hard and gave it my all, people would finally acknowledge me, he muttered under his breath. His fingers curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. But nothing ever changes. He knew Irika-sensei would come looking for him once he noticed Naruto was missing from the fair. But the thought of going back right now, of facing all their pitying looks and barely concealed judgment, made his stomach churn. Out here in the forest, at least he didn't have to pretend to be unaffected. He could let the frustration leak out without holding back. Balling his hand into a fist, Naruto punched the solid trunk beside him as hard as he could. Pain bloomed across his knuckles, but he barely registered it, punching again and again until the skin split and blood welled up. Still, it barely took the edge off the storm brewing inside him. With an enraged shout, Naruto leapt to his feet and launched a barrage of kicks at the defenseless tree. Why can't I get these stupid jutsu? He yelled, punctuating each word with a blow. Even with taijutsu, what he was supposed to be good at, he thought of the complex taijutsu katas Mizuki had shown him, so unlike his own self-taught brawling style. Pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each night, he still couldn't seem to master those. Chest heaving, Naruto finally stepped back from the tree, which now bore an imprint of his frustrations in its dented and gouged bark. He grimaced down at his torn, bleeding knuckles. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the constant torment of being looked down on, being invisible, being powerless to change how the villagers saw him. Naruto wasn't sure how long he sat there, back against the rough tree trunk as he watched the shadows lengthen across the forest floor. The pain in his torn knuckles had faded to a dull throb, but the tight feeling in his chest remained. He knew he should head back soon. No doubt Irika-sensei and the others had noticed his disappearance from the academy fair by now. But the thought of facing them all after storming off still made his stomach twist. Naruto picked half-heartedly at the grass beside him. Maybe I'll just become a forest hermit or something, he mumbled. At least out here, there were no judging eyes or whispered insults. He was so lost in his brooding that he didn't hear the approaching footsteps until a sudden voice exclaimed loudly, "Ah, what do we have here? A young ninja burning with the fires of youth, no doubt." Naruto jerked in surprise, head snapping up to see a tall man with a shiny bowl cut and even shinier grin beaming down at him. He was dressed in a lurid green jumpsuit, his attire tied around his waist like a belt. Huge eyebrows wiggled above, round eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Who the heck are you, bushy brows?" Naruto blurted out. The man struck a pose, teeth pinging. "I am Konoha's sublime green beast of prey, the one and only Might Guy." Naruto just blinked up at him. Was this guy for real? Oblivious to Naruto's incredulity, Guy crouched down, so they were at eye level, his caterpillar-like eyebrows furrowing slightly. "Now, what is a young ninja like yourself doing out here alone, looking so down?" Naruto huffed, turning his face away. "It's nothing, just leave me alone." But Guy didn't budge. His dark eyes bored into Naruto, who fidgeted under the intense gaze. After a long moment of awkward silence, Naruto finally relented with a dramatic sigh. "Fine, if you really want to know, I was supposed to do this big taijutsu demonstration at the academy fair today to show everyone how strong I am." But his face fell, the indignation leaving his voice. "No one even showed up at my booth. Then these jerks wrecked all my stuff after I left." He clenched his torn-up hands, wincing as pain lanced through the raw knuckles. "I try so hard, but it's never good enough for them," he muttered bitterly. Guy listened thoughtfully chin propped in his hand. When Naruto finished, flames seemed to ignite in his eyes. Unacceptable. Your passionate efforts deserve an audience to stoke the fires of your youth. Guy shouted, making Naruto jump. Come, show me this taijutsu, so I may fan your flames. Before Naruto could react, Guy had seized his wrist and practically dragged him back into the clearing. Are you sure about this, bushy brow sensei? Naruto asked uncertainly, even as he sank into a basic fighting stance. Absolutely, Guy declared with a thumbs up. Now, ignite my soul with your youthful talent. Spurred on by Guy's enthusiasm, Naruto launched into the intricate kata routine he had practiced relentlessly for the past week. He visualized each complex maneuver, channeling all his focus into perfecting the advanced forms. When he struck the final pose, chest heaving, he looked to Guy expectantly. The Jounin had his massive arms crossed, staring at Naruto with a furrowed brow. He paused, as if carefully considering his words. Yash, I can see you've been training diligently in taijutsu, Guy declared. However, those forms, they go against the natural flow. There is no harmony between them. He uncrossed his arms, clenching one hand into a dramatic fist. Each move fights against the next instead of working in unity. Whoever created such an unyouthful style knew nothing of proper taijutsu. Guy's caterpillar-like eyebrows furrowed with disapproval. These rigid katas stifle your inner flames. They do not unleash the power of youth. Guy emphatically chopped one hand into the other. Whoever devised such unyouthful katas was deeply misguided. True taijutsu must move smoothly like water around rock, not crash against itself. Naruto blinked in surprise. That wasn't the glowing praise he had expected. Wait, so you're saying it was bad? Guy shook his head vigorously. No, not bad. Just misguided and disjointed. True taijutsu must be like a river, each motion flowing seamlessly into the next. Yours is more like rocks clashing together with no continuity. He struck a sudden pose, one hand pointing skyward. With my guidance, we will unleash your full potential. Your taijutsu will be infused with the verve of youth. Instead of rigid katas, you will learn to flow like water and strike like fire. Flames roared in Guy's eyes. He clapped a massive hand down on Naruto's shoulder, nearly buckling the boy's knees. Fear not, with my guidance. We will unlock your inner power through taijutsu that utilizes fluid, spontaneous motion fueled by the verve of youth. Your spirit shall remain untamed as the wildest beast. Guy struck a pose, teeth pinging. Yes, your passionate spirit has been suppressed for too long. Together, we will unleash your full potential and let your vigorous youth run free. Naruto blinked up at him, stunned by the dramatic critique. But Guy's fiery enthusiasm and promise to properly train him sparked a growing excitement in his chest. A wide grin spread across his face. You bet bushy brow sensei. I'm all fired up now too, believe it. Naruto shouted, punching the air. Let's get started right away on some seriously awesome taijutsu. Yes, I can see it now. The will of fire burns brightly in you. Naruto Uzumaki. Together, we will. There you are. A sudden voice interrupted Guy's passionate speech. Naruto turned to see Iruka jogging up to them, looking relieved. Sorry to interrupt, Guy-sensei, but I've been looking everywhere for this one. Iruka fixed Naruto with a stern but caring look. You had us all worried when you took off like that. Are you okay? Naruto scuffed his toe in the dirt, unable to meet Iruka's eye. Now that his anger had dissipated, he just felt tired and wrung out. I'm fine, Iruka-sensei, he mumbled. Just got kind of overwhelmed and had to get away for a bit. I'm really sorry for ditching the fair. He raised his head, smiling weakly. I'll clean up the mess in my booth right away, believe it. Iruka's expression softened. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's all right. We already took care of it. I'm just glad you're okay. But next time, talk to me before running off, deal? Deal. Naruto agreed, some of his usual cheer creeping back into his voice. Guy gave them both an enthusiastic thumbs up. Excellent. Now, shall we head back before the fires of youth burn out for the day? As the three of them walked out of the forest, Naruto felt the tightness in his chest finally loosen. The failure of the fair still stung, but with people like Iruka-sensei and maybe even Bushy-brow-sensei believing in him, the future was starting to seem brighter. And he had a feeling his taijutsu training was about to get a lot more passionate. Chapter 2, The River's Wisdom. That boy never could shut it, could he? The morning sun filtered in through the academy windows, bathing the classroom in a warm glow. Iruka stood at the front, surveying his students as they chattered excitedly before class began. His gaze lingered on one orange-clad ball of energy in particular, Naruto Uzumaki. The boy was practically vibrating in his seat as he regaled the unfortunate kid next to him. And Bushy-brow-sensei said he's going to teach me super cool taijutsu moves that'll blow everyone away. I'm going to be unstoppable. Believe it. Iruka smiled to himself, unable to tamp down the swell of pride and hope in his chest. After the disaster at the school fair last week, he had worried about Naruto's spirit being dashed. But it seemed meeting Might Guy had reignited the boy's fiery passion for taijutsu. According to Guy, they were set to begin training first thing tomorrow morning. Still, unease lingered in Iruka's mind. The graduation exam was only 2 months away now. He knew Naruto's only real shot was to absolutely excel at the taijutsu portion, considering his ongoing difficulties with ninjutsu and jinjutsu. But could he really refine his skills in time? With a small sigh, Iruka pushed down his doubts. If anyone could pull it off with sheer determination, it was Naruto. Iruka clapped his hands loudly. All right, everyone, settle down. I have an important announcement. The chatter died down as all eyes turned to him attentively, all except one blonde knucklehead still prattling on. Naruto, Iruka snapped, a hint of warning in his tone. That got the boy's attention. He swiveled around with a sheepish grin. Whoops, sorry, sensei. I was just telling Shikamaru here about my super special training. Beside him, Shikamaru sighed loudly. So troublesome, he muttered, putting his head down on the desk. Iruka cleared his throat, regaining the class's attention. As I was saying, this afternoon after lunch you'll all participate in a surprise taijutsu evaluation. A ripple of nervous excitement went through the students. Naruto practically vibrated right out of his seat. Oh yeah, it's time for me to shine, believe it, he cheered, shooting a challenging look Sasuke's way. The Uchiha prodigy just let out a quiet "H-in" without even glancing back. Settle down, Naruto, Iruka chided gently. Now then, as you all know, graduation is only 2 months away. From here on out, our lessons will focus on the key skills you'll need to pass the exam. Iruka cleared his throat, gaining the class's attention. The graduation exam will cover all the core shinobi arts and skills you've learned here at the academy. Let me go over the key portions. He began ticking them off on his fingers. First, there will be a written test on history, village rules and codes, and other academic knowledge. At this, a chorus of groans rose up from the students. Iruka had to suppress a small smile. No matter the class, students always dreaded written exams. After that, you'll be evaluated on core techniques, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and of course taijutsu, Iruka continued, noting how Naruto perked up at the last one. There will also be assessments on strategy and use of basic ninja tools. Iruka saw Naruto's face fall slightly again at the mention of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. He made a mental note to spend extra time working one-on-one with the boy to help him get those basics down. For tools, be sure to brush up on your use of wire strings, smoke bombs, shuriken, explosive tags. Iruka trailed off as he noticed Naruto's cheeks flush red at the mention of explosive tags. no doubt remembering the chaos that had ensued when Naruto tried using them. Irika had to resist the urge to sigh. The boy's antics could be exasperating, but his heart was always in the right place. And of course, you'll be showcasing your skills in front of multiple proctors, Irika finished. Murmurs rippled through the classroom as students chattered nervously or excitedly about the exam portions. Naruto was practically vibrating in his seat again, no doubt eager to show off his taijutsu. Irika hoped the boy's passionate efforts would be enough to overcome his difficulties with ninjutsu. He hated to imagine Naruto's crestfallen face if he failed the final exam. Make sure you're practicing and reviewing everything, Irika said, lifting his voice over the groans about the written test. The exam will be here before you know it. I expect you all to take it seriously. His gaze lingered on Naruto. The boy met his eyes and puffed out his chest confidently. You bet, Irika-sensei. I'm gonna rock that exam, believe it. Irika hoped his confidence wasn't misplaced. The exam would challenge all of their skills, but especially the problem areas for struggling students like Naruto. He made a mental note to check in with Guy about the boy's taijutsu progress. That could be the key to turning things around. Clapping his hands together, Irika raised his voice again. All right, let's get started reviewing some key history and concepts that will be on the written portion. Another collective groan rose up, but Irika simply smiled. He was going to make sure these students were as prepared as possible, no matter how much they complained. The will of fire burned brightly in the next generation. He could feel it. Sometime later, the lunch bell rang, jolting Irika from his thoughts. Around him, students leapt from their seats, chatting excitedly as they hurried to stuff textbooks into their bags. The loud screech of chairs being pushed back and shuffling bodies filled the air. Irika held up a hand. Remember, we'll be outside for your taijutsu evaluations after lunch. His reminder was met with a chorus of, yeah, and got it, sensei, as the students made a beeline for the door. Soon the classroom was empty, save for Irika gathering up his lesson notes at the front podium. He let out a small sigh, shoulders loosening now that the constant hum of restless energy had departed along with his students. As much as he cared for them, even Irika needed a reprieve from time to time. Tucking his papers under one arm, Irika made his way outside into the bright midday sun. Students dotted the academy yard, breaking into their usual cliques as they ate and chatted. Irika spotted Naruto's blonde head right away, holding court as he loudly regaled Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji with some wild story, complete with exaggerated hand gestures. Irika's lips quirked in a faint smile. The boy's vibrant energy was exhausting, but also oddly endearing. Still, unease lingered beneath Irika's amusement. He knew Naruto had his heart set on passing the upcoming graduation exam, but the requirements were really going to test the boy's weak spots. With a shake of his head, Irika continued observing his other students. Several girls, including Sakura and Ino, were fawning over Sasuke under the shade of a large tree. The Uchiha prodigy sat apart from them, looking utterly disinterested, per usual. Irika felt a small twinge in his chest. The boy had suffered terribly, but completely walled himself off from connecting with others. Shino sat alone, intensely focused on a beetle crawling up his finger. Hinata shyly picked at her rice ball, sneaking glances at Naruto when she thought no one was looking. And Shikamaru had already fallen asleep sprawled on his back beside Choji, who was happily munching on a bag of chips. As much as they rattled his nerves, Irika was going to miss this bunch. Irika watched as Ino and Sakura took their starting stances across from each other in the academy training yard. Though they were best friends, the two kunoichi always got fiercely competitive when pitted against one another. I won't go easy on you, billboard brow, Ino taunted, tossing her long ponytail. Irika watched as Ino and Sakura sparred half-heartedly, more focused on glancing at Sasuke than actually honing their skills. He jotted down notes about their sloppy stances and lack of power behind their strikes. When the timer rang, He called them over. Ino, your kicks need more drive from your hips. And Sakura, keep your guard up higher to protect your core. You both have good foundations, but need to keep practicing. The girls nodded, though Irika doubted his advice had really sunk in. Their attention was already drifting back to the dark-haired boy leaning against a nearby tree. With an internal sigh, Irika checked his list. Next up, Naruto and Sasuke. At the sound of his name, Naruto let out a whoop of excitement and charged into the ring, nearly barreling into Shikamaru, who was exiting after his lackluster match against Choji. Watch it, Shikamaru grumbled, sidestepping the exuberant blur of orange at the last second. Sorry about that, Naruto said with a wide grin, not looking very apologetic. He was practically vibrating with anticipation, rolling his shoulders as he waited for Sasuke to join him. Sasuke meandered over casually, the hints of a smug smirk playing about his lips. Irika had a feeling the Uchiha prodigy was looking forward to flaunting his superior skills against the exuberant class clown. "Hurry it up, scaredy cat," Naruto taunted, though his blue eyes glinted with determination. This was his chance to finally show up his cocky rival in front of everyone. Sasuke's smirk only widened a fraction as he took his position across from Naruto. "HN, let's get this over with, loser." Irika lowered his hand in the signal to begin. Immediately, Naruto shot forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. His form was wild and unpredictable, fueled by raw energy rather than skill. But Irika noticed with pride that the boy's strikes were more controlled than in previous spars. His time training was already paying off. In contrast, Sasuke remained cool and calculating, conserving his energy as he efficiently blocked or redirected each of Naruto's enthusiastic blows. His posture was perfectly balanced, movements smooth and practiced. Back and forth they went, a study in opposites, Naruto's passionate yet unpredictable strikes against Sasuke's clinical precision. For a moment, it seemed they were evenly matched. Then suddenly, Sasuke struck like a viper. He dodged a wide hook from Naruto and aimed a sweeping kick at the back of the boy's knees. Naruto let out a yelp as his legs buckled, sending him sprawling on his back in a puff of dust. Before he could react, Sasuke pinned him in place with a knee to the chest, peering down at him impassively. "I win, loser," he intoned in his infuriatingly bored monotone. Irika called the match, noting on his clipboard how easily Sasuke had taken advantage of Naruto's sloppy footing. The Uchiha prodigy withdrew with one last smirk at his sputtering rival. Naruto bounded back to his feet, face scrunched in indignation. "Hey, no fair. I want a rematch, believe it." Irika placed a hand on the fuming boy's shoulder. "That's enough, Naruto. I know you don't like losing, but use it as motivation to keep honing your skills." At his words, some of the fire faded from Naruto's eyes. His shoulders slumped dejectedly. "But I've been training super hard," he mumbled, disappointment creeping into his tone. Irika knelt down to meet Naruto's downward gaze. The boy was trying to mask his disappointment behind a show of bravado, but Irika could see the frustration simmering beneath the surface. "Naruto, I know you've been working hard on your taijutsu, but even the greatest skills have weaknesses," Irika said gently. "You're very strong and your offense is great, but your attacks always leave yourself vulnerable." Naruto scuffed at the ground with his toe, still avoiding Irika's eyes. "Yeah, I guess so," he mumbled half-heartedly. Irika suppressed a sigh. He could tell his advice wasn't really sinking in. Naruto was too focused on always charging forward at full throttle. Subtleties like defensive strategy rarely crossed the boy's mind. "Come on, let's go observe some of the other matches," Irika said, steering Naruto over to the sidelines. "Pay attention to how they guard their weak spots. See if you can pick up any useful tactics." As they watched the remaining spars, Irika continued pointing out examples of strong defenses, like Hinata Hyuga, and how she always protected her blind spots while attacking. But Naruto grew restless, squirming and fidgeting beside him. Got it, sensei. The boy interrupted with obviously feigned interest. I'm gonna grab a snack. And before Irika could stop him, Naruto scampered off toward his locker. Irika sighed and ran a hand down his face. Getting through to Naruto could be an exercise in frustration. The boy's attention span was limited at best when he wasn't interested in the subject matter. Not that Irika could really blame him. Lengthy lectures on defensive strategy probably weren't very engaging. He would have to find another way to make these lessons stick. Maybe a hands-on demonstration. Irika's thoughts were interrupted by the approach of his fellow instructor, Mizuki. So, how are the taijutsu evaluations going? The silver-haired Chunin asked. Oh, well enough, Irika replied, though some still have a long way to go. His eyes involuntarily drifted to where Naruto was now loudly slurping down a cup of ramen, chatting happily with Kiba and Choji. Mizuki followed his gaze, scowling slightly as it landed on Naruto. Let me guess, that kid is as hopeless as ever. Irika stiffened, instantly on the defensive. His name is Naruto, and he's not hopeless, just a work in progress. Even to his own ears, the excuse sounded flimsy. The exam is right around the corner, Mizuki said bluntly. You know as well as I do he'll never pass with just taijutsu. The boy is dead last for a reason. Irika frowned. Mizuki had never made an effort to hide his dislike of Naruto. Even now, there was an unsettling gleam in the man's pale eyes as he watched the boy laughing across the yard, unaware of the contempt aimed his way. He finds a way when it matters most, Irika countered, an edge creeping into his tone. I have faith Naruto will pull through, especially once his special training begins. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. Special training? With my guy, Irika explained. He's taken a personal interest in developing Naruto's taijutsu skills. I'm sure you've heard of his unusual yet effective training methods. At this, Mizuki let out a derisive snort. You're really counting on that weirdo to get the Nine Tails ready for graduation? Now I've heard all. He shook his head in disbelief. Irika ground his teeth in an effort to rein in his rising temper. As much as Mizuki's attitude bothered him, losing his cool now wouldn't help matters. Yes, I have full confidence in both Naruto and Guy's abilities, he replied evenly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more evaluations to oversee. Yet, despite his words to Mizuki, as Irika walked away, his gaze drifted over to Naruto, who was animatedly recounting his own match to Shikamaru despite losing badly. Irika suppressed a weary sigh. The boy's confidence seemed limitless, even in the face of poor results. It was an admirable trait in some ways, but also concerning. Overconfidence without self-awareness would only hinder Naruto's growth. The graduation exam was fast approaching, yet he still struggled with foundational skills. And now, he seemed convinced that this mysterious training with Guy would be some miraculous solution. Irika wished he could share Naruto's blind optimism. But privately, he harbored doubts. Guy's training may help strengthen the boy's taijutsu, but it wouldn't address the bigger issues holding him back. Like his non-existent chakra control that barred him from ninjutsu, or his lack of focus and forethought that led to sloppy mistakes, or his defensive weaknesses that left fatal openings. Perhaps taijutsu alone wouldn't be enough. Now when Naruto seemed oblivious to his own shortcomings. Irika blinked as he realized Naruto was bounding over to him, grinning brightly. So, did you see how awesome I did, sensei? I totally had Sasuke on the ropes. Well, it seemed the ramen helped him clear that slump rather quickly. Irika smiled weakly. Again, you showed some good offense, Naruto, but you left yourself open several times. We really need to work on defensive strategies. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry. Once Bushy Brow Sensei teaches me his super cool taijutsu moves, I'll be able to wipe the floor with Sasuke. No problem. Believe it. Before Irika could respond, Naruto scampered off again, brimming with self-assurance. Irika watched him go, shoulders slumping under the invisible weight pressing down on him. He wanted so badly to believe in Naruto, to see him succeed. But blind confidence without growth wouldn't get him far. And Iruka wasn't sure he could sit by and watch the boy fail, not when it mattered most. Sure, while he trusted Might Guy to whip the boy into shape, that would be awfully irresponsible of him. Naruto was Iruka's student, after all. No, there had to be a way to get through to him, to help Naruto develop the skills essential for any ninja. He just hoped they could find it in time for the graduation exam. With a deep breath, Iruka gathered his notes and headed back inside as the final bell rang for the day. The coming weeks would push them all to their limits. But Iruka knew one thing for certain. He would do whatever it took to prepare Naruto, even if it meant shattering that overabundance of confidence. After all, what mattered most was the boy's future. The morning air was damp and chilly as Naruto trudged into the 16th training ground, exhaustion weighing down his limbs. Even the morning sun had yet to peak above the horizon, the forest bathed in pre-dawn gray. Despite his drooping eyes, excitement churned in Naruto's stomach. Today was the start of his special taijutsu training with Might Guy. Naruto shivered, cursing himself for not bringing a jacket. The grass was slick with dew, soaking into his sandals and making his toes numb. But none of that could diminish his excitement. Not today. As he shuffled into the wide clearing, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. A wide river cut through the trees, its surface shimmering silver in the low light. Near its banks stood two figures, one tall with a shiny bowl cut, the other slight with a matching hairdo. Naruto squinted, trying to make out their faces through his bleary vision. "Hey, Bushy Brow Sensei," he called out with a wave, stifling a yawn. Guy whirled around, his face splitting into a blinding grin. "Naruto, your youthful enthusiasm on this brisk morning fans my flames." He struck his classic thumbs-up pose. "Allow me to introduce my beloved protege and student, Rock Lee." The smaller figure stepped forward, and Naruto had to stop himself from recoiling in shock. The kid looked like a mini-guy clone. Same terrible bowl cut, fuzzy eyebrows, and disturbingly tight green jumpsuit. Even the kid's wide, earnest eyes and ping of his smile mimicked his sensei to a T. Naruto blinked rapidly, wondering if he was hallucinating from lack of sleep. But nope, Mini-Guy stayed put, gazing at Naruto with a spark of challenge in his round eyes. "Yash, Guy-sensei has told me much about you, Naruto," the boy Lee declared. "I look forward to training together and stoking our fires of youth." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, letting out an awkward chuckle. Yes, same to you, bushy brows." Was this for real? He shot Guy a help me look, but the Jounin seemed oblivious. Naruto squinted at the mini-guy, his foggy brain trying to place why the name Rock Lee sounded so familiar. Had they met before? No. He was sure he would remember that bowl cut and those eyebrows. Maybe they had class together, but the kid looked older. Naruto stepped closer, peering intently into Lee's round eyes. The boy blinked back at him, nonplussed. Naruto leaned in further until they were nearly nose to nose, studying Lee's features under the soft dawn light. Now I know I've heard your name somewhere before," Naruto mused, tapping his chin. Suddenly he snapped his fingers. "I got it. You're that kid who stole the chocolate pudding from Iruka-sensei's lunch." Lee reared back, looking affronted. "What? I would never." Naruto laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "Nah, I'm just messing with ya. But seriously, your name is super familiar." He resumed his intense staring, oblivious to Lee's discomfort. After a long moment, realization finally struck him like a bolt of lightning. Naruto leaped back, pointing at Lee dramatically. "I know who you are. Iruka-sensei told me about you. You're the guy who passed the academy graduation exam without using any ninjutsu, just taijutsu." Lee blinked in surprise before a brilliant grin lit up his face. "Yes, that is me. Iruka-sensei speaks of me." Pride shone in his round eyes. "He sure does." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. He said you're like mega talented at taijutsu. That's so cool, because that's kind of my thing too. He punched the air, envisioning all the incredible techniques Bushy Brow Sensei would teach them. This was going to be epic. Guy cleared his throat loudly. Now that you two have been acquainted, let us begin fanning your flames with the fiery power of youth. Naruto and Lee immediately snapped to attention, quivering with anticipation. We are ready, Guy Sensei, they declared in unison. Guy's teeth pinged as he gave them a dazzling thumbs up. Excellent. We'll start by stoking your inner fires with a rapid river taijutsu drill. He pointed dramatically at the rushing water behind them. Naruto and Lee turned to look, eyes widening as they took in the strong current churning through the wide river. Foamy white waves crashed against jagged boulders, emerging sporadically from the depths. It looked less like a tranquil river and more like churning death trap. Naruto gulped audibly. Surely Guy Sensei didn't expect them to actually go in that, right? Yash! Lee cheered, already bouncing on the balls of his feet. What vigorous training this will be. Naruto shot him an incredulous look. Was this kid serious? But Lee seemed utterly unbothered, eyes shining with enthusiasm as he gazed at the treacherous waters. Naruto leaned in to whisper loudly, Hey, you sure this is safe, Bushy Brow Sensei? But Guy either didn't hear him or ignored the question completely. Ready yourselves, my students. With the power of our youth, we shall swim upstream, the Jounin bellowed. It is time to embrace the river's wisdom. Naruto eyed the swirling river dubiously. Sure, he was always up for a challenge, but this seemed like a quick way to get swept away and drowned. And he still had dreams of becoming Hokage to fulfill. Bushy Brow Sensei, are you sure this is the best place to train? Naruto asked, laughing nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, I'm still just an academy student, Maybe we should start with something safer like running laps or climbing trees. That'd still be super tough and build my strength, right? He flashed Guy his most convincing grin, hoping the Jounin would see reason. This river looked straight up dangerous, with its churning rapids crashing over huge boulders. One wrong move, and you'd get tossed around like clothes in a washing machine. But Guy just laughed heartily, the sound booming across the training grounds. Nonsense. This river flows with the wisdom of youth. Its rushing waters will forge you into shinobi of the highest caliber. He struck his classic nice guy pose, teeth pinging brightly. Fear not. I will be right by your side to guide you through the currents of adversity. Naruto gritted his teeth. Great. There was no talking Bushy Brow out of this crazy training. Beside him, Lee was practically vibrating with excitement, babbling about fan the flames of youth. With a defeated sigh, Naruto began shrugging off his jacket when a thought struck him. A sly grin crossed his face. If they wanted him to swim this monster river, then they'd have to catch him first. First one is a rotten egg. Naruto shouted suddenly. Before Guy or Lee could react, he took off sprinting along the river's rocky bank, orange jacket flapping behind him. Naruto, get back here. We must embrace the river's wisdom. Guy yelled after him. But Naruto just cackled, picking up speed. No way was he diving headfirst into those gnarly rapids. He'd make them chase him all over the training grounds first. Can't catch me, Bushy Brow Sensei. Naruto taunted over his shoulder. He was totally going to win this game of ninja tag. Maybe then they'd give up on this crazy river training. So focused on escape, Naruto didn't notice the tree roots snaking across his path until it was too late. Whoa! He yelped, arms windmilling as his foot caught on the root. The ground rushed up to meet him, and thwack! Naruto's face smashed into dirt, feet flying over his head as he flipped and tumbled down the craggy embankment. He landed with a splash right in the freezing river, flailing desperately as the angry currents latched onto him. Wah, help! Naruto spluttered, swallowing a mouthful of water as he was swept away. So much for escaping river training. Now he really was at the mercy of the raging rapids. Naruto thrashed in panic, but the currents just toyed with him ruthlessly. They crashed him against rocks, dunked him under churning foam, and spat him back up just to repeat it all again. He was trapped in a never-ending washing machine of pain. Through blurry vision, Naruto saw Guy and Lee dashing after him, yelling encouragement he couldn't make out over the roaring water. But they were stuck helplessly on the banks as he was swept further downstream. Naruto's lungs burned for air between dunks. His frantic kicks were no match for the river's immense strength. As his head plunged below the surface again, his vision dimming, a single desperate thought flashed through his mind. This is crazy. Mustering every ounce of strength, Naruto clawed his way back up, gasped a breath, then angled towards the bank. He paddled fiercely, fighting the grasping currents. His sodden clothes dragged him down, but he refused to quit. With one final burst of effort, his fingers scraped mud. He was close. Naruto sank his hands desperately into the mushy bank. His nails broke and bled, but somehow he held on. The river wrenched at his legs, trying to reclaim its prey. Still, he refused to let go, even as pain seared up his shoulders. This was one battle he would not lose. With a mighty heave, Naruto wrested himself from the water's clutches. He collapsed face first on a solid ground, chest heaving. Every inch of his body shrieked in pain, but he didn't care. He had stared death in the face and won. Believe it. Naruto's stomach lurched as he retched up another mouthful of river water onto the muddy bank. His arms shook, barely holding up his exhausted body. Every inch of him screamed in pain and protested even the smallest movement. He had never been so completely drained. It was a miracle he managed to drag himself from the ruthless rapids at all. As he coughed up more water, Naruto had just one bleary thought. Thank goodness the worst was over. Never again would he go near that monster river. Yash Naruto, such incredible youthful spirit, being the first to brave the treacherous currents. Guy's booming voice rang out right next to Naruto's ear, making him wince. He blearily lifted his head to see Guy and Lee standing over him, both flashing their signature pinging grins despite Naruto's half-drowned state. Truly inspiring. Your courage will motivate us as we follow your lead into the river's wisdom, Lee declared enthusiastically. Naruto's eyes widened in dismay. Follow his lead? Did Bushy Brow Sensei really expect him to dive back into that deadly river after nearly drowning the first time? Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but only managed a weak cough. Guy seemed to interpret this as agreement, however. Excellent. Your youthful energy knows no bounds. Guy cheered. Before Naruto could croak out a refusal, Guy had seized him under the arms and practically flung him back into the raging river. Naruto barely had time to suck in a breath before the angry currents snatched him up again. Cruelly, they plunged him deep into the frigid depths before tossing him back up to the surface. Naruto fought with all his remaining strength, but his fatigued limbs were no match for the relentless rapids. As he was plunged below again, he heard Guy's muffled voice through the churning water. Marvelous. Keep fighting, Naruto. Only 99 more upstream swims to go on this first day. Naruto wanted to scream in disbelief, but only ended up inhaling more water as the river gripped him tightly. 99 more? Was Bushy Brow Sensei serious? There was no way Naruto would survive that insane training. But the river didn't seem to care either way, content to fling his limp body around like a rag doll. Darkness crept into the edges of Naruto's vision, his oxygen-starved lungs screaming. As he sank beneath the foam, a single desperate thought flashed through his mind. I don't want to die before becoming Hokage. Naruto stood waist-deep in the shallow part of the river, shivering as the cold mountain water rushed past. His teeth chattered and his soaked clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. But he barely registered the chill anymore, numb to everything but the burning in his exhausted limbs. Upstream, He could hear Guy's booming encouragements drifting over the roar of the rapids, where he and Lee still battled the currents. Excellent, Lee. Keep pushing forward with the power of youth. Naruto grit his teeth. It wasn't fair. He wanted to be out there too, proving his skills against the river's test. But his body had reached its limit after just 2 swims. Now he was relegated to this, slogging back and forth across the shallows like a little kid, while he impressively conquered 10 laps and counting of the main rapids. Jaw clenched, Naruto surged forward into the racing waist-high water. His legs screamed in protest, but he powered through another lap across the river. Again and again, until he lost count. He focused everything on putting one foot in front of the other, pushing back the numbness threatening to overtake his mind and body. Naruto, that's 30 laps. Excellent perseverance, Guy called out as Naruto stumbled to the end of another lap. Take a short rest, then we'll build your arm strength next with some one-armed push-ups in the river. Naruto didn't even have the energy to groan. He collapsed onto the rocky shore, chest heaving with ragged breaths. His waterlogged clothes felt like lead weights, the sopping fabric chafing his skin. Fresh scrapes and bruises from being tossed about by the rapids throbbed in protest, but Naruto forced himself to ignore the pain. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright and stumbled deeper into the river for the push-ups. He had to keep going, had to push past this exhaustion. The graduation exam was coming up fast. This was his only shot. If a little pain was the price to pay for strength, so be it. He had to prove he could handle anything, even crazy training like this. Naruto dropped into a shaky push-up position in the rushing water, bracing his hand against the slippery rocks. Icy water lapped at his shoulders with each dip, sending shivers down his spine. His arms quivered, barely supporting his weight after endless laps. 1. Naruto grunted out through clenched teeth as he lowered himself into the frigid water. He breathed through the flare of pain in his overworked muscles. Lee was still battling the main rapids after countless laps. Naruto had to keep up. 2. He pushed back up, gasping as the rocky riverbed scraped his palm. Again and again, he repeated the count, blocking out everything but those numbers and his own labored breaths. 30 felt impossible, 50 was surely insane, but still Naruto gritted his teeth and persevered. He refused to show weakness in front of bushy-brow sensei in Lee. Naruto's arms finally gave out on the 73rd push-up, no matter how hard he strained. With a splash, he face-planted into the rocky shallows. The cold mountain water rushed over him, sharp stones digging into his skin. For a moment, he could only lay there, hovering at the edge of consciousness from sheer exhaustion. Through the roaring in his ears, he heard Guy's muffled voice. Excellent effort, Naruto. That is enough for today. Rough hands grasped Naruto under the arms, lifting his limp body from the water's grasp. He tried to stand, but his legs were numb jelly. Lee appeared on his other side, pulling Naruto's arm over his slim shoulders to support him. Together, they half-dragged, half-carried Naruto from the river's edge. By now, the slivers of the orange sun were peeking through the forest canopy, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Naruto shivered, his drenched clothes chilling him to the bone in the cool morning air. Despite nearly drowning, his limbs still burned with exhaustion from battling the raging river. Lee and Guy supported Naruto as they made their way back to the wide clearing where they had started at dawn. When they finally reached the open space, Lee gently lowered Naruto to sit with his back against one of the towering oak trees. Excellent work today, Naruto, Guy declared, flashing his signature grin and thumbs up. Now, we will begin honing your taijutsu form. At this, Naruto perked up a bit, some energy returning to his weary blue eyes. Taijutsu was his specialty. Finally, a training he could get excited about after nearly dying in that insane river. All right, time to spar, Naruto exclaimed, attempting to push himself to his feet despite his rubbery legs. I'll take you both on, believe it. But Guy held up a hand, stopping him. Not so fast. We must start from the basics. Naruto's face fell. Basics? Lame. He wanted to show off his skills against Bushy-Brow and Lee. To his dismay, Guy gestured to the weathered wooden training post in the middle of the field. First, stand before this post and show me your fighting stance. Suppressing a sigh, Naruto trudged over to the post and sank into what he thought was a decent ready stance. Legs braced apart, fists raised. Guy circled him with a critical eye, then shook his head. No, your posture is all wrong. You are stiff and flat-footed. Here. He came up behind Naruto, gently maneuvering his body into a lower, more balanced stance. Naruto had to resist the urge to squirm away as Guy adjusted his limbs. Keep your weight centered and grounded, but also stay light on your feet, ready to move in an instant, Guy instructed, satisfaction creeping into his tone as Naruto's stance improved. Excellent. Now you are steady as the mountains, yet flowing as water. Naruto wasn't totally sure what that meant, but he nodded along agreeably. At least they had moved on from river swimming. So, now that I got the stance down, who am I going to spar first? Naruto asked eagerly, rolling his shoulders. You or Bushy-Brows Jr. here? But Guy shook his head, ignoring the question. Patience, my student. We must start at the beginning by having you face this post. Naruto deflated instantly. But I want to do some real training against a person. How's fighting a wooden dummy going to help me? You must learn to walk before you can run, Naruto, Guy declared passionately. Observe the post. Notice where your shadows fall across it. Brow furrowed in confusion, Naruto glanced at the post. The morning sun cast his shadow sharply across the weathered wood. This shadow is the window to understanding your own movements. Guy explained. You will spar against it to develop an awareness of your own tendencies and habits. Master your shadow, and you master yourself. Naruto frowned slightly. Shadow sparring sounded less like super cool ninja training and more like a boring exercise for little kids. But Guy and Lee were watching him expectantly, so with a resigned huff, he began to mirror his shadow's movements. Settling back into his stance, Naruto tentatively tried mirroring his shadow's movements as he shifted his limbs. He threw a few gentle punches, then mimicked a kick. The shadow echoed him exactly, its motions smooth and controlled. Naruto quickly grew bored with the tedious exercise. Is this really necessary, sensei? I want to practice my killer moves, like my Super Mega Naruto Barrage. He mimicked a feeble punch from his shadow. Can we do some real sparring now? This is baby stuff. He launched into a series of wild, spinning kicks, grinning as he imagined how powerful they would be in battle. But his enthusiasm faded as Guy shook his head in disapproval. You must have patience and discipline, Naruto. Master the basics before rushing ahead. Guy placed a hand on his shoulder. I know your fiery spirit yearns to run free, but trust in this training, and your skills will grow beyond what you can imagine. Naruto sighed, shoulders slumping. Maybe Bushy-Brow was right. If this boring shadow stuff could somehow make him a better fighter, he could endure it. Fine, I'll keep practicing, Naruto conceded. He turned back to the post, falling into his stance. The shadow mimicked him perfectly once more. Naruto took a breath, keeping his gaze fixed on its silent, steady movements. Then, slowly, he began again. Chapter 3, The Perfect Shadow. You should have been a taijutsu master by now. Over the next few weeks, Naruto continued to train with Bushy-Brow Sensei and Bushy-Brow early in the mornings. To his horror, they continued to river train. It wasn't as bad as the first time, though. Yesterday, Naruto had even made it 3 or 4 yards upstream before he was swept away, a far cry from when the river would immediately overtake him. But to his disappointment, he hadn't learned any cool taijutsu moves. Each morning, after narrowly escaping a water death, Bushy-Brow Sensei would force him to spar with his shadow for the rest of the session. Naruto didn't understand the big deal with punching his shadow, but it certainly hadn't made him a taijutsu master yet. Naruto jolted in his seat as Kiba's loud voice broke through his thoughts. "Joe, Naruto, what's up with you today?" the brash boy asked, glancing over from his spot a few rows back. "I thought that Jounin instructor was going to turn you into some super awesome taijutsu master, but from the looks of it, your special training must have been a total bust." Kiba let out a bark of laughter at his own joke, while Akamaru yipped along gleefully on top of his head. Nearby, Shikamaru just sighed and muttered troublesome under his breath. Naruto felt his cheeks flush, annoyance bubbling up in his chest. What would Breath know about his training with Bushy Brow Sensei? Just because he wasn't babbling nonstop today didn't mean the training was bad. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest defensively. "Shows what you know, mutt face," he shot back. "My training has been super intense, believe it. Bushy Brow Sensei makes me swim in these crazy fast rapids every morning to build my strength and endurance. I'm pretty much a taijutsu master already." He puffed out his chest confidently, hoping his bluff sounded convincing. In truth, the rigorous training had been exhausting and, at times, terrifying, but he still struggled with the basics. Not that he would ever admit that out loud, especially not to Kiba. Kiba just smirked, clearly not buying Naruto's boast. "Oh yeah? Then how come I haven't seen any sweet new moves during sparring practice? All you do is flail around with no style, same as always." Laughter rippled through the nearby students who had overheard their conversation. Naruto felt his face grow hotter. He opened his mouth to spit out a retort, but Irika's stern voice cut him off. "All right, you two. That's enough," the instructor chided sharply. "Let's get back to reviewing for the exam." Grumbling under his breath, Naruto slumped low in his seat and went back to staring sullenly out the window. Irika's droning voice faded into background noise as he brooded. It wasn't fair. He had been training so hard with Bushy Brow Sensei, pushing himself to the limit day after day. Yet he still had nothing cool to show for it, while prodigies like Sasuke mastered advanced techniques with ease. All his hard work felt futile when he could barely perform the basics. Why wouldn't Guy Sensei teach him anything other than that stupid shadow sparring? At lunch, Naruto sat alone under the shade of a large oak tree, slurping down a cup of instant ramen. It was his favorite comfort food, but today the salty noodles didn't quite hit the spot. His appetite had been soured by Kiba's mocking words back in class. Did his training really look that ineffective from the outside? Doubt gnawed at him as he stared into the swirling ramen broth. He knew he should be stronger after all these weeks with Bushy Brow Sensei. Yet he had nothing to show for it except his same wild, unrefined style. Lost in thought, Naruto didn't notice the group of boys approaching until a shadow fell over him. He glanced up to see 3 smug faces sneering down at him, a trio of bullies who liked to give him grief. The biggest one, Daisuke, shook his shaggy head in mock disappointment. "Well, if it isn't the class clown. What's this I heard about you training with some elite Jounin sensei? Must not be going too great from the looks of you." Naruto bristled, straightening up defensively. "Shows what you know. My training has been super intense. I've gotten way stronger." The other 2 boys, Hiro and Suda, laughed derisively. "Oh yeah? Then how come you still fight like a wild animal during spars?" Hiro challenged. Maybe his new sensei is holding back, afraid Naruto's too delicate to handle real training, Suda snickered. Naruto clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. Who are these jerks to question Bushy Brow Sensei's methods? "You got all wrong," he shot back. "I've been doing the most advanced training ever. Bushy Brow Sensei makes me swim in these huge, crazy rapids every morning to build my strength. And then I spar with this super strong genin named Lee. I totally beat him last time, believe it." The lies spilled out before he could stop them. Naruto knew he should keep his mouth shut, but his wounded pride just couldn't take their ridicule. He had to defend his training somehow, even if it meant exaggerating the truth. Unfortunately, his boasts only made the bullies laugh harder. "You're right. There's no way a dead last loser like you could beat a real genin, Daisuke scoffed. Nice try, though. Naruto jumped to his feet, fists clenched and ready to swing. Insulting him was one thing, but he wouldn't let them mock Bushy Brow Sensei too. You want to find out just how strong my training made me, punks? He challenged, glaring up at the older boys. But rather than looking intimidated, the bullies seemed further amused by his show of bravado. Settle down there, pint size, Hiro said with a smirk. No need to get all worked up over some friendly ribbing. Still chuckling, Suda suddenly reached out and snatched Naruto's cup of ramen from his hands. Yeah, we're just messing around, he said casually. But if you really trained with a jounin, you'd be fast enough to stop this. Before Naruto could react, Suda dashed the remnants of the ramen in his face. The cold broth stung his eyes and dripped down his cheeks. Daisuke and Hiro howled with laughter. Some elite ninja you're turning out to be, Daisuke taunted. Naruto stood frozen, blinking broth from his eyes. His hands trembled with anger and shame. The bully's laughter echoed mockingly in his ears. Ah, poor baby gonna cry? Hiro sneered, seeing the glisten of tears welling up behind the ramen broth dripping down Naruto's cheeks. The towering bullies loomed over Naruto now. Naruto wound up, putting all his rage and shame into the punch as he aimed a haymaker straight for Daisuke's stupid grinning face. This blow would shut him up for good. But in his fury, Naruto didn't notice Hiro and Suda slipped behind him. As his fist shot forward, leaving his whole body open and exposed, they each grabbed one of his arms in an iron grip. Before Naruto could even blink, they yanked him backwards, his punch meeting only empty air where Daisuke's head had been a second before. Hey, let me go, Naruto yelled, struggling violently, but their hold was too strong. Hiro and Suda dragged him behind the broad oak tree, out of sight from any teachers or students who might be passing by. Once hidden from view, they shoved Naruto hard against the rough bark. He winced as the jagged edges dug painfully into his back. Hiro moved in front of him, grasping both his wrists to hold his arms immobile against the tree. Meanwhile, Suda took up position on his left, gripping Naruto's shoulder tightly to keep him pinned. Daisuke sauntered over, a cruel glint in his eyes. Looks like you need to work on defense as much as offense, loser. Naruto thrashed and kicked, but he was trapped between their bodies and the unforgiving tree. Daisuke leaned in close, his sneering face just inches away. Don't worry, we want to help you with some real training, he said, false sympathy dripping from his tone. We'll teach you how to take a punch. Naruto's eyes widened in realization and fear, but before he could even open his mouth to yell for help, Daisuke's fist plowed hard into his unprotected stomach. Naruto wheezed as all the air was forced violently from his lungs. Daisuke didn't let up, pummeling blow after devastating blow into his stomach and sides. Each punch felt like a sledgehammer, leaving his body writhing in agony. How's that feel, dead last? Daisuke taunted as his fists continued their brutal barrage. Not so tough without your stupid ninjutsu, are ya? Naruto could only gasp helplessly, pinned in place as searing pain exploded through his core again and again. After 5 more excruciating hits, his legs finally gave out, but Hiro and Suda's grips kept him upright against the tree trunk. Naruto's head lolled forward, a bead of bloody spittle dripping from his parted lips. His lungs screamed for air, but all he could manage were short, rasping breaths between Daisuke's powerful blows. Just when he thought he might pass out from the pain, Daisuke finally paused his assault. Naruto hung limply in Hiro and Suda's grasp, no longer having the strength to struggle. His breaths came in weak, shuddering wheezes. Daisuke leaned in close once more, his beady eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction at the agony etched across Naruto's features. Face it, you're pathetic. No talent for ninjutsu, and your taijutsu is just as weak, he sneered, shoving Naruto's shoulder roughly. Do yourself a favor and drop out now. You'll never be a real shinobi. With those final biting words, Daisuke turned and sauntered away, Hiro and Suda following after one last disdainful look at Naruto's crumpled form. Once their footsteps faded, Naruto's legs finally gave out completely. He collapsed to his hands and knees with a strangled cry, arms wrapped protectively around his aching ribs. Every agonized inhale sent spikes of pain through his battered core. He coughed weakly, the coppery tang of blood filling his mouth. Tears of pain, frustration, and humiliation burned behind his eyes, but he stubbornly held them back. He wouldn't give those jerks the satisfaction of seeing him cry, even if they weren't here to witness it. Jaw clenched, Naruto shakily pushed himself to his feet, one arm still curled over his throbbing stomach. He staggered away, each step pure torment, as he focused on just putting one foot in front of the other until he was out of sight behind the academy building. There, hidden between the wall and bushes, the tears finally leaked from his eyes despite his efforts. Sobs racked his frame, sending more waves of pain through his abdomen. He slid down the wall, letting his body go limp as he finally released the emotions churning inside him. Anger at his own helplessness, shame over the bully's cruel words, disappointment that his training hadn't prepared him, fear that they were right and he'd never make it as a ninja. Naruto wasn't sure how long he sat there, crying quietly as emotions and pain overwhelmed him. But finally, as the worst of the sobs subsided, a single thought crystallized in his mind. I can't quit. I won't. Gritting his teeth, Naruto swiped his sleeve roughly over his wet cheeks. Then slowly, agonizingly, he pushed himself back upright using the wall for support. His entire body protested, but he embraced the pain this time. It meant he was still standing. Naruto trudged slowly back into the classroom, trailing a few steps behind Shikamaru. His shoulders were slumped, head lowered to avoid meeting anyone's gaze. The normal boisterous energy he carried himself with had vanished, leaving him muted. Irika gestured for them to take a seat at the desk he had pulled up to his own. Naruto slid silently into the chair, staring blankly at the scratched surface of the wooden desk. He could feel Irika's concerned gaze resting on him, but didn't lift his eyes. Thank you both for staying behind, Irika began gently. I know you're wondering why I asked you here today. Shikamaru sighed loudly. It's probably something troublesome. Ignoring the comment, Irika focused his attention on Naruto. Firstly, Naruto, I heard about the incident at lunch today. Naruto tensed, a spark of anger flaring in his chest. Great, Irika-sensei had heard about his humiliation. He kept his eyes locked on the desk, fingers curling into fists under the table. Irika's voice remained gentle. I know those boys said some hurtful things, but getting into fights won't solve anything. You're better than that. Naruto finally lifted his head, meeting Irika's earnest gaze. The anger in his chest deflated. Irika was right. Lashing out wouldn't prove anything to those jerks, but it still hurt, feeling powerless again. I know, Sensei, Naruto mumbled. I'll try not to let them get to me anymore. Irika smiled kindly. I'm glad to hear that, which brings me to the real reason I asked you both here. His tone grew serious again. You've struggled more than your peers in certain areas. For you, Naruto, it's book smarts and strategy. And Shikamaru, it's motivation and effort. Shikamaru let out another bored sigh, but didn't argue. Naruto picked at a hangnail, feeling the usual knot form in his stomach that came with disappointment. Why did everything come so easily to geniuses like Sasuke, while he had to struggle for even basic concepts? I want you two to start meeting daily after class to play shogi, Irika continued. At this, Shikamaru's eyes widened and he sat up a bit straighter. Even Naruto looked up with renewed interest. Irika went on. Shikamaru, teaching the game to Naruto will be a chance for you to hone your strategic thinking skills and practice explaining concepts clearly. His gaze shifted, and Naruto, learning shogi will help develop your focus, patience, and problem-solving abilities. Irika smiled at them both. I think you have a lot to teach each other. And as an added incentive, you'll earn extra credit towards graduation for taking this seriously. Shikamaru and Naruto exchanged a tentative glance. It wasn't their first choice for how to spend free time, but the promise of boosting their grades was enticing. Fine, I guess I can teach him, Shikamaru conceded, though his bored drawl didn't match the glint of interest in his eyes. Naruto offered a small grin, the first since that afternoon. And I'll try not to smash the board when I lose. Iruka chuckled. That's the spirit. I know you both can benefit greatly from this. Now, let's begin. Naruto watched as Iruka pulled out a worn wooden shogi board and set of playing pieces from his desk drawer. The instructor handled them gently, almost reverently, as he placed the board on the desk between Naruto and Shikamaru. This was my first shogi set, a gift from my father, Iruka explained, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. He began arranging the tokens on the checkered game board. Shikamaru nodded appreciatively as he studied the vintage set. Naruto just squinted at the unfamiliar symbols engraved on the playing pieces. They all looked the same to him. Once the board was set up, Iruka gestured for them to begin. All right, I'll leave you two to play. Remember, focus on thinking strategically, not just reacting. With an encouraging smile, he headed back to his desk to grade papers. Shikamaru immediately launched into an explanation of the rules, demonstrating how certain pieces could move and capture others. Naruto tried his best to pay attention, but his gaze kept being drawn to the open window and freedom beyond. This was so boring. He didn't care about old board games. All he wanted to do was get back out to the training yard and practice his taijutsu skills. About all that, Shikamaru asked in his usual lazy drawl. Naruto's attention snapped back to his unmotivated classmate. Sure, no problem. He flashed a big grin and thumbs up, hoping it disguised the fact he'd missed half of the explanation daydreaming about training. With a dubious quirk of his eyebrow, Shikamaru made the first move, sliding a piece forward. The game had begun. Naruto pored over the board, brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to recall the rules he'd just been told. Cautiously, he nudged one of his own pieces ahead, earning an exasperated sigh from Shikamaru. You're not even thinking strategically. I can take that piece easily. And he did, on his next turn. Naruto huffed in annoyance as Shikamaru effortlessly captured another of his pieces. This game made no sense. After losing a third piece to Shikamaru's infuriatingly calm tactics, Naruto decided to go on the offensive. Forget strategy. He would overwhelm Shikamaru with an all-out assault. Grinning, Naruto surged several of his remaining pieces forward recklessly, leaving his king wide open. How do you like that? Shikamaru just shook his head. This isn't about blind offense. You left yourself totally vulnerable. With a few quick moves, he had Naruto's king cornered. Checkmate. What? No way. Naruto cried in disbelief. But sure enough, his king was trapped with nowhere left to run. They reset the board to play again. Naruto cracked his knuckles, determined to do better this time. But 3 humiliating defeats later, his confidence was badly shaken. No matter what he tried, Shikamaru easily outmaneuvered him every time. Sweat beaded Naruto's temple as he struggled desperately to protect his king in their 4th game. But it was no use. After barely 10 moves, Shikamaru had already cut off all avenues for escape. Checkmate, he intoned casually, sitting back in his chair. Naruto groaned, tugging at his hair in frustration. How do you do it so easily? This game makes no sense. Shikamaru just shrugged. You can't just blindly attack or randomly move pieces. That's not how strategy works. As they reset the board again, impatience simmered in Naruto's gut. This was getting him nowhere. He didn't have time for drawn-out games. The graduation exam was coming up fast, and he needed to be training. Half listening as Shikamaru droned on about proper opening moves, Naruto discreetly slipped a shuriken from his weapons pouch under the desk. He idly tested the sharp tip with his finger, mind racing. What if, during their next match, he accidentally knocked the board over in frustration? Then maybe Irika would let them end this tedious lesson early so he could go practice his taijutsu. Tuning back in, Naruto realized Shikamaru had already made the opening moves of their fifth match. Brow furrowing, Naruto quickly pushed a few random pieces forward, just trying to defend. But Shikamaru's strategy quickly backed him into a corner once again. And checkmate, Shikamaru announced in a bored tone, not even 10 moves in. You're not learning anything, are you? That was the last straw. Naruto surged to his feet, hands planted on the desk as he leaned over the board. That's it. I can't take any more, he shouted loudly. This game makes no sense, and I hate it. For emphasis, he spun into a roundhouse kick right on top of the desk. But his foot slipped on some stray pencils, throwing off his balance completely. With a yelp, Naruto tumbled forward, hands flailing, directly into the shogi board. Pieces went flying in all directions as the board upended from the impact of Naruto's body. He crashed to the floor in a mess of scattered tokens and broken wooden squares. From nearby, Irika cried out in alarm. Naruto, what happened? The instructor rushed over, disbelief written across his features as he took in the wreckage of his once pristine childhood shogi set. Rubbing his head where it had cracked against the edge of the desk, Naruto stared at the shattered remnants surrounding him. He hadn't meant to actually destroy it. I am so sorry, Sensei. I was trying to do a cool move and messed up, he stammered, guilt gnawing at his insides. He bowed his head, unable to meet Irika's gaze. I know that board meant a lot to you. But Irika's expression softened as he crouched down to Naruto's level. It's all right. It was just an accident. With a small sigh, he started gathering the scattered pieces. But I think that's enough shogi lessons for today. Naruto gritted his teeth as he forced his aching body through yet another repetition of the kata. His limbs trembled with the effort, sore muscles screaming in protest. But he pushed through, determined not to show weakness. The shadow on the wooden post mimicked him half-heartedly, a perfect reflection of his own lackluster movements. Naruto suppressed a sigh, frustration simmering in his gut. How is this baby stuff supposed to make him a master ninja? Across the training field, Lee and Guy Sensei were sparring vigorously, exchanging blows so fast they were nearly a blur. Naruto couldn't tear his eyes away, jealousy burning in his chest. He wanted to be the one testing his skills against Bushibrow, not stuck with this dumb shadow sparring. Yash Lee, excellent form. Guy bellowed encouragement between strikes. Keep fanning your flames of youth. Lee's eyes shone with pride and determination. Yes, Guy Sensei, I will show you the fruits of my hard work. Naruto's shoulders slumped, his own gaze drifting to the ground. No matter how hard he trained, it never seemed enough. He was still stuck on beginner exercises while Lee mastered advanced techniques. What was he doing wrong? A large hand clasped his shoulder, jolting Naruto from his brooding thoughts. He glanced up to see Guy towering over him, brows furrowed in concern beneath his severe bowl cut. Naruto, your flames of youth seem to be burning low today, Guy rumbled. What troubles you, my student? Naruto straightened, shaking his head in denial. Nothing, Bushibrow Sensei. I'm totally fired up and ready to train, believe it. He forced a wide grin, hoping it disguised his inner frustration. But Guy was not so easily fooled. He crossed his massive arms, staring Naruto down with piercing intensity. Do not try to hide your struggles, Naruto. Share them so I may guide you back to the path of youth. Naruto fidgeted under the weight of Guy's stare, avoiding his gaze. After a long moment, he finally mumbled, It's just, we've been training for weeks, but you still won't teach me anything cool. It's always shadow sparring and katas. When do I get to learn sweet moves and spar for real? He couldn't keep the irritation from seeping into his tone. After all his hard work, he had nothing to show for it. The graduation exam loomed, yet his skills remained laughable. To his surprise, Guy smiled and clapped him on the back. Patience, Naruto. You must walk before you can run. Once you have mastered yourself, then you will be ready to master your techniques. Naruto sighed, shoulders slumping again. Why did everything have to take so long? He was ready for action now. Naruto let out a frustrated huff, but sank back into a fighting stance, facing the wooden post. His shadow mimicked him perfectly, cast sharply across the weathered wood in the morning light. Brow furrowed, he went through the motions again slowly. Punch, kick, uppercut. The shadow echoed him move for move. He still didn't understand how this baby stuff was supposed to make him stronger. As if reading his thoughts, Guy crossed his bulging arms. Observe carefully, Naruto. Do you notice any openings or vulnerabilities in your opponent's form? Naruto squinted at the shadow, critically. It looked pretty solid to him. Not really, sensei, he mumbled with a shrug. Guy stroked his chin thoughtfully. Look at how your shadow leaves the head unguarded after that roundhouse kick. He pointed to demonstrate. Naruto peered closer and saw what Guy meant. After the wide sweep of his leg, the shadow's arms dropped low for a split second, leaving the head wide open. Oh yeah, I see it now. My shadow was totally ready to get clobbered. Naruto exclaimed, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Why hadn't he noticed such an obvious thing? Some elite ninja he was turning out to be. But Guy just flashed a wide grin, teeth pinging brightly. Excellent. Now you're beginning to understand the deeper purpose of this exercise. He placed a giant hand on Naruto's shoulder. By observing your shadow, you learn to recognize weaknesses in your own form. Find the flaws, and you can correct them. That is the true value in this training. Understanding dawned on Naruto. This wasn't just boring busy work. It was helping him fix holes in his technique. Eagerly, he turned back to the post with new eyes, determined to spot every vulnerability. For the next few minutes, he paid close attention as his shadow mimicked each punch, block, and kick. More weaknesses jumped out at him now. Arms overextending, balance faltering, core left unprotected. A wide grin split Naruto's face. Wait till he showed Bushy Brow Sensei how observant he could be. Guy let out a booming laugh. Excellent, Naruto! Your eyes blaze with the fires of youthful insight. He struck a pose, teeth pinging. Now take what you have learned and adapt your stance to eliminate those openings. With renewed enthusiasm, Naruto adjusted his posture, keeping his guard higher and weight-centered. No way was some dumb shadow going to reveal any flaws this time. He flowed between moves fluidly, pleased when his shadow revealed no obvious gaps. When he struck the final pose, Naruto looked eagerly to Guy for approval. The Jounin grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Superb job, Naruto! You have embraced the deeper lesson of this training, learning to recognize and overcome your own weaknesses through self-reflection. Guy's voice swelled with pride. You have taken the first vital step in your journey toward becoming a splendid ninja, fueled by the power of youth. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, cheeks flushing at the praise. Maybe this shadow stuff wasn't so pointless after all, and Bushy Brow Sensei wasn't nearly as crazy as he seemed. Pumping a fist, Naruto shouted, yeah, just you watch, I'm gonna keep getting stronger every day, and I'll be ready to take on anything when I'm Hokage, believe it. Guy laughed loudly. That's the spirit. Now, shall we review your form one more time? Grinning from ear to ear, Naruto turned back to the post, more motivated than ever to master the art of reading his shadow. Naruto scuffed his toe in the dirt outside the academy gates, glancing sidelong at Shikamaru. Sorry again for wrecking Iruka-sensei's shogi set, he mumbled. Shikamaru just shrugged, hands in his pockets. Don't worry about it. Playing you is too troublesome anyway. They started walking down the road leading into the village center. Naruto's hands fidgeted at his sides. He still felt guilty for destroying Iruka's treasured childhood gift. His teacher had brushed it off as an accident, but Naruto wanted to make things right. Hey, you know a lot about shogi and stuff? Naruto ventured. Is there a place around here we could find a nice replacement set? Shikamaru quirked an eyebrow. "You're really serious about this?" And Naruto's vigorous nod, he sighed loudly. "So troublesome." "Yeah, there's a game shop in the market district. They might have some decent boards." Naruto perked up instantly, his usual exuberance returning. "Awesome, let's go. I want to get Irika-sensei the best shogi set ever. Believe it." He took off at a jog down the street, forcing a grumbling Shikamaru to pick up his pace. As they neared the busier village center, Naruto skidded to a halt outside a cozy-looking store nestled between two restaurants. A carved wooden sign above the door proclaimed it the Lucky Mongoose Game Shop. "This is the place," Shikamaru declared as he caught up to Naruto, slightly out of breath. Before Naruto could dash inside, Shikamaru grabbed his jacket collar. "Hold on. Remember, look around quietly and don't knock anything over." Yeah, I got it," Naruto said with an exaggerated eye roll. But he could barely contain his excitement as he stepped inside the shop, a bell above the door announcing their arrival. His bright blue eyes grew wide, reflecting the colorful disarray lining the shelves. There were board games, puzzles, cards, and tokens of every shape and size. Naruto had to force himself not to grab and play with everything in sight. Even Shikamaru seemed intrigued by the wide selection, muttering, "How troublesome," under his breath as he perused the shelves. They made their way to a section displaying polished wooden shogi sets, ranging from cheap beginner boards to ornate sets with lacquered pieces. Naruto picked up a basic one with a plastic carrying case. "What do you think of this one?" he asked Shikamaru eagerly, but the other boy just wrinkled his nose. "Too flimsy. The engraving will wear off the pieces after a few games." Naruto placed it back with a huff. This was harder than he thought. He studied the selection intently, hoping to spot the perfect set that would make Irika-sensei smile again. Then his eyes landed on a handsome set nestled in the back. The checkered board was made of rich rosewood with delicate etchings along the edges, and the playing pieces had elegant calligraphy instead of simple stamped characters. He reached for the elegant rosewood shogi set nestled on the back shelf. But just as his fingers brushed the lacquered surface, another hand swooped in, grabbing the board at the same time. "Hey!" Naruto cried out indignantly, looking up to see who had snatched his prize. Towering over him was a muscular man with a shiny bald head and a thick black beard. His beady eyes glinted above a smug grin. Well, looks like we both had our eyes on this fine set," the man rumbled. He held the box just out of Naruto's reach. "How about we settle this the proper way? You any good at playing, pipsqueak?" Naruto gulped, sweat breaking out on his brow. Play against this hulking brute? No way. He was still just a beginner at shogi. But the gleam of the elegant playing pieces called to him. He had to win that board for Irika-sensei. Swallowing his fear, Naruto squared his shoulders and shot the man his best foxy grin. "You bet. I'm an expert shogi player. Believe it." The bald man let out a bellowing laugh. "Excellent. Why don't we have ourselves a quick match then, kid? Winner takes the set, deal?" Before Naruto could object, the man had already snatched a board off a nearby shelf and plopped down right in the middle of the store's narrow aisle. Other customers eyed them curiously as they squeezed past the impromptu playing space. Hey mister, I'm not sure we should just start a game here," Naruto whispered loudly, laughing awkwardly. But the bald brute ignored him, eyes glinting eagerly as he began setting up the pieces with oversized hands. Naruto shot a desperate glance at Shikamaru, who just sighed in response. "So troublesome. Looks like you've got no choice. Just try not to lose too quickly." Some encouragement, that was. Naruto gnawed his lip as he lowered himself across from the bearded player. This was bad. He was totally going to make a fool of himself. But he had to try. It was for Irika-sensei. Swallowing down his nerves, Naruto waited as the man made the first move. Then inspiration struck. He would just copy whatever his opponent did. That way he couldn't mess anything up too badly. Tongue between his teeth, Naruto carefully mimicked the man's first move. A slow grin spread across the brute's face. "Not bad, kid. You got some skill. He laughed loudly as he countered Naruto's move. The game quickly picked up speed, but Naruto kept pace, always mirroring his opponent's moves precisely. He started to sweat as the man employed more advanced tactics, cornering his pieces. But he refused to slip up or deviate from the pattern. By copying rather than thinking, he couldn't make any disastrous mistakes, right? It was just like Bushy Brow Sensei's shadow sparring, using an opponent's moves against them. After 20 tense minutes of play, the bald man scratched his beard thoughtfully as he surveyed the board. Naruto held his breath, waiting for the brute's next move. Then he saw it. In setting up a complex trap for Naruto's general, the man had accidentally left his own king vulnerable. Heart pounding, Naruto slowly reached out and captured the undefended king piece. "Checkmate," he cried in disbelief. "What? No way." The bald brute stared at the board in shock before letting out another bellowing guffaw. "Well played, Pipsqueak. You really had me fooled into thinking you were an amateur there at first." He clapped Naruto heartily on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. "Using my own strategies against me by copying my moves. Now that's some clever playing. Felt like I was battling my own shadow there." Naruto flushed under the praise, scratching his head sheepishly. Just got lucky, I guess. But inside, excitement bubbled up. He had actually won his first real shogi match. And using Bushy Brow's advice of learning from your opponent's weaknesses, no less. This victory stuff felt pretty great. The bald man slid the polished rosewood set across to Naruto with one last laugh. "Well, a deal's a deal. You've earned this, kid. Just promise me a rematch someday." Naruto reverently picked up the ornate box, grinning from ear to ear. "You bet, mister. I'd never go back on my word." His heart swelled, knowing this beautiful set was his to give to Iruka-sensei. As the bald man ambled away, Shikamaru sauntered over looking mildly impressed. "Not bad. Maybe you have some talent for strategy after all." Naruto laughed loudly, hugged the shogi set to his chest. "Just you wait. Someday I'll beat you two, believe it." Shikamaru just shook his head, muttering so troublesome under his breath. But Naruto could see a hint of a smile tugging at his bored classmate's lips. After paying what could have afforded more than just a few cups of ramen, Naruto followed Shikamaru out of the cozy game shop onto the busy village street. The sun was getting low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the bustling marketplace. Naruto's nose twitched as they passed a ramen stand, the savory aroma making his mouth water. But he forced himself to keep walking. He had a gift to deliver. "Hey, I gotta get home before my mom throws a fit," Shikamaru drawled, glancing anxiously at the darkening horizon. "See you at the academy tomorrow." "Yeah, later, Shikamaru. And thanks for the help," Naruto called over his shoulder, already dashing off down the road toward the academy. He clutched the rosewood box tight to his chest, unwilling to risk dropping it after all the effort he had put into obtaining the perfect shogi set. Naruto clutched the ornate rosewood shogi set excitedly as he rushed back to the academy. The sun had begun to sink below the rooftops, casting the village in an orange glow. He couldn't wait to see the look on Iruka-sensei's face when he presented the surprise gift. Just thinking about his teacher's reaction made Naruto pick up speed, his sandals skidding around corners as he raced down familiar streets. Before long, the proud, gleaming buildings of the academy came into view up ahead. Grinning from ear to ear, Naruto burst through the front gates in his usual exuberant fashion. At this hour, the training yards were empty, most students and teachers already home for dinner. Everything was still and quiet on the surface, but Naruto could sense Iruka-sensei's chakra emanating from his classroom up ahead, the man's warmth and patience so familiar after years under his guidance. Clutching his gift, Naruto made for the classroom entrance, only to skid to a halt as hushed voices reached his ears from within the room. He immediately recognized Iruka-sensei's calm baritone, followed by the brash, challenging tone of none other than Kiba Inuzuka. Curious despite himself, Naruto crept toward the doorway as stealthily as he could, which wasn't very. Pressing himself flat against the wall, Naruto caught snippets of conversation floating out from the cracked door. Failing most of the written exams, and his practical skills are barely average, came Kiba's loud complaint. He's gonna flunk out for sure with dead last scores like that. A soft growl rumbled as Akamaru seemed to agree from atop Kiba's head. Naruto's fists clenched, indignation rising in his chest. Was that jerk Kiba trash-talking him to Irika-sensei? Now, Kiba, I know you're upset about your scores, but insulting classmates won't help, Irika chided gently. If you dedicate yourself, I'm confident you can improve. Naruto had to stifle a snicker. Hearing Irika admonish loudmouth Kiba was always satisfying. But his amusement quickly turned back to irritation. Just who did Dog Breath think he was, complaining about Naruto behind his back? Not so funny when the insults were aimed your way. Kiba? Bristling with righteous anger on behalf of his teacher, Naruto was ready to burst in there and give Kiba a piece of his mind, and maybe his fist too. But at the last second, he hesitated. Eavesdropping left a sour taste in his mouth, reminding him too much of years spent on the outside looking in. And most importantly, he didn't want to disappoint Irika-sensei by barging in and causing a scene. This was between teacher and student. With great effort, Naruto peeled himself away from the wall and slunk back toward the front gates. He would wait for Kiba to leave before presenting the gift. In the meantime, maybe some solo training in the yard would help him blow off steam. The sun had just dipped below the rooftops as Naruto slipped into the training yard, casting everything in hazy twilight. One benefit of the poor lighting was it created crisp shadows across the ground and walls. Recalling Gai-sensei's advice, Naruto plopped down in front of the blank academy wall and assumed a fighting stance. His shadow dutifully mimicked him, spread large across the wooden planks. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto flowed between practiced punches and kicks. His shadow moved in perfect sync, betraying no openings or flaws. He had come a long way from that first embarrassing session. But Naruto knew he couldn't get cocky. Shadow sparring was all about vigilance, staying sharp to spot vulnerabilities. Keeping Guy's advice in mind, he pushed himself to find new angles, imperfections in his form. There, after his spinning hook kick, he overcommitted his weight too far forward. Naruto adjusted his balance accordingly, keeping his center of gravity back this time. Again, the shadow copied him precisely. Naruto couldn't stop a wide, foxy grin spreading across his face. He was getting good at this. Now, if only he could wipe the smirk off jerk Sasuke's face this easily. Naruto sank into the familiar footwork drills Gai-sensei had drilled into him. Step pivot kick, step pivot punch. His shadow slid smoothly across the wooden wall as he flowed between movements. To the casual observer, his form likely appeared sloppy, bordering on spastic. He could imagine the whispers of no style or fights like a wild animal. Those voices from his past echoed faintly in his mind, criticisms he once took as truth. But now, as his body twisted and struck invisible opponents, Naruto felt only the harmony in each motion. The clumsy boy who tripped over his own feet was gone. In his place was a dancer who could predict his partner's every move. That partner was the darkness itself. Step pivot kick, slip, punch. Naruto began to pick up speed, challenging himself to spot any openings as his shadow struggled to keep up. But his form remained sealed tight, posture low and grounded in the angled light. He can't even throw a proper kick. The air rattled as Naruto's foot sliced through. He called it a punch. With a slip and twist, he rocketed his fist forward. Look at him pretend he can fight. Naruto twisted in a roundhouse kick, stopping inches before slamming the wall. Naruto lost himself in the drills, by now, dancing around his shadow faster than ever before. His footfalls were silent, his movements graceful. The chain flowed seamlessly like water pouring over river stones. No hesitation, no doubt. Suddenly, a few more lights switched on, casting a total of 3 shadows on the wall. For a moment, Naruto saw the looming silhouettes of Daisuke, Hiro, and Suda, the 3 academy bullies who had cornered him behind the oak tree at lunch. Naruto froze mid-kick, sweat breaking out on his brow. His muscles tensed as adrenaline flooded his system, instincts screaming at him to run. Shadows couldn't hurt him, right? Clenching his jaw, Naruto shook his head sharply. No way was he backing down, imaginary bullies or not. With a defiant yell, he launched back into his drills, attacking the shadows with a fierce barrage of strikes. In his mind's eye, Daisuke's sneering face taunted him as the shadow dodged Naruto's blows. Hiro and Suda's shadows flanked him, trapping him between their larger bodies. Naruto could almost smell the earthy aroma of crushed grass and feel the unforgiving bite of the oak's rough bark behind him, just like that day. Hold still, pipsqueak. Daisuke's shadow jeered as Naruto evaded a lumbering punch. The words sent hot anger lancing through Naruto's veins. He twisted and slammed his heel into Hiro's midsection, imagining the satisfying wheeze of air forced from the bully's lungs. Not so tough when it's a fair fight, huh? Naruto panted, wiping sweat from his brow. He ducked under a blow from Suda, returning a sharp jab to the taller boy's solar plexus. But the shadows kept coming, mimicking that awful day no matter how fiercely Naruto fought back. Still, he refused to give in. With a primal shout, Naruto struck Daisuke's shadow with a crushing roundhouse kick. It collided with the wooden wall in a shower of splinters. Breathing hard, Naruto finally stopped, fists still clenched tightly at his sides. Naruto stepped back from the splintered dent in the wooden wall. His shoulders heaved, his lungs burned. Sweat dripped down his temples, heart still hammering from the imagined battle. When he finally lifted his head, the 3 looming shadows of the bullies were gone. Only his own remained, slightly distorted after the impact with the wall, but otherwise mirroring him perfectly. But as his shadow mimicked him across the pitted wood, an odd sight made Naruto freeze mid-punch. There, with perfect posture and textbook smooth motions, was the silhouette that could only belong to one student, Sasuke. Naruto blinked rapidly, certain his exhaustion must be making him see things. But no, the distinctive spiky hair and confident stance were unmistakable. Not only had his shadows become his bullies, somehow, this one had transformed into a mirror image of his rival, too. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto launched a series of spinning kicks at the wall. But even as he poured all his energy into the wild moves, the shadow, Sasuke, copied his exact movements, except it flowed through them effortlessly. Naruto skidded to a halt, panting hard as irritation simmered in his gut. No matter what he did, this stupid shadow made him look like a flailing amateur next to the perfect form of his smug rival. It wasn't fair. Then suddenly, Naruto froze. Wait, this was his shadow reflecting him, not Sasuke. Which could only mean the flawless execution was his own doing, not the Uchiha's. It was a shadow that was perfect. Chapter 4, a fierce test. It was now or never. Naruto eyed the swirling rapids churning before him, stealing his nerves. This was the day. He could feel it in his bones. The day he would finally conquer these deadly currents that had tossed him around like a rag doll countless times over the past weeks. Beside him on the rocky bank, bushy brow, Noli, he had to remember the kid's actual name, was still rambling on about embracing the river's youthful energy or something like that. Naruto tuned him out, rolling his shoulders as he focused on the water's path. He had to time this perfectly. Right, Naruto? Lee finished whatever convoluted pep talk he had been giving, flashing a wide grin and thumbs up. Oh yeah, you bet. Naruto agreed automatically, having no idea what he was agreeing to. His attention never left the river. Just him and the water now. It was time to show this thing who was boss. With a primal shout, Naruto charged forward and flung himself into the awaiting rapids. Icy water enveloped him instantly, driving the air from his lungs. But he recovered quickly, kicking hard against the greedy currents trying to suck him under. "You won't beat me this time," Naruto yelled, swallowing a mouthful of water in his defiance. The river seemed to roar in his ears, a living thing determined to put him in his place. But Naruto surged forward stubbornly. His lungs burned as he fought his way inch by agonizing inch upstream. The rapids clawed hungrily at his feet, trying to pull him back into their grasp. Still, Naruto pushed on with single-minded purpose. He had to prove his strength to himself and everyone. Naruto's limbs were starting to feel impossibly heavy, like lead weights dragging him down into the dark depths. His lungs screamed for air between mouthfuls of water as he struggled against the relentless currents. How much further till he reached the end of these monster rapids? It felt like he had been battling the churning water for hours. Surely he had to be close now. Blinking river water from his eyes, Naruto spotted a blurry green figure standing atop the surface upstream. As his vision cleared for a moment between waves crashing over his head, he realized it was none other than Bushy Brow Sensei. Somehow Guy was standing calmly on top of the raging river, not even getting his ankles wet. His fuzzy brows were furrowed in concentration as he watched Naruto's struggle, but his voice boomed encouragement that rang clearly over the rapids' roar. "Come on, Naruto! Your flames of youth will not be extinguished so easily," Guy shouted, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Power through. Show this river the force of your spirited determination." Naruto tried to respond, but only ended up sputtering as another surge of foamy water rushed into his open mouth. Still, seeing his bizarre sensei standing there so confidently atop the deadly currents sparked something in Naruto's chest. A fresh wave of stubborn energy surged through his aching limbs. "I just gotta swim to Bushy Brow Sensei," Naruto told himself. If Guy could stand there looking so unbothered, surely the currents wouldn't be as strong just a little further upstream. Naruto pushed forward with renewed vigor, kicking with all his might. But the river seemed to redouble its efforts too, the rapids tightening around him like a smothering blanket. He could feel its grip dragging him down, the weight of the water crushing in on all sides. Dark spots danced across Naruto's vision as his lungs spasmed, desperate for air. Everything was starting to grow dim, his senses fading. But through the haze, he stubbornly kept his gaze fixed on that blurry green beacon still shouting encouragement from atop the river. Just a little further, Naruto choked out, even as the blackness crept further across his sight. His sodden limbs had turned to unresponsive lead, barely obeying his commands anymore. But still, he struggled onward with single-minded focus, refusing to give in. Guy's voice seemed far away now, indistinct over the water clogging Naruto's ears. "That's it, Naruto! Your flames of youth burn brightly." Naruto could barely make out his sensei's fuzzy shape upstream anymore. His waterlogged clothes and limp muscles dragged him down as the rapids' greedy grasp tightened like a vice. Darkness rushed in. His lungs convulsed, involuntarily gasping for air, but finding only frigid water. Is this it? A distant part of Naruto's fading mind wondered. Has the river finally won? No, Naruto thought fiercely. He refused to let the rapids beat him, not when Bushy Brow Sensei was right there waiting for him to reach the calmer waters. "If I can't do it, I'll just have to do 100 push-ups in the water," Naruto told himself, feeling a surge of stubborn energy. Bushy Brow Lee was really rubbing off on him if he was willing to take on such a crazy self-challenge. With a determined yell, Naruto pumped his aching arms furiously, clawing his way through the churning currents. His muscles screamed in protest, threatening to give out at any moment. But he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. Just a little more. Through blurry vision, Naruto could see Guy Sensei leaning over the water's surface, hand outstretched toward him. "Come on, Naruto! Seize hold of your spirited youth," his sensei bellowed. Naruto reached with all his might, waterlogged clothes and limp muscles dragging him down. He was so close now. He could see Guy extending a hand toward him, ready to pull him from the rapid's clutches. Naruto sputtered as he took in another mouthful of water, nearly choking in his desperation. With a final heroic kick, Naruto surged forward, fingers outstretched toward his sensei's waiting grasp, only for his leg to seize up completely in a painful cramp, the overexerted muscles finally giving out. Wah! Naruto yelped as the loss of forward momentum allowed the rapids to surge up and swallow him once more. No matter how he thrashed, the river wouldn't release its ruthless hold this time. Just when he was certain this would be his watery grave, a giant green hand closed around Naruto's arm in an iron grip. With a mighty heave, Guy hauled him from the rapid's clutches and onto the solid surface atop the water, where Naruto collapsed on hands and knees. He retched up what felt like gallons of river water as his chest heaved, sucking in desperate lungfuls of sweet air. Yash, Naruto! What an epic display of youthful tenacity. Guy cheered, paying no mind to the sopping, bedraggled state of his student. While your body may have reached its limit, your spirit blazes ever brighter. Naruto could only wheeze in response, too exhausted to even lift his head. But somewhere deep down, a tiny ember of pride flickered in his chest. He hadn't reached Guy under his own power as he desperately wanted, but he had battled right up until the crushing darkness took him, refusing to yield. As the roaring in his ears faded, Naruto became aware of Lee's voice cheering loudly from the riverbank. Truly amazing, Naruto! Your youthful drive is an inspiration. Naruto managed to lift his head enough to shoot Lee a weak grin. But when he tried to rise on still wobbly legs, Guy placed a giant hand on his back, halting him. Rest now, my student, Guy rumbled, his usually booming voice oddly gentle. You have more than proven the strength of your spirit today. Further testing is unnecessary. Though frustration gnawed at him, Naruto didn't try to stand again. As much as he hated accepting defeat, he knew when he was utterly spent. With a resigned sigh, he allowed Guy to support him as they slowly made their way across the river's surface back toward shore. Naruto placed one shaky leg on his solid ground, the feeling of stability foreign after being tossed about ruthlessly by the rapids day after day. He almost fell flat on his face just from standing on unmoving earth. Who knew dry land could be so tricky? I must be getting too used to battling those crazy currents if just walking is throwing me off. Naruto joked. He tried to laugh, but it came out as more of a wheeze. Guy let out a booming chuckle, clapping Naruto firmly on the back. Your perseverance against the treacherous waters has honed both your body and spirit admirably. Which was certainly true. While he hadn't noticed until last week, every time he flexed in a mirror now, he could make out bumps of what he thought might be his muscles coming in. It wasn't like he was huge or anything, but it still brought a smile to his face knowing his hard work was paying off. That wasn't to mention, after nearly drowning, nothing scared him anymore. As they made their way from the river's edge to the training field, Naruto's sodden clothes squelched loudly with each step. He grimaced down at the soaked orange fabric, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. At this point, he figured the river water scent was never coming out. Kiba would definitely fuss because of that. Naruto was already rolling up his waterlogged sleeves, ready to begin taijutsu drills, when Guy let out another oddly gentle laugh. Eager as ever, but remember, even the brightest flames of youth need rest to burn stronger. Guy declared, after your valiant efforts today, I insist you take the rest of the week off from training to recover your strength. Naruto's eyes bugged out. What? No way. I'm totally fired up and ready to go. Bushy brow sensei. He struck a weak version of Guy's nice guy pose, hoping it would convince him. There was no time to slack off with the graduation exam looming. But Guy just smiled and ruffled Naruto's soggy mop of blonde hair. Nonsense. Pushing yourself past exhaustion will only dampen your passionate flames. Allow your weary muscles time to rebuild stronger than before. You will be well rested in time for your exam. Seeing Naruto's crestfallen look, Guy laughed again. Tell you what, we will make a challenge. If you can complete 50 push-ups right now, despite your fatigue, we will continue training as usual. At the mention of a challenge, Naruto's eyes lit up. No way was he going to back down, no matter how much his wobbly limbs burned. Dropping swiftly into a push-up position, Naruto grunted as his arms immediately started to shake from the strain. But he gritted his teeth and steadily began counting off each repetition. 1, 2, 3. Naruto panted, muscles burning as he forced his body to dip down again and again. He made it to 30 before his elbows finally buckled, sending him face-planting into the dirt. Wah! Hey, my arms gave out on their own. Naruto protested as he spit out a mouthful of dust. Guy just laughed heartily. Exactly. Your body knows its limits, even if your fiery spirit does not. He flashed a blinding grin and thumbs up. Now go and rest. We will resume at dawn the day you finish your exam with rekindled fires of youth. Naruto sighed loudly, but didn't argue any further. As much as he hated to admit it, Bushy-Brow Sensei was probably right. A good bowl of Ichiraka ramen and a few full nights' sleep did sound pretty great right about now. Irika smiled as his students filed into the classroom, their excited chatter filling the air. Today was the day, the academy graduation exam. After years of teaching and nurturing the next generation, it was time for them to take the monumental step toward becoming shinobi. This is it, Akamaru. We're gonna ace this thing. Kiba crowed loudly as he strolled in, chest puffed out confidently. Perched atop his head, the small white dog yipped in agreement. Nearby, Shino took his usual seat silently, while Hinata offered Irika a shy, "Good morning, sensei," as she hurried to her desk. Ino and Sakura came in bickering as always, arguing over who would claim the open seat next to Sasuke. The Uchiha prodigy ignored it all, staring broodingly out the window as if he were the only one in the room. Choji ambled in behind Shikamaru, already munching on a bag of chips for breakfast. "You ready for this, Shikamaru?" he asked around a mouthful. The Nara just yawned, shrugging his shoulders lazily. "I guess. What drag, though?" Their voices all blended together into a symphony of excitement and anxiety. Irika's chest swelled with bittersweet pride. They had all come so far from those rambunctious kids who could barely throw a kunai straight. Now here they were, ready to take the next step on the shinobi path. Well, almost all of them were here. One orange-clad rascal had yet to make his usual loud entrance. Irika suppressed a weary sigh. Naruto Uzumaki was no doubt running late again. Something's never changed. Still, Irika wished the boy would hurry up. Naruto couldn't afford to miss any part of today's exam, not with his difficulties. Irika knew Naruto's utter lack of proficiency with ninjutsu or jinjutsu would make passing a challenge. His only real shot was acing the taijutsu portion. Even after the endless days of one-on-one ninjutsu lessons with Irika, or even training rigorously with Might Guy these last few months, Naruto still struggled to mold chakra properly. Irika suspected the powerful seal suppressing the nine-tailed fox also severely limited the boy's own chakra access. But they could only work within the confines of what was possible. And for Naruto, excelling at taijutsu was his best hope of graduating. Irika just prayed the boy's hard work and determination would see him through. Failure today would crush his fiery spirit. The chatter died down as Irika cleared his throat, drawing the class's attention. "All right, everyone, the written exam will begin shortly. I know you're all eager to get out there and show me your skills, but remember, patience and focus are the marks of a true shinobi." As Irika launched into his final inspirational speech before proctoring their exam, the classroom door suddenly banged open. A blur of orange darted inside, accompanied by shouts of "Wait for me," and "I'm here, believe it." Irika suppressed a smile. Right on cue. Some things never changed after all. Irika took in the disheveled sight of Naruto standing sheepishly in the doorway. The boy's spiky blonde hair stood up even wilder than usual. His goggles were askew on his forehead, and his t-shirt was indeed on backwards. His orange pants didn't match his blue sandals, which were on the wrong feet. "Naruto, so glad you could join us," Irika said, unable to keep the wry amusement from his voice. Sorry, sensei. I guess my alarm clock didn't go off this morning," Naruto blurted out. He flashed his signature foxy grin and scratched the back of his head. Irika just shook his head indulgently. Only Naruto could show up to the most important exam of his life, looking like he rolled straight out of bed. But he had to admire the boy's dedication to training, even if it resulted in his chronically disheveled state. "Just take your seat so we can begin," Irika said, pointing to Naruto's empty spot next to Shikamaru. "You got it." Naruto scampered over and nearly upended the desk as he plopped down heavily. Shikamaru muttered, "troublesome," under his breath, but didn't otherwise react. Once settled, Naruto began fidgeting excitedly in his seat, as he always did. Irika had to resist the urge to scold him to pay attention. The boy's restless energy could be exhausting, but also oddly endearing in its own way. Clearing his throat, Irika continued the motivational speech he had been giving before Naruto's disruptive entrance. "As I was saying, today we'll test all that you've learned these past years. Stay focused and do your best. I know you will all make me proud." He softened his tone. "And remember, pass or fail, this exam does not define your destiny as shinobi. With hard work and perseverance, you can overcome any obstacle in your path." Irika's gaze lingered on the orange-clad boy, still squirming impatiently in his seat. Naruto met his eyes and flashed a confident thumbs up. Irika hoped the boy's enthusiasm wasn't misplaced. This exam would severely test his problem areas of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but perhaps Naruto's dedication to taijutsu would see him through. "Now then, let's begin with the written test," Irika announced, picking up a stack of exam packets from his desk. A chorus of groans rose up at the mention of a written exam, but Irika just smiled. "Come now, a shinobi needs more than just jutsu. Intelligence and strategy are key." As Irika passed out the test packets, he noticed Naruto staring at the sheets like they were written in a foreign language. The boy's shoulders were tense, his ever-present grin replaced by a look of apprehension. Irika felt a pang in his chest. He knew written exams were a source of anxiety for the rambunctious boy. Making his way back to the front, Irika offered Naruto an encouraging nod. The simple gesture seemed to bolster the boy's spirits. He sat up straighter, determination shining in his blue eyes as he picked up his pencil. Irika only hoped it would be enough. For all his bluster, he knew Naruto was deeply insecure about his perceived shortcomings as a student. Failure today would wound his self-confidence deeply. But Irika had faith the boy would pull through somehow. He was too stubborn not to. "You have 1 hour to complete the test," Irika announced. "Begin." Naruto slumped over his desk as Irika called time on the written exam. His hand was cramped from clutching the pencil so tightly, and his brain felt like mush after struggling through all those questions. But as he glanced down at the test packet, he was surprised to find he had answered most of it. There was that one about the second Hokage and his specialized powers. Naruto was pretty sure he had scribbled the right answer for that. Oh, and the matching section on village history wasn't so bad either. He might not be a genius like Sasuke, but he had managed to recall a few things from Irika-sensei's long lectures over the years. A few guesses here and there, but still way better than the blank page or frustrated scribbles he was used to. All those long extra study sessions with Irika-sensei must have paid off after all. Overall, Naruto figured he hadn't completely flunked the written portion. Granted, all those diagrams about chakra networks and stuff had basically looked like chicken scratch to him. But hey, he had tried his best. Naruto stretched his arms over his head, stifling a yawn. Man, he was ready to get this show on the road. Written tests were the worst. He was itching to get outside and finally show off his sweet moves. All right, we'll take a quick break to go over the test answers and then move on to the weapons assessment, Irika announced as he collected their papers. Yes, Naruto cheered under his breath. Weapons training was way more his speed. No more boring history facts or calculations, just him and his tools. He patted the bulging holster on his hip, eager to demolish the target range. The class filed outside into the sunny training yard. Naruto inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with fresh air. Much better than the stuffy classroom. He joined the crowd, gathering by the targets, tuning out Irika's review of the written exam answers. Probably all stuff he got wrong anyway. Instead, Naruto closed his eyes, visualizing his perfect throws on the range. With his awesome skills, he'd totally smoke this test. Believe it. Naruto, are you paying attention? Irika's sharp voice jolted Naruto from his daydreaming. He opened his eyes to find the class looking at him expectantly. Oh yeah, sure thing, sensei, Naruto said with an exaggerated nod. Just, meditating, get focused and stuff, you know? Irika sighed, clearly not believing his bluff, but decided to move on. As I was saying, first up is Shuriken Jutsu. I'll call you one by one to demonstrate your target accuracy. You will all be evaluated by me, Daikoku, Suzume, Saduru, and Mizuki. He pointed to each one of the proctors lined up beside him. Naruto frowned at this. He had to impress not one, but 5 people. He wasn't worried, though. He would definitely wow them with his awesomeness. As students took their turns throwing, Naruto bounced on his toes, amping himself up. This was his time to shine. He nailed a perfect score for sure. Naruto, you're up, Irika called. Grinning, Naruto grabbed a shuriken and took his position at the line. The target board seemed to stare back at him tauntingly. Focusing all his energy, Naruto whipped the shuriken forcefully. It sailed through the air in a wide arc before, just barely nicking the outer edge of the target. Not even close to a critical hit. Naruto's shoulders slumped. So much for his perfect score. A few snickers came from the crowd. Nice shot, Naruto, someone jeered sarcastically. You really nailed it. Naruto shot whoever said that a silencing glare before grabbing another shuriken. He wouldn't mess up this time. Taking a breath, Naruto threw again, only for the shuriken to hit the very outer rim once more. Come on, what's going on? Naruto yelled in frustration. He usually wasn't this bad at weapon throwing. Irika placed a calming hand on his shoulder. It's all right, just take your time and focus. His voice was encouraging, but Naruto could hear the thinly veiled concern. His poor performance wasn't doing him any favors on the exam. After a few more dismal throws, Irika called time and had to move aside before he damaged his score any further. Naruto trudged off the range, irritation simmering in his gut. So much for acing that portion. But it was fine. He'd redeem himself in the next test. Right after him, Sasuke stepped up and effortlessly landed all 5 shuriken dead center with machine-like precision. Naruto gritted his teeth as the other students broke into admiring murmurs. Did you see Sasuke's throws? What perfect form! He shot the Uchiha a dirty look. No matter how hard he tried, the smug jerk always had to show him up. During the next test of accuracy with kunai and senbon needles, it was the same story. Naruto's throws were slightly better, but Sasuke's were dead perfect. That smug jerk just had to show off and make him look bad. Naruto clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. There was only one test left now, his last chance to finally one-up Sasuke. As the other students cleared the range, Irika stepped forward holding a bundle of small paper tags. Okay, everyone, for the final portion, we'll be testing your use of explosive tags. Naruto's heart instantly sank down to his sandals. Explosivitax. Cold sweat beaded Naruto's brow as Irika demonstrated the hand sign to channel chakra into the tag. Of course, they had to finish on the one ninja tool he had no hope of using properly. He had been so focused on acing the physical tests, he'd forgotten all about the explosive tag requirement. Panic gnawed at Naruto's insides. but he forced himself to take a deep breath. Okay, stay calm. Maybe if he just really concentrated, the tag would spark a little. Enough to pass, at least. As students took their turns, some tags sparked more impressively than others. But everyone made theirs activate on some level. Naruto gulped, wiping his sweaty palms on his pants. Then it was his turn. Hands shaking slightly, Naruto accepted the tag from Irika. His teacher gave him an encouraging nod, no doubt sensing his unease. Focusing intensely, Naruto formed the activation seal. Come on, just a single spark, he pleaded internally. Sweat rolled down his temple from the effort as he tried fruitlessly to summon some ounce of chakra. But as with all his previous attempts, the tag remained lifeless in his grip. Frustration boiled up in Naruto's chest. It wasn't fair. Why was chakra control so impossibly hard for him when others could do it without even thinking? Caught up in his emotions, Naruto found himself yelling, "Come on, work stupid tag." He channeled every scrap of energy into focusing on the paper between his fingers. Nothing. Irika attempted a weak smile. Let's move you aside for now and wrap up this portion. Naruto could hear the strained note in his teacher's voice. They both knew this finale had been nothing short of disastrous. Shoulders slumped, Naruto trudged away. At this rate, Naruto wasn't sure passing this exam was possible. As Sasuke stepped up next, landing a perfect activation spark on his first try, Naruto felt that familiar ache in his chest. No matter what, Sasuke would always succeed effortlessly where he failed miserably. As the exam wrapped up, Naruto lingered behind the others, anxiety gnawing at his insides. He knew he was absolutely going to fail the ninjutsu and jinjutsu portions. But maybe if he rocked the taijutsu evaluation, it would make up for completely bungling the tools assessment. But as he replayed his explosions, shadows, and chicken scratch test answers, that hope dwindled with each step toward the classroom. Right now, his dreams of becoming Hokage felt very far away. Naruto fidgeted anxiously as he waited for his name to be called. His heart hammered against his ribs, palms slick with sweat. This was it, the taijutsu exam that would determine if he passed or failed. He tried not to think about how horribly he had bombed the ninjutsu and jinjutsu portions earlier. Just picturing the dumbstruck looks on the proctors' faces as he failed yet again to produce even a simple clone or transformation made his cheeks burn. Pathetic. He can't even handle basic techniques. He imagined them whispering as he had slunk out of the exam hall. Naruto knew the only way he could graduate now was to absolutely destroy the taijutsu test. He had to go above and beyond, leaving no doubt in the proctors' minds that his taijutsu skills were Hokage level. Easier said than done. Naruto glanced around at the other students awaiting their turn. Most looked anxious or deep in concentration as they mentally prepared. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood off to the side, looking utterly unconcerned, hands tucked casually in his pockets. Naruto suppressed a growl of annoyance. Nothing ever seemed to faze the smug prodigy. He probably aced the ninjutsu tests effortlessly while Naruto had made a fool of himself as usual. Naruto peered around the corner of the academy building to where the taijutsu arena waited. Right now, Shino Aburame was up, calmly blocking and evading strikes from his examiner. His movements were precise and efficient, if a bit stiff. Wonder what I'd be fighting if it was my turn, Naruto mused aloud. Maybe a bear? Or a huge rock golem? That'd show off my sweet moves for sure. He punched the air, picturing himself trouncing some worthy taijutsu opponent. After all his intense training with Bushy-Brow Sensei, he could take on anything. Well, except for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but who even needed those? Get him good, Akamaru. Kiba hooped as he squared off against Suzume Sensei. Despite the ferocity of his strikes, the veteran instructor calmly blocked or diverted all of his blows. Naruto clenched his fists. If someone as aggressive as Kiba couldn't overpower the teachers, how was he supposed to? Still, when it came his turn, Naruto was determined to give it everything he had. He bounced on the balls of his feet, trying to burn off nervous energy as he watched Hinata's gentle strikes get easily brushed aside by Daikoku-sensei. Come on, I want to go already, Naruto thought, gritting his teeth. The anticipation was killing him. He had to prove himself here or risk failing the whole exam. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he heard someone call his name. Naruto, you're up. Yes, it's go time, Naruto yelled, leaping from his hiding spot. Adrenaline flooding his system, Naruto sprinted into the arena, skidding to a stop in the middle as he faced off against Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki forced a smile as the orange-clad boy bounded into the taijutsu arena. Keeping up the act, he called out in a friendly tone, "All right, Naruto, show me what you've got. I know you've been training hard." Inside, he scoffed, as if any amount of training could make up for the fox boy's utter lack of talent. This was just a formality before he failed the little monster yet again. "You bet, sensei. I'm going to kick your butt, believe it." Naruto shot back with his signature cocky grin. Mizuki suppressed an eye roll. All bark and no bite, as usual. He knocked the kid down a peg soon enough. "Come at me with everything you've got then," he challenged, settling into a loose fighting stance. Bracing himself for the same sloppy, wild blows Naruto normally threw around, Mizuki was caught completely off guard when the boy shot forward in a blur of speed and unleashed a punishing roundhouse kick aimed right at his head. Mizuki's eyes widened and he barely dodged in time, the air from the strike ruffling his hair. Naruto didn't let up, chaining together a series of blindingly fast and unexpectedly precise punches and kicks that drove Mizuki back on the defensive. "What is this? The little punk has never fought like this before," Mizuki realized with dawning alarm. He desperately blocked another punishing blow, wincing as the impact reverberated through his arms. Naruto was like a feral beast unleashed, every strike brimming with raw power and killer intent. This wasn't the sloppy brawler Mizuki was used to subduing easily. Naruto moved with honed instincts, stance balanced, guard up, transition smooth. It reminded Mizuki disturbingly of how that weird Jounin Might guy fought. A creeping dread settled in Mizuki's gut. At this rate, the boy might actually pass if he didn't take him down fast. Gritting his teeth, Mizuki aimed a crushing punch straight for Naruto's unprotected ribs, hoping to quickly end the fight. To his disbelief, Naruto slipped the blow, almost as if he was expecting it. He rocketed a brutal uppercut into Mizuki's jaw that made Mizuki see stars. As he reeled back, chest heaving, a chilling realization hit him. Up until now, he'd been going easy on the kid, expecting he wasn't even going to be worth the effort. But, to give credit where it was due, the brat wasn't half bad. He couldn't let him pass. Mizuki saw the surprise in Naruto's eyes as he suddenly struck out with vicious force, all pretense of an evaluation gone. His fist collided brutally with the boy's jaw, snapping his head back. But to Mizuki's disbelief, Naruto recovered quickly, dodging the next blow. Around them, Mizuki noticed the other students watching the fight intensify. Their excited chatter turned to murmurs of unease. "Is Mizuki-sensei hitting him too hard? That looks really intense for just a test." Irritation flickered through Mizuki. These brats knew nothing about what needed to be done. He had to end this fast before they could interfere. With a guttural yell, Mizuki unleashed a punishing combo of blows, forcing Naruto back on the defensive. The boy's guard was good, but Mizuki's cold fury lent him brute strength. He battered relentlessly against Naruto's defenses, not letting up for a second. Naruto's eyes widened in confusion and pain as Mizuki's merciless strikes rained down. Wait, what's going on?" "Mizuki-sensei," he gasped, barely dodging a kick aimed for his ribs. Mizuki's lip curled in a sneer. The demon fox didn't deserve an answer or mercy. With a swift feint, he got through Naruto's guard and landed an uppercut squarely under his chin. Naruto's head snapped back, a crimson spray of blood and spittle arcing through the air. The boy crashed limply to the ground, dazed. In an instant, Mizuki was on him, knee pressing cruelly into his chest as his hands closed around Naruto's throat in a chokehold. Naruto's fingers scrabbled frantically at Mizuki's wrists, eyes bulging as he futilely tried to suck in air. The boy's panic struggles only made Mizuki squeeze tighter, face twisted into a manic grin. Demon Fox, he thought viciously. But too soon, restraining hands grabbed him, voices yelling at him to stop. Mizuki tried to shake them off, but was hauled forcibly away from Naruto's limp body. As they pulled him back, Mizuki arranged his features into a mask of concern and confusion. "What happened?" "I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me," he lied smoothly. "It must have been all the stress of exam evaluations. I never meant to be so rough with him." He watched as Irika knelt by Naruto, checking his injuries with worried eyes. The other proctors regarded Mizuki with suspicion and unease. Still, none challenged his excuse. Mizuki suppressed a satisfied smirk. No matter what fancy moves the beast had picked up, he was still just a weak, pathetic child. There was no way he could pass the exam now. He had accomplished what needed to be done. The village would remain safe from the nine-tailed fox menace. Naruto lay staring up at the sterile white ceiling of the academy infirmary, trying to ignore the throbbing pain in his throat and jaw. The awful choking sensation from Mizuki's hands crushing his windpipe lingered, making every swallow razor-sharp. Why had his sensei snapped like that during the taijutsu exam? One minute they were sparring normally. The next, Mizuki had this scary look in his eyes and started wailing on him relentlessly. Naruto winced as he accidentally put pressure on the tender lumps swelling under his chin. Mizuki's final uppercut had come out of nowhere, snapping his head back viciously. He was lucky his neck wasn't broken. Not that it mattered now. Naruto sighed, the sound rasping painfully in his abused throat. There was no way he passed after choking so badly in the final test against Mizuki. Frustration simmered in Naruto's chest. He had trained for months with bushy-brow sensei, pushed himself to the brink of collapse day after day. For what? To get trounced without even landing a devastating hit on Mizuki? Naruto thought back to those final terrifying moments pinned under Mizuki's crushing hold, fingers scrabbling desperately at the hands, strangling the life from him. Why had his sensei looked at him with such cold hatred in his eyes? He would never forget that murderous rage directed his way. A soft knock at the door jolted Naruto from his dark memories. He quickly scrubbed the lingering wetness from his eyes before calling out in a hoarse voice, "Come in." The door creaked open and Irika poked his head inside, concern etched across his scarred features. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" Naruto tried to smile, but came out as more of a pained grimace. "I'm all right, sensei. Just a little banged up is all." His raspy voice made the lie obvious. Irika's frown deepened as he stepped closer to the bedside, taking in the ugly ring of bruises darkening Naruto's neck. "Naruto," he began softly. Naruto looked away, unable to meet Irika's piercing yet kind gaze. He didn't want to see pity there. To distract himself, he fiddled with a loose thread on the infirmary blanket. "It's my own fault for messing up," Naruto mumbled, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Guess I just freaked out when Mizuki-sensei came at me so hard. I should have been tougher." Irika's eyes flashed at that. "No, Naruto. How Mizuki acted was inexcusable," he said sharply. Seeing Naruto's surprised look, Irika softened his tone again. "Taijutsu exams are meant to assess skills, not cause harm." Naruto dropped his gaze again. Maybe Irika was just trying to make him feel better about choking. Either way, the test was over and he had failed spectacularly. Swallowing thickly, Naruto forced himself to ask the question burning inside him. "So, did I at least pass the other portions?" He tried to keep the hope from creeping into his hoarse voice. Irika hesitated, and Naruto felt his heart sink down to his stomach. That pause said it all. After a strained moment, Irika sighed and shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Naruto. Your written test score was barely passing." and in the ninjutsu and jinjutsu exams. Irika trailed off, but he didn't need to finish. They both knew Naruto had bombed those completely as always. Naruto's fingers curled into fists, clutching the blanket tightly. He had known this was coming, but having his failure stated so plainly still stung. Bitter disappointment flooded his mouth, more choking than even Mizuki's grip on his throat. Irika reached out and gently grasped his clenched fist. Naruto, listen to me. This isn't the end for you. With some more time and training. Forget it, Naruto interrupted harshly, yanking his hand away. He ignored the flash of hurt on Irika's face. Right now, the crushing pain in his own chest demanded all his focus to keep from spilling over. Don't worry about me, sensei. Naruto forced out around the tightness in his throat. I'll be fine. He tried to flash his usual carefree grin, but it felt more like a grimace. Naruto turned away, not wanting Irika to see the tears welling up in his eyes. He had failed. After all that intense training with Bushy Brow Sensei, he still hadn't been good enough to pass. It wasn't fair. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. Naruto, listen. There may still be a way for you to pass. Naruto quickly scrubbed the tears from his eyes before slowly turning back around. Irika gave him a sympathetic look. Really, sensei? Naruto asked, unable to keep the glimmer of hope from his voice. Irika nodded. Yes, there's a secret scroll in the Hokage's residence that contains powerful taijutsu techniques. If you can learn just one of them before tomorrow, I'll allow you to graduate. Naruto's eyes went wide. A scroll with kick-butt taijutsu moves? This was the chance he needed. You bet I'll master a technique in no time, believe it, Naruto exclaimed, jumping up from the infirmary bed with renewed excitement. Irika smiled, though it seemed strained. I know you won't let me down, but listen carefully. You must sneak in and out without getting caught. This is a test of your stealth skills. Naruto nodded seriously. He could be sneaky when he wanted to be. Just tell me where to find it, and that scroll is as good as mine. Irika lowered his voice. It's hidden in a chamber under the Hokage residence. Before Naruto could ask for more details, Irika suddenly stiffened. Someone's coming. Just remember, complete secrecy. And with that cryptic warning, his teacher slipped out the door. Naruto barely had a moment to digest this new information before the infirmary door opened again. One of the academy medics stepped inside, eyeing him critically. Shouldn't you be heading home to rest, Naruto? The woman asked pointedly. Naruto plastered on a wide, innocent grin. Yep, on my way out now. He quickly gathered his things and hurried from the infirmary, nearly bowling the medic over in his haste. He had a top-secret mission to prepare for. And as the boy bolted through the door, he failed to miss Irika standing beside the entrance with a devilish smirk on his face. Only when the boy flew down the hallway and out of sight did a puff of smoke engulf Irika, revealing his true form. Mizuki, Chapter 5, The Path Forward. Something was terribly wrong. He could feel it. Irika frowned down at the paper on his desk, Naruto's taijutsu exam scores glaring up at him. A big, fat 0. His fingers tapped a restless beat on the worn wood as doubt gnawed at him. Something wasn't right about this. He had seen Naruto's skills improving over the past months under Might Guy's rigorous training. So for him to utterly fail the exam, and against Mizuki no less. Irika's frown deepened as he recalled the sparring match between Naruto and Mizuki earlier that day. It had quickly spiraled into something vicious and one-sided, Mizuki striking to maim rather than evaluate. The cold fury in his pale eyes still made Irika uneasy. He should have stepped in sooner to stop things, but the shocking display had frozen him momentarily. With a shake of his head, Irika pushed the troubling memories aside. Right now, his priority was Naruto. The boy had stumbled away from that brutal beating, looking utterly crushed, no trace of his usual exuberant grin. Irika's gaze drifted over to the rumpled sleeping bag tucked in the corner of the classroom, Naruto's makeshift bed for all the nights Irika had found him passed out over scattered textbooks and failed test papers. The sight always sparked that familiar ache in his chest. Naruto tried so hard, wanted it so badly. This latest failure would wound him deeply. Sighing, Iruka carefully set aside the exam results. As much as he wanted to grant Naruto a passing grade, he couldn't overlook such a clear-cut failure, no matter how questionable the circumstances. The shinobi path allowed no leniency for subpar skills, even for eager souls with fierce determination. Still, the crestfallen look that was surely marring Naruto's face right now haunted Iruka. He had to find the boy, make sure he was all right, and convince him not to lose hope. The will of fire burned too brightly in Naruto for this to douse his spirit completely. Decision made, Iruka stood swiftly from his desk. But before he could take a single step, the classroom door banged open violently. One of the Chunin guards assigned to the scroll of sealing vault burst inside, chest heaving like he had sprinted the whole way here. "Iruka-sensei," the man gasped out. "The scroll of seals, Naruto, he stole it." Iruka staggered back a step, bracing himself on the corner of his desk as shock coursed through him. Naruto had stolen the scroll of sealing, one of the village's most forbidden relics. The boy was many things, rambunctious, attention-seeking, stubborn as an ox, but he wasn't a thief. He must have heard wrong. There had to be some mistake. But the wild panic in the guard's eyes left no room for doubt. Heart sinking, Iruka finally found his voice. "When did this happen?" "Just under an hour ago," the shinobi reported. "We've dispatched search teams, but there's no sign of him so far." Iruka's mind raced, thoughts swirling chaotically. Naruto had always pulled outrageous pranks and caused trouble, but outright theft of such a valuable artifact was on another level entirely. What could have possibly motivated him to do something so drastic? As he grappled with this revelation, Iruka knew one thing for certain. He had to find Naruto fast, before the boy did anything truly irreversible. If he got caught with the scroll by the Umbu, the consequences did not bear thinking about. Features hardening with resolve, Iruka turned swiftly back to the guard. "Alert Lord Hokage immediately. I'll track down Naruto before he gets too far." As the guard raced off, Iruka leapt out the window into the night. His feet barely touched the rooftops as he bounded through the village, following his instincts more than logic. The forests on the outskirts were vast with countless hiding spots, but Iruka knew in his gut Naruto would opt for familiar ground. The trail led exactly where he expected, the old training site where he had first started nurturing Naruto's shinobi skills years ago. Even then, the boy had been like a whirlwind, full of chaotic energy that needed careful guidance to hone. Back when things seemed simpler, Iruka alighted silently on a high branch, peering down at the small moonlit clearing. And there sat Naruto, with the mammoth scroll laid out before him, tongue poking between his lips as he puzzled over the intricate script. Relief and dismay warred within Iruka's chest at the sight, while he was glad to find Naruto unharmed. Seeing that the theft was no mistake pierced his heart. What darkness had driven his student to such extremes? Steeling himself, Iruka called down sharply, "Naruto!" Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin at the harsh cry of his name. He fumbled the large scroll, just barely managing to keep it from unrolling completely as he whirled around. "Iruka-sensei," he stammered, blinking up at his teacher perched on a high branch. He quickly tried to gather up the mess of parchments spread around him on the grass, but it was clearly too late to feign innocence. Iruka leapt down from the tree, landing lightly in front of Naruto with a deeply furrowed brow. "Explain yourself, Naruto. Why did you steal the scroll of sealing?" "Why, I didn't steal anything," Naruto objected loudly, pointing an accusing finger Iruka's way. "This was all your idea, sensei. You're the one who told me to sneak in and take this scroll if I wanted to graduate. And by the way, you lied. There are no taijutsu techniques. It's all just jutsu." Confusion flashed across Iruka's scarred features. "What are you talking about? I gave no such orders." His tone made it clear he wasn't buying Naruto's flimsy excuse. Naruto's mind raced, panic rising in his throat. How could Iruka pretend not to know anything when he was the one who sent Naruto on this mission? Unless realization struck Naruto like a kick to the gut. Back in the infirmary after the exam, Iruka had slipped out moments before that medic arrived. And looking closely now, there was something ever so slightly off about his face. This wasn't Iruka at all. Naruto recoiled, dropping into a fighting stance. All right, who are you really? You probably just disguise yourself as Iruka-sensei to trick me. Huh? The imposter's eyes narrowed, but his tone remained calm. Naruto, it's me. Now explain why you took the scroll before the Umbu find you here. Naruto shook his head stubbornly. Nice try, Faker. The real Iruka-sensei would never doubt me. I'm gonna clobber you for pretending to be him. With a loud yell, Naruto charged forward recklessly, aiming a punch at the fake Iruka's gut. But faster than he could blink, the imposter seized his outstretched wrist and flipped Naruto cleanly over his shoulder. Naruto hit the ground flat on his back, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Ow, wow, he groaned loudly. No fair. How'd you do that so fast? The man looming over him shook his head in exasperation. Because I'm not an imposter, I'm Iruka. To demonstrate, he formed a quick hand seal. Release. A small puff of smoke briefly obscured the man's features before dissipating, revealing the exact same person as before. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. This guy was crafty. That doesn't prove anything, Naruto accused, pointing from his position sprawled on the ground. You're probably just doing a full transformation instead of the basic one we learn at the academy. Iruka, with a stranger pretending to be Iruka, dragged a hand down his face, muffling a weary sigh. But before he could respond, a new voice cut in from the shadows. Perceptive as always, Naruto. The mocking tone sent a chill down Naruto's spine. He flipped over to see a silver-haired figure emerge from the trees, regarding him with cold amusement. Mizuki-sensei, Naruto gasped. Dread pooled in his gut as memories of Mizuki's unrestrained violence during the taijutsu exam came flooding back. He scrambled to his feet, muscles tensing warily. What was going on here? Cold understanding crystallized in Naruto's mind, right as a scream suddenly exploded from Iruka. Get down, his teacher yelled, tackling Naruto to the ground just as a hail of shuriken whistled through the space they had just occupied. Heart hammering, Naruto stared up at the figure emerging from the shadows of the trees, silver hair glinting almost white in the glow. Mizuki-sensei, Naruto gasped out, muscles tensing as he took in the cold amusement twisting his teacher's features. What was going on here? Dread pooled in his gut. Memories of the unrestrained violence Mizuki had unleashed on him during the taijutsu exam still fresh and terrifying. You should have known better than to interfere, Iruka, Mizuki sneered. Now I'll just have to eliminate you both. A spike of fear lanced through Naruto's gut. He had never seen the usually reserved instructor look at anyone with such open bloodlust. This wasn't the Mizuki he thought he knew at all. Naruto swallowed thickly. What's going on, Mizuki-sensei? He managed to force out past the tightness in his throat. Mizuki's chilling gaze slid over to him. Don't play dumb. I know you and Iruka were conspiring to sneak the scroll out of the village together, Demon Fox. Naruto recoiled like he had been struck. Demon Fox? Why was Mizuki calling him that? He looked to Iruka desperately for answers, but his teacher's face had gone pale, eyes wide with dismay. Naruto's eyes darted between Iruka and Mizuki, his senses in overdrive. The moonlight glinting off Mizuki's shuriken. The tart scent of pine needles crushed underfoot. Iruka's hand clamped firmly on his shoulder, holding him back. Let me explain, Naruto, Iruka urged, voice low. But Mizuki's chilling laugh cut him off. Don't bother covering it up. I'll tell him the truth. His pale eyes glinted with malice as they bored into Naruto's. The fox spirit that nearly destroyed the village 12 years ago lives on inside you. Didn't you ever wonder why everyone despises you? Naruto staggered back a step, Irika's steadying grip the only thing keeping him upright. Monster? Fox spirit? Him? His mind reeled, scrambling to make sense of Mizuki's bombshell accusation. It couldn't be real. Just another of Mizuki's cruel mind games. Could it? Flashes of his childhood flickered through Naruto's mind. The cold stares and whispered insults. Shopkeepers shooing him away, parents pulling children closer. The simmering darkness always lurking beneath the surface of their false smiles. It all made sense. Naruto clutched his stomach, feeling suddenly ill. The truth that had been kept from him his whole life now lay exposed under the cold moonlight. Irika squeezed his shoulder. Don't listen, Naruto. Mizuki is just trying to expose his true self. Mizuki cut in smoothly. His icy gaze remained fixed on Naruto. Deep down, you've always known you don't belong. And now you understand why. His lip curled in a sneer. No wonder you're a failure as a shinobi. The fox's presence stains your very soul. Each word lands through Naruto's chest, sharp and unrelenting. His knees nearly buckled, Irika's grip the only thing still holding him up. All his life, he had endured the villagers' unexplained hatred and scorn, for the crime of being born a monster, though he hadn't known it. Hot tears burned behind Naruto's eyes. He dug his nails into his palms until pain blossomed, desperate for any distraction from the maelstrom inside him. Lies! Irika yelled, snapping Naruto's focus back. His teacher pushed Naruto behind him, shielding him with his body. I won't let you fill his head with more poison, Mizuki, Irika growled. For a fleeting moment, Naruto's heart lifted hopefully. Irika was defending him, which had to mean. But Mizuki's next chilling words doused that fragile hope. Please, you hate the boy as much as any of us, he sneered. Or have you forgotten? It was the Nine-Tails who murdered your parents. Irika flinched as though struck. Naruto peered around his teacher's quivering back, dread gnawing his insides. It couldn't be true. Not Irika too. The man who had acknowledged and encouraged him when no one else did. The closest thing to family he had ever known. Don't try to deny it. Irika, Mizuki taunted. You know as well as I do that as long as the beast lives, our loved ones will never rest in peace. Naruto's chest constricted, agony crushing his ribs until he could barely draw breath. Irika's silence was answer enough. The pain of that ultimate betrayal carved deeper than any blade possibly could. Stumbling back, Naruto turned and ran blindly into the dark forest. He had to escape the horrible truths ringing in his ears. Monstrous whispers chased him between the trees. Liar, beast, murderer. But no matter how hard he ran, Naruto could never outrun the fox lurking inside him. Its presence stained his very soul. He was the demon fox, and demons belonged nowhere. Naruto ran. Branches toward his jumpsuit and arms. Feet slipped on carpet of leaves and dirt. Chest burning. Throat dry. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Naruto's sandals pounded against the forest floor, leaves and twigs crunching loudly underfoot. His lungs burned like fire with each ragged breath, but he pushed his aching body faster. Behind him, an orange glow lit up the night as roaring flames suddenly engulfed the trees, cutting off his escape route. The blast of heat at his back drove Naruto onward in a panic. You can't run from me, fox boy. Mizuki's taunting voice carried through the trees. More explosions rocked the forest, flames licking ever closer. Smoke choked the air, stinging Naruto's eyes until tears streamed down his dust-streaked cheeks. With a desperate cry, Naruto flung himself forward as a massive burning oak toppled directly into his path. He hit the ground in a painful roll, flames singeing his jumpsuit. But he barely registered the pain, consumed only by the need to get away. to get away from the horrible truths that could pierce deeper than any blade. A monster, a demon. The tears Naruto hadn't realized were falling traced hot tracks down his wind-stung cheeks. He swiped at them roughly with his sleeve, almost losing his balance with emotion. No, crying was useless. He had to keep running, get as far away from this place as possible. Away from the cold hatred and disgust, surely twisting Irika's face the way it did all the villagers when they looked at Naruto. Irika, Naruto's lungs and throat burned as much from the choking sobs, trying to claw free as the exertion of his headlong sprint. After everything Irika had done for him, the extra lessons, the ramen treats, the patient encouragement when no one else cared, how could it have been a lie? You know as well as I do that as long as the beast lives, our loved ones will never rest in peace. Mizuki's cruel words echoed through Naruto's mind. Irika's parents had died the day the nine-tailed fox attacked the village. Died because of the demon now sealed within Naruto. Of course Irika would hate him. Naruto was nothing more than a walking reminder of lives lost and pain endured. The fox's continued existence had stolen Irika's family. Naruto was its vessel, the living legacy of its violence. He understood now why pity and disgust always lurked behind Irika's smiles. Naruto had been a fool to believe it was kindness. No one could care for a monster. Choking back a sob, Naruto tried to will his aching legs to pump even faster. But exhaustion was setting in, his initial terror-fueled adrenaline fading. He stumbled over a half-buried rock, barely catching himself on the rough trunk of a nearby tree. Legs quivering, Naruto slumped down among its gnarled roots. The damp bark bit into his back through his thin t-shirt, but the physical discomfort barely registered through the storm churning inside him. He drew his knees tight against his chest, desperate to make himself small. His breaths came in ragged gulps that hitched around sobs he could no longer restrain. Maybe if he curled up tight enough, he would simply disappear, become nothing more than a bad memory, unable to hurt anyone else. He was quickly drawn out of his thoughts by the sounds of cracking sticks. Naruto lay flat on his stomach, barely daring to breathe as footsteps drew closer through the underbrush. He clenched his eyes shut, willing his teacher to pass by without spotting him. The scraping tread halted just feet away, so close Naruto could hear the soft inhale of their voice. Naruto! Irika's familiar voice was gentle but urgent in the surrounding stillness. Please, I know you're nearby. We need to talk. Naruto tensed, fingers digging into the loamy earth. Talk. After everything Irika now knew about the monster sealed inside him, what could there be to discuss? The pain of that ultimate betrayal still carved deep, raw, and bleeding. Cautiously cracking open one eye, Naruto peered between the ferns to see Irika standing rigidly, gaze darting around the shadowy trees. Moonlight glinted off the hitate tied across his forehead, glaring in reminder of the truth. Irika was a loyal shinobi first and foremost. Naruto swallowed past the tightness in his throat, a single word looping endlessly through his mind. Murderer. How long had Irika secretly seen him that way? Suppressed disgust at his true nature while playing the role of kindly teacher? Those patient lessons to improve his weak ninjutsu, treating him to ramen and listening to his grand Hokage dreams, letting him doze off in the corner of the classroom after long nights of fruitless training. Had it all been an act, covering up resentment toward the beast who took his family? Naruto squeezed his eyes shut again, fresh tears leaking from the corners to wet the dusty earth beneath his cheek. A snapping twig rang out like a gunshot, Naruto's heart leaping into his throat. His breath froze in his lungs as Irika's sandals swiveled on dead leaves. One step, two steps, ever closer. He scrunched impossibly lower, praying the fern's fronds would shield him by a few precious seconds more. But a gentle hand came to rest between his shoulder blades, and Naruto knew he had run out of time. Eyes still squeezed closed, he waited stiffly for the strike, the sealing jutsu, the blow that would end his cursed existence at last. There you are. Irika's soft murmur was right by his ear now. The tension racking Naruto's body must have been obvious, for Irika quickly added, "It's all right, Naruto, just listen." Naruto lifted his head warily, still braced for an attack that never came. Instead, Irika grasped his shoulder and helped him slowly sit up among the bushes. Swiping a hand roughly across his wet cheeks, Naruto kept his eyes averted, unable to meet his teacher's gaze. The silence swelled between them like an oppressive fog, until Irika spoke again at last. "Nothing," Mizuki said back, "there changes how I see you." Naruto's throat tightened painfully. He recalled with vivid clarity the way Irika had reeled as if physically struck by Mizuki's reminder of all the nine-tailed fox had destroyed. The fox who now dwelt within Naruto, whether he wished it or not. Monster, demon, murderer. Naruto flinched away instinctively as Irika reached for him again. But his teacher persisted, gripping both his shoulders firmly until their eyes finally met. The fierce sincerity burning in Irika's steadfast gaze pierced Naruto to his core. "You are not the fox," Irika said vehemently. "Its darkness does not have to be your destiny." Before Naruto could even digest what his teacher had said, Irika grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. He hit the dirt hard, scraping his elbows, but barely felt the sting. All he could see was the spray of shuriken whistling through the air right where he had been standing a split second before. Metal sparked off metal with an awful screech as Irika deflected the deadly rain with his own kunai. Naruto's heart hammered against his ribs, drowning out the ringing clash of blades. This couldn't be real. Mizuki-sensei wanted to kill him? Irika launched himself at Mizuki with a feral yell. Their blades danced and wove too fast for Naruto to follow, reduced to blurs of glinting silver under the moonlight. He could only stare, frozen and helpless, as his two teachers, mentors who had guided his clumsy childish hands to properly grip weapons, now sought to maim, to end the life of their student. Naruto watched in horror as the two teachers he once respected clashed with lethal force. The ringing screech of metal striking metal carved through the smoke-filled air. Flash after blinding flash, the deadly dance continued, a whirlwind of violence Naruto could scarcely track. This couldn't be real. The two men who had nurtured his clumsy childish hands to properly grip weapons were now locked in a dance of death. By now, the trees were ablaze with fire from Mizuki's fire jutsu earlier. Naruto staggered back, coughing as acrid smoke flooded his lungs. All around them, flames engulfed the surrounding forest, devouring everything in their path. The blistering heat seared his skin even from a distance. Sweat and grime plastered his hair to his forehead, stung his eyes. Still, he could not look away. Irika wove between the flaming trunks, deflecting the hailstorm of shuriken Mizuki rained down. With a grin set to his jaw, Irika formed rapid seals. A churning vortex of water surged from the nearby stream, corralling the flames for a brief moment. But Mizuki was relentless, hands blurring as he unleashed more devastating fireballs. An ear-splitting crack resounded through the trees before one enormous oak toppled directly toward Irika. Naruto tried to scream, but only choked on acrid smoke flooding his lungs. No! At the last second, Irika substituted himself with a log, reappearing just out of reach of the flaming trunk's impact. Mizuki bared his teeth in a savage grin. Clever, but not enough. With a guttural yell, Irika dashed forward. He slashed out viciously with his kunai, aiming for Mizuki's throat. But the silver-haired traitor dodged with viper-like speed, the blade whistling harmlessly past his ear. In the same fluid motion, Mizuki's knee rocketed up, catching Irika brutally in the stomach. Naruto's breath hitched, hands curling helplessly into fists at his sides, as Irika doubled over with a pained wheeze. He had never seen his gentle teacher look so feral, consumed by cold rage. Yet even now, Iruka continued to shield Naruto with his own body. Why protect him? Mizuki snarled through ragged breaths. His pale eyes reflected the surrounding inferno, twin points of icy fire. The village fears the monster, as they should. As if in slow motion, Naruto watched as Mizuki stabbed Iruka in the stomach with his kunai. Time grinded to a halt, and for a moment, all was silent except for the crackling of the roaring flames surrounding them. Iruka let out a wet, choking cough, blood bubbling from his lips. Why? Iruka rasped, grasping feebly at Mizuki's sleeve. We were friends. Mizuki's face twisted into a cruel sneer. Without a word, he ripped the kunai from Iruka's body, eliciting a strangled cry. Then he plunged the blade into Iruka's gut again. And again. Naruto stood frozen, unable to tear his eyes away as Iruka's legs buckled. His teacher collapsed to his knees, fresh blood blooming across his flak jacket with each repeated blow. The coppery stench flooded Naruto's senses until he could taste it, slick and hot on the back of his tongue. His pulse roared in his ears, nearly drowning out the awful wet sound of the kunai piercing Iruka's flesh again and again. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew this couldn't be real, just a nightmare he would soon wake from. But the inferno raging around them, the blood now pooling beneath Iruka's crumpled body, Mizuki's cold laughter filtering through the haze. It was all too vivid. Naruto's chest constricted painfully, ribs clenched in a vice-like grip. This wasn't just a bad dream. Iruka was dying right in front of him at the hands of a comrade. Because of him. Naruto watched in stunned horror as Mizuki kicked Iruka's crumpled body again and again, each brutal blow eliciting choked cries of pain from his teacher. Some loyal shinobi you turn out to be, Iruka, Mizuki sneered, pausing his assault to leer down at Iruka's broken form. All those years lecturing us about the will of fire. Yet here you are, defending the very demon who destroyed our village. With a scornful sniff, Mizuki tore the leaf emblem from Iruka's forehead, casting the bloodied Hitai aside. It landed with a hollow thump at Naruto's feet, flecks of red splattering his sandals. Naruto stared at it, ball rising in his throat. Mizuki aimed another punishing kick at Iruka's ribs, making him gasp wetly. Pathetic. Did you think befriending the beast would bring back your slaughtered parents? Their deaths are on its head. Iruka could only whimper faintly in response, blood bubbling on his lips as he struggled desperately to draw breath. Naruto watched, paralyzed, as Mizuki crouched down and seized Iruka by the hair, wrenching his head up. Look at you now. Is protecting this monster really worth throwing your life away? Mizuki pressed his kunai against Iruka's exposed throat. Give me one good reason I shouldn't finish you right now. Naruto's heart hammered wildly in his chest, body tensed like a coiled spring. He had to do something, anything, but doubt and fear rooted him in place, icy tendrils spreading through his veins. This was his fault. Mizuki wanted him. If Naruto fled now, maybe his teacher would be spared. But as he glanced down, an unexpected glint of metal caught Naruto's eye. The scratch engraved across Iruka's Hitai from when he had shielded Naruto earlier. The once smooth metal was marred by that single scratch. Something snapped within Naruto. A tidal wave of fiery rage crashed through his veins, washing away the choking fear. His hands curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. His muscles moved before he knew it. Naruto shot forward in a blur. His knuckles collided with Mizuki's jaw in a brutal uppercut, snapping the man's head back violently. The Chunin staggered, his eyes widened in surprise. But Naruto didn't let up. He threw himself at Mizuki with reckless fury, blows raining down in a frenzy. Naruto's fists flew wildly, each blow fueled by white-hot rage. He didn't care that his strikes lacked any sort of finesse or form. He just wanted to pummel Mizuki into oblivion for daring to hurt Iruka-sensei. I'll kill you, Naruto shrieked, barely recognizing the savage voice tearing from his own raw throat. He clawed and pummeled wildly, no finesse or form, just sheer explosive rage. It was as if he had forgotten all the training from the past month. Mizuki staggered back under the boy's frenzied assault, clearly caught off guard by this sudden fury. But he quickly recovered, pivoting out of the way of Naruto's next haymaker punch. "Not bad, Fox Boy. Seems I struck a nerve," Mizuki taunted as he ducked another wild swing. His infuriatingly smug grin made Naruto see red. This monster didn't get to walk away, smiling after what he'd done. With a guttural yell, Naruto launched a spinning heel kick straight at Mizuki's head. But the man casually sidestepped, letting Naruto's momentum carry him stumbling past. "Too slow," Mizuki sneered. Before Naruto could regain his footing, a brutal fist plowed into his unprotected side. He wheezed as the blow forced all the air violently from his lungs. But there was no time to recover before the next punishing strike slammed into his jaw. The air whooshed violently from Naruto's lungs. Stars exploded across his vision. He staggered, but desperation kept him upright, kept him swinging even as dark spots danced across his eyes. Mizuki easily sidestepped, almost lazily, before driving a knee up brutally into Naruto's unprotected stomach. He doubled over, knees hitting the smoking earth. Mizuki's scornful laughter seemed to echo between his ears as he desperately gulped for breath. "Did you really think a weak failure like you could challenge me?" Mizuki sneered down at him. He fisted a hand in Naruto's sweat-soaked hair, wrenching his head up painfully. Naruto's pulse thundered wildly, heart jackhammering against his ribs. Still, he clawed at Mizuki's wrists, kicked out frantically, refusing to submit. With a derisive snort, Mizuki flung him aside effortlessly. Naruto hit the ground hard, skidding several feet before coming to rest against a burning oak trunk. The scalding would seared his skin through his tattered jacket. He shrieked, flailing weakly to pull away from the smoldering tree. Mizuki stalked toward him, eyes glinting with cold amusement. "You're even more pathetic than I realized. To think our village was nearly destroyed by a weakling like you." Naruto's tongue felt thick, his voice scraping raw and hoarse up his throat. "I won't let you hurt Iruka-sensei anymore." Mizuki's chilling laugh sent icy fingers of dread creeping down Naruto's spine. This was a side of his teacher he'd never seen, a monster lurking beneath the calm surface all along. "Brave words for a cowering child," Mizuki sneered, flipping another shuriken casually between his fingers. "But you'll be dead long before I finish off your precious sensei." He turned his head enough to meet Iruka's glassy, pain-filled eyes where his teacher still lay immobilized. Seeing the slow spread of crimson soaking Iruka's flak jacket sparked something primal in Naruto's gut. This man had been like family, the first to acknowledge him, to patiently nurture his clumsy childish hands until he could properly grip weapons. And now Iruka was dying defending him from their twisted comrade. "Did you really think a weakling like you stood a chance against me?" Mizuki scoffed. "You may hit hard, but you leave yourself wide open with those wild strikes. All power, no finesse, just like a brainless beast." Naruto clawed at the ground, struggling to rise to fight back, anything, but his head was still spinning from Mizuki's attacks. All he could do was turn his head enough to meet Iruka's glassy, pain-filled eyes where his teacher still lay immobilized. Seeing the slow spread of crimson soaking Iruka's flak jacket sparked something primal in Naruto's gut. This man had been like family, the first to acknowledge him, to patiently nurture his clumsy childish hands until he could properly grip weapons. And now Iruka was dying defending him from their twisted comrade. A guttural scream erupted from Naruto's throat. Hot anger boiled from within his chest. Naruto clenched his fists, ignoring how badly his hands shook. He had to keep fighting no matter what. For Iruka-sensei's sake, drawing on the very last dregs of his strength, Naruto pushed himself up on trembling limbs to face Mizuki again. He raised his eyes to meet Mizuki's, but the blazing flames behind his teacher obscured him, reducing him to a faceless silhouette wreathed in fire. In that moment, the battleground forest melted away, replaced by the blank wooden wall of the academy training yard. Mizuki's shadow stretched tall across its surface, the same shadow Naruto had spent endless nights sparring against. What is this? Naruto sank into a fighting stance on instinct, muscles coiling in anticipation. He knew this opponent had studied every nuance of his movements during those repetitive training sessions. The shadow before him now mimicked Mizuki in perfect detail, the tight set of his shoulders, the shifting of weight between feet, the almost lazy way he twirled a shuriken between deft fingers. Yes, Naruto realized, fighting your shadow was all about observation. The shadow concealed nothing from him. With a guttural cry, Naruto shot forward, aiming a punishing roundhouse kick straight for his opponent's head. But the shadow Mizuki dodged smoothly, just as expected. Naruto didn't let the missed strike throw him off. He seamlessly flowed into the next attack, forcing the shadow back on the defensive with a series of blindingly fast and unexpectedly precise blows. The training had worked. Naruto could predict the shadow's reactions and compensate, driving him back steadily. But the shadow quickly adapted to match Naruto's advanced skills. A feint here, a sudden reversal there. It was changing, keeping Naruto guessing, on his toes. Very quickly, Naruto realized this was the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced. Their deadly dance intensified, blows and counters accelerating until even Naruto struggled to track the exchanges. Yet he refused to slow down, pushing himself beyond limits he never knew he had. A voice that sounded strangely like Gai-sensei kept repeating in his head, "Spot the openings, visualize the next move, trust your instincts." Blood roared in Naruto's ears, his knuckles split from the punishing impacts. Still, the shadow matched him hit for hit. Naruto could feel his strikes losing power, reactions growing sluggish as exhaustion set in. But the thought of Iruka's crumpled, bleeding body just feet away reignited his fury. With a roar, Naruto launched a fresh assault, blows packing the force of his entire body behind them. The shadow parried and redirected the strikes, seeming to feed off Naruto's rage. Then it slipped through his faltering guard, landing a punishing blow to his ribs that made his vision go white. Naruto staggered, gasping raggedly. But before he could recover, the shadow's foot connected with his chest in a crushing kick, launching him backwards until he collided brutally with a burning tree trunk. The unforgiving would knock the air violently from Naruto's lungs. He slumped at the tree's base, gasping futilely like a landed fish. A hot pain scalded his back, but the world was spinning too much for him to care. Through the ringing in his ears, he could just make out the shadow stalking toward him, another shuriken at the ready. Then the shadow dissolved, and there was Mizuki looming over him. Mizuki grabbed Naruto roughly by the throat, slamming him back against the burning tree trunk. Naruto cried out hoarsely as the scalding would seared his back through his tattered jacket. Mizuki's fingers squeezed mercilessly, cutting off his oxygen supply. Naruto's lungs spasmed, desperate for air. His fingers scraped weakly at Mizuki's hands, trying unsuccessfully to loosen their chokehold. "Oh, this is familiar," Mizuki sneered, his lips stretching in a cruel grin. It took Naruto's fading mind a moment to grasp the awful reference, their disastrous taijutsu evaluation where Mizuki had strangled him into submission. Only this time, there would be no one to pull his enraged teacher off. Dark spots bloomed across Naruto's vision as his struggles grew feebler. Somewhere in the back of his oxygen-deprived mind, he knew he had to do something fast, anything to break Mizuki's hold before the darkness claimed him completely. Desperate, Naruto dug his fingers into Mizuki's vest. He clawed at the man's skin. He scratched as hard as he could. But little by little, the boy's vision faltered, and his hands slid down Mizuki's body, and found Mizuki's tool pouch hanging from his belt. He was alive again. Moving on frantic instinct, Naruto's fingers closed around the first object they found. He needed a kunai, shuriken, anything. Even in his half-conscious state, his heart fell when his fingers produced a paper tag. An explosive tag, he realized. In his delirious state, Naruto barely felt the fire spreading up his jacket as Mizuki pinned him against the burning tree. The heat seared his skin, but it was nothing compared to the pressure in his chest as his lungs screamed for air. Desperately, Naruto slapped the explosive tag clutched in his blistered fingers onto Mizuki's chest. For a moment, the Chunin's pale eyes widened in shock, but then he barked out a harsh laugh. Gotta admit, you had me scared for a second. But then again, you can't even get a spark out of those, Mizuki sneered. His crushing grip on Naruto's throat tightened impossibly further. Naruto's burning lungs begged for even a wisp of oxygen as Mizuki's grip crushed his throat. Black spots swarmed his vision, conscious thought fading as surely as the flames surrounding them. Just when Naruto felt himself slipping under, his blistered fingers clenched around the paper tag, recalled Irika's words from a lifetime ago. Explosive tags can be activated in many ways other than your chakra. For example, if lit on fire. Fire. Naruto's gaze landed on his jacket sleeve, the fabric alight with orange flames licking up his arm. With the last of his strength, he twisted his trapped body, pressing the igniting sleeve to Mizuki's vest. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the tag's corner began to blacken and curl, a tiny ember blooming across its surface. Naruto watched with dimming vision as the ember crept slowly across the parchment. Too slowly. His blistered fingers scrabbled weakly at Mizuki's unyielding hands, still crushing his throat. Just as darkness clouded the edges of his sight completely, the paper between them sparked, hissing as brilliant flames bloomed across its surface. Mizuki's eyes blew wide, pale blue eclipsed by the growing inferno. Instinctively, he dropped his Naruto and leapt backwards, hands clawing to remove his vest. "You little," was all he managed before the tag erupted in a deafening blast. The force ripped Naruto through the burning tree, hurling him backwards through smoldering air. He crashed against the scalding earth and skidded a few more yards before rolling to a stop. His vision swirled in glowing orange. A deafening ring pierced his ears, muffling all sound except the ragged gasps his raw throat struggled to swallow. Naruto's wheezed as precious air flooded his starved lungs. The acrid smoke stung and burned, but he didn't care. After an eternity trapped in Mizuki's crushing hold, each breath was sweeter than Ichiraku's finest ramen broth. He clawed weakly at the smoldering fabric of his jacket, desperate to extinguish the flames licking up his sleeves. His blistered fingers fumbled with the zipper until he finally managed to rip the burning garment off completely. He collapsed on his back, bare skin hitting cooling earth. For several moments, he just focused on breathing, savoring the rise and fall of his chest, no longer constrained. But nearby, an awful wet cough jarred Naruto back to alertness. "Mizuki," he snapped upright, ignoring the spike of pain along his surely bruised spine. Blinking through the haze, Naruto saw Mizuki lying unmoving several feet away, his flak jacket charred and tattered. The acrid stench of burned flesh seared Naruto's nostrils. He glanced down at the angry red and blistered skin of his own shaking palm that had activated the fiery explosion. Naruto staggered to his feet, nearly buckling as his legs threatened to give out beneath him. But he locked his knees and pressed forward step by agonizing step. His pulse roared in his ears, nearly drowning out the crackle of dying flames surrounding them. "Don't come any closer, Demon Fox," Mizuki rasped as Naruto approached. He tried to rise, but collapsed onto his forearms with a choked groan, muscles spasming from the blast's impact. Naruto halted, hovering over his teacher's broken form. Just weeks ago, he had admired and respected this man, had craved his praise and instruction like a flower turning toward the sun. Now, he was a stranger, a monster lurking beneath a guise of wisdom, waiting for a chance to bare his fangs. Why? The single word clawed its way up Naruto's raw throat, emerging choked and hoarse. He had to know what darkness drove Mizuki to such violence, what he had done to deserve such hatred from comrade. Deep down, he knew, but still couldn't believe it. Mizuki let out a ragged laugh that quickly turned into a wet cough. Blood flecked his pale lips. Still playing dumb, beast? He spat a glob of red onto the smoldering earth. You know why? You're a demon. Naruto flinched as if struck. Hearing the accusation again was like a kunai twisting in his gut. I didn't ask for this, he shouted hoarsely. I never wanted. I just. His breath hitched around the anger and anguish swelling in his chest. Mizuki's cold laughter cut through the haze of smoke drifting around them. You expect sympathy? For the fox that murdered innocent lives. His pale eyes narrowed with contempt. You don't deserve to live after what you've done. Naruto staggered back a step, bile rising in his throat. Was that how they all saw him? As the nine-tailed fox itself? Just a vessel for hatred and violence? His pulse roared in his ears. The taste of smoke and blood coated his tongue, acrid and choking. All he wanted was for someone, anyone, to look at him with something other than fear or disgust, to prove he was more than the creature caged inside him. But Mizuki's cruel words rang in his head, drowning out all else. Monster, murderer, demon. The hateful whispers that had stalked him since childhood now laid bare under the moonlight. Naruto's knees buckled. He clutched at his head, fingers knotting in his sweat-soaked hair. Sobs tore from his raw throat, ragged and animalistic. Tears carved hot tracks down his dust-streaked cheeks. He didn't understand. His entire life, Naruto had devoted to becoming Hokage, to prove to everyone he deserved their respect, regardless of what he did. The Nine-Tails' presence was just a circumstance of his birth, out of his control. Yet the villagers treated its sins as his own. They saw only the fox, never the boy. He was just its vessel, hated and feared for a crime he didn't commit. Naruto hunched in on himself, desperate to disappear. If only he could tear the wretched fox from his soul. But even then, Naruto doubted they would accept him. As if reading his mind, Mizuki growled. You can't change what you are. You're a monster, and we will hate you always for it. The broken silence that followed the words shattered Naruto's will. A hot anger swelled from within him, one he never knew he had. His vision began to narrow. His clenched fist began to shake. Naruto turned his feral eyes on Mizuki, who glared at him with a broken smirk. They knew. They had always known. And they would always hate him for it. But why was he the monster when there was an even worse one lying right in front of him? Reaching down, Naruto seized one of the discarded kunai from the dirt. Naruto's fingers curled tightly around the blade's hilt, his ragged breaths echoing harshly in his ears over the crackle of the surrounding flames. The engraved metal felt ice cold against his blistered palm, sending a violent shudder through his exhausted body. This man, this monster, had nearly killed Irika-sensei right before his eyes, had reveled in spilling the blood of a comrade. And for what? Misplaced hatred and lies poisoning his broken mind, poisoning their village. Demon. Beast. Murderer. What did it matter now? Naruto was the demon fox, the monster they all feared and despised. So why not embrace that darkness brewing inside? Why not become a monster they expected? It wouldn't change anything anyways. Naruto's fingers trembled around the kunai's handle, slick with sweat and blood. One quick slash of the razor-sharp blade, and the man who had betrayed and tormented him and Irika-sensei would trouble him no more. Ending this now would be so easy. So easy. He raised the blade high, blood roaring in his ursel. Mizuki's pale eyes glinted up at him, a light with that same cold hatred that seemed to lurk behind every villager's false smile. Go on then, prove to yourself what you are. The rage roaring in Naruto's ears drowned all else out. His vision tunneled until all he saw was Mizuki's infuriating grin, mocking him, daring him. Naruto's chest heaved, heart hammering wildly against his ribs. The desire to end this flashed hotly across his blistered palm, urging him to drive the blade down with all his might, to silence this monster once and for all. He could smell the acrid tang of smoke stinging his nostrils, feel blisters scraping raw against the kunai's grip. His hand shook with the effort to hold back, every muscle wound tight as a coiled spring. If those bastards wanted to see a monster, he would give them one. Naruto, don't. Irika's anguish cry cut through the smoky haze clouding Naruto's mind. He blinked hard, vision clearing enough to meet his teacher's pleading gaze from where Irika still lay immobilized on the forest floor. Those familiar brown eyes shone with pain, but also faith in the boy wavering before him, the student whose hands he had gently corrected again and again until finally they could wield weapons properly. The child who he had patiently nurtured, who laughed loudly around mouthfuls of ramen and refused to stay down no matter how many times he stumbled. Irika had always been there. Irika-sensei. His voice came out choked and wavering. Naruto stood frozen, the kunai tumbling from his limp fingers. The sound of it hitting the earth jarred him back to the present. The engraved metal glinted briefly in the firelight before disappearing into the ash-strewn earth at his feet. He stared at his empty, trembling hands as though seeing them for the first time. The clearing was silent except for the crackle of dying flames and Mizuki's pained wheezes. Naruto's own harsh breaths sawed in his ears. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the discarded blade lying innocuously amidst the ashes and debris. A rasping cough snapped Naruto's attention to Irika. His teacher had managed to prop himself up on one elbow, face twisted in pain, but gaze fixed unwaveringly on the boy. Moving agonizingly slowly, Irika began slowly dragging his battered body across the ground. Fresh blood continued to stain the dirt in his wake. Naruto's gut twisted at the sight, while scorching the back of his raw throat. Naruto stood paralyzed, hands shaking, looking at nothing. Then gentle arms wrapped around his shoulders, and Naruto's eyes shot wide open. He remained rigid in Irika's embrace, unable to comprehend what was happening. "It's over," Irika murmured, voice hoarse. "You saved me." Naruto froze, shocked to his core. After everything Irika had witnessed, he still believed in him? Still saw him as something other than a demon or a beast. Tentatively, Naruto returned the embrace, burying his face in Irika's shoulder as tears spilled down his soot-streaked cheeks. Sobs racked his frame, releasing all the fear and anguish and rage churning inside him. Irika didn't let go, just held Naruto until the shuddering sobs subsided. When Naruto finally lifted his head, scrubbing roughly at his wet cheeks, Irika met his gaze firmly. "No, sensei, you're the one who saved me." Naruto stared up at the sterile, white ceiling of the hospital room, listening to the steady beep of the heart monitor beside him. The papery hospital gown scratched uncomfortably against the bandages swathing his arms and torso. He could still feel the echoes of searing heat from the flames that had ravaged his body during the battle with Mizuki. But the physical pain barely registered compared to the storm churning inside him. Ever since Mizuki had revealed the truth about the nine-tailed fox sealed within him, Naruto felt like he was seeing the world through new eyes. The wary looks and whispers that had followed him all his life now made chilling sense. He was the human sacrifice, the vessel keeping the demon fox contained, an involuntary keeper of darkness feared and hated by all. Naruto gritted his teeth, fingers curling into fists around the scratchy blanket. Even after risking his life against Mizuki, Part of him wondered if the villagers would ever see past the fox to the boy underneath. If he was doomed to live as an outcast forever. The door sliding open drew Naruto from his brooding thoughts. He glanced over to see the third Hokage enter, pipe in hand and a kind crinkle to his eyes. "Naruto, it's good to see you awake," Hiruzen said warmly. "How are you feeling?" Naruto managed a weak grin. I'm fine. Takes more than a little fire to keep me down, believe it." His usual bravado sounded flat, even to his own ears. Hiruzen's expression remained gentle, but his eyes were knowing. He took a long draw from his pipe before speaking. "You've endured much for one so young, both in body and spirit." His gaze grew distant. "Minato wanted you to be seen as a hero. If only he could see the man you're becoming." Hiruzen thought to himself, though the words couldn't come out. Naruto looked down, picking at a loose thread on the blanket. "It doesn't feel like it's worth it," he admitted quietly. "Everyone hates me, and now I know why." His hands curled into fists once more. Hiruzen sighed heavily. "Their fear breeds ignorance. In time, your actions will show them that you're not defined by what you contain, but who you choose to become." He smiled around his pipe. "But for now, take pride in having protected the village from a dangerous threat." Naruto blinked in surprise. In his worry over the fox, he had nearly forgotten taking down Mizuki at all. A small glow of pride flickered in his chest. He really had saved Iruka-sensei and stopped the traitor from escaping with the scroll. "Oh yeah, what's going to happen to Mizuki?" Naruto asked, sitting up straighter. "Is he going to go to ninja jail, or what?" Hiruzen chuckled. "Yes, he has been taken to the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. You won't be bothered by him again." His expression hardened. Betraying one's comrades is the greatest sin. He will atone now. Naruto nodded, feeling a fraction of the weight in his chest lift. At least Mizuki was locked away where he couldn't hurt Iruka or anyone else again. And Naruto had helped make that happen. After chatting a bit longer, Hiruzen bid Naruto goodbye, promising Ichiraka ramen when he was discharged from the hospital. As the door slid closed behind the Hokage, Naruto was left alone with his thoughts once more, and the steady beeping of the neighboring heart monitor. Glancing over, Naruto could see Iruka asleep in the next bed, features relaxed and breathing deep. His teacher's arms and torso were swathed in bandages just like Naruto's. But he was alive. They both were against all odds, and that was something to celebrate after the nightmare they had endured. A mischievous grin crossed Naruto's face as an idea struck him. Careful not to rip out his foreline, he crept out of bed and tiptoed over to Iruka's side. After making sure his sensei was still asleep, Naruto stealthily uncapped a marker from the bedside table. Iruka's face was the perfect blank canvas. Stifling a snicker, Naruto began doodling spirals and scribbles across Iruka's cheeks and forehead, giving him a nice handlebar mustache for good measure. This would teach Iruka to let his guard down around the village's #1 prankster. Naruto was adding the finishing touches to his graffiti masterpiece when Iruka began to stir. Naruto, is that you?" he mumbled sleepily, blinking open his eyes. Caught red-handed, Naruto quickly hid the marker behind his back. Just checking your injuries, sensei," he said with an exaggerated grin. Then he noticed the drawings now decorating Iruka's face and had to slap a hand over his mouth to contain his laughter. "Yup, you're looking much better now. I should let you rest." Before Iruka could respond, Naruto darted back over to his own bed and slipped beneath the covers, pretending to be asleep. He heard Iruka mutter in confusion before presumably nodding off again. Naruto buried his face in the pillow to muffle his snickering. Revenge was sweet. Maybe having the infamously mischievous nine-tailed fox sealed inside him was good for some laughs now and then. As his mirth faded, Naruto lay quietly listening to the steady beep of the heart monitor. Its rhythmic pulse was somehow soothing, proof that they had survived. He and Iruka were here together, alive and on the path forward. Naruto knew it would be a long journey to become the Hokage people could believe in, and he wouldn't walk it alone. Irika never gave up on him, even when Naruto doubted himself. He was family and all but blood. As sleepiness finally crept over Naruto, lulled by the soft beeping, he knew everything would be all right. Whatever hardships awaited, he had people by his side now. And that was enough. The next morning, soft sunlight filtering through the blinds roused Naruto from sleep. He yawned hugely, wincing as the motion pulled at his tender burns and bruises. Being in the hospital was so boring. He was itching to get back to training. Though after the disastrous battle with Mizuki, Naruto knew he had a long way to go before he was strong enough to be Hokage. While the thought of training did make him a little sad, considering he had once again failed the graduation exam. But Naruto would just try over and over until he finally passed. That's just who he was. Glancing over at the other bed, Naruto had to stifle a laugh. Irika was still fast asleep, Naruto's graffiti doodles decorating his peaceful face. As tempting as it was to add more artwork, Naruto decided to let his teacher rest. Careful of his foreline, Naruto slid quietly out of bed. His bandaged feet rasped softly against the cold tile floor as he crept over to peer out the window at the awakening village below. Up this high, the citizens scurrying to and fro on their morning errands looked tiny, like ants busily working together to keep their hill functioning. Except this was a vast hidden village rather than an insect colony. And Naruto was what they feared, an unwanted contaminant threatening the harmony of their home, simply by existing. So you're awake already too, huh? Irika's voice made Naruto whirl around guiltily. He opened his mouth to explain about the face doodles, but the words died on his tongue when he saw Irika smiling kindly at him. The drawings had been washed away, leaving no evidence of Naruto's late-night prank. Oh, yeah, just watching all the villagers down there, Naruto said, laughing nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. Pretty boring view, though, you know. Irika just continued to smile gently. Then, to Naruto's surprise, his teacher patted the spot on the bed next to him. Come sit, Naruto. I have something for you. Brow furrowing, Naruto did as asked, perching on the edge of the bed. What was this about? He watched curiously as Irika reached into the bedside drawer and pulled something out, keeping it hidden in his palm. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika began formally, though his eyes shone with warmth. Those circumstances were extenuating. You displayed great courage and strength of spirit in protecting our village from harm. Naruto squirmed, cheeks flushing at the praise. Before he could wave it off with his usual bravado, Irika opened his hand to reveal a Konoha forehead protector engraved with the leaf symbol. A real Hittite like all official shinobi wore. Naruto's eyes went wide, his breath catching. Wah for me. Naruto managed to choke out around the sudden tightness in his throat. Gingerly, he accepted the Hittite, running his fingers reverently over the etched metal plate. This changed everything. Irika believed he was ready to become a genin, to take the first true step toward becoming Hokage. The rest of the day, Naruto couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 6, A New Team. That morning, the flames of youth burned brighter than the sun. Guy watched as his beloved protege, Lee, battled valiantly against the raging river currents. The boy's bowl cut was plastered flat against his head from the water, but his eyes blazed with fiery determination as he pushed forward against the powerful rapids. Meanwhile, young Naruto was struggling mightily just to keep from being swept away downstream. The boy thrashed about frantically, barely keeping his head above water. "Come on, Naruto!" Guy bellowed encouragement from the riverbank. "Do not let the flames of your youth be extinguished." He winced in sympathy as Naruto coughed and sputtered after swallowing another mouthful of water. Those new leg weights Guy had given him were intended to build strength through adversity, but perhaps they were proving too burdensome for river training. Still, Guy had faith Naruto's passionate spirit would prevail. As he watched his students battle the rapids, Guy suddenly sensed a familiar chakra signature nearby. He glanced up into a sturdy oak tree on the river's edge to see none other than his eternal rival Kakashi, perched nonchalantly on a high branch, nose buried in one of those inappropriate novels he was so fond of. Kakashi, my rival, Guy called out jovially with a wave. Have you come to join us in our vigorous training this fine morning? Kakashi didn't even look up from his book. Not a chance, he replied in his usual bored monotone. Just passing by. Guy laughed heartily. Of course, of course. I would not expect Konoha's esteemed copy ninja to partake in such simple training. He flashed his signature gleaming grin. Perhaps you are here to evaluate my students instead? Young Naruto shows much promise, though his skills are still unrefined. At this, Kakashi finally glanced down to observe Naruto's struggle against the raging river. Though his expression was hidden behind that mask as always, Guy sensed his interest was piqued. Ah, your student there seems to be having some trouble. Nonsense. Naruto is simply embracing the river's wisdom at his own youthful pace, Guy insisted. Though even he had to wince internally as the rapids plunged the ragged blonde boy under again. His spluttering cries for help were growing fainter. Doesn't look too wise from this angle, Kakashi commented lightly, turning a page in that inappropriate book of his. But far be it from me to question your teaching expertise. Guy bristled at his rival's mocking tone. What would he know about imparting the exuberance of youth to blossoming students? Ever since losing his teammates, Kakashi had become far too cynical and detached. He needed someone to reignite the fiery passion buried beneath that cool attitude. Perhaps someone like Naruto. An idea sparked suddenly in Guy's mind, nearly blinding him with its brilliance. Of course, getting to nurture his old sensei's son would be the perfect way to rekindle Kakashi's lost flames of youth. And clearly the lad needed ample guidance if he was to overcome his difficulties with ninjutsu. Ah, but Naruto will make a splendid ninja one day, won't he? Why, I'll wager you're considering him for your genin team, even now my rival. Kakashi shrugged non-committally, nose already buried in his book again. But Guy was certain he had seen a gleam of intrigue in that single visible eye. Could his rival truly be evaluating Naruto as a potential student? What fun that would be for the two eternal rivals to train the boy. It would stoke the fires of youthful competition to new heights. Before Guy could speculate further, a strangled yelp drew his attention back to the river. Naruto was struggling mightily as the rapids dragged him under once again. Fret not, Naruto, Guy bellowed. I will save you with the power of youth. And he leapt forward to fish his sputtering student from the raging currents. He faintly heard Kakashi sigh in exaggerated resignation from the tree. No doubt, Guy's bold heroics had reawakened his rival's long-dormant fires of youth. This was surely the start of a rekindled bond between eternal rivals. And Guy had a feeling it was all thanks to one unpredictable, spirited genin-to-be, Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, Guy mused, though Naruto still had far to go, the will of fire burned brightly in him. Perhaps one day he would even surpass Lee, given the proper guidance. Guy hauled a sputtering, sopping wet Naruto onto the rocky shore. The boy collapsed to his knees, coughing up what seemed like gallons of river water. I'm sorry, bushy brow sensei, Naruto wheezed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I failed again. Guy let out a booming laugh and clapped Naruto on the back, nearly knocking the boy flat on his face. Nonsense. Those leg weights are meant to push you to your limit. You're learning to draw strength from adversity. Guy flashed his signature nice guy pose, teeth pinging. Let this setback stoke your flames of youth into an inferno. Naruto managed a weak grin in return. You got it. I'll kick that Rivers, but next time believe it. Glancing up, Guy noticed the first rays of sunrise peeking over the treetops, washing the training grounds in a warm, golden glow. His bushy brows shot up in alarm. Ah, I nearly forgot. I must depart at once for a very important meeting with Lord Hokage himself, Guy declared. In truth, he had overheard Asuma and the lovely Kurenai discussing a briefing for elite Jounin instructors last night while at their Jounin poker night. But his students didn't need to know the minor details. Lee, Naruto, continue sparring and fan each other's youthful fires in my absence. Guy ordered. Yes, Guy Sensei. Lee shouted enthusiastically. But Naruto just groaned louder than the river rapids. Not wasting another second, Guy leapt into the trees, bounding from branch to branch with gusto. He scanned the forest below until he spotted that unmistakable gravity-defying silver hair. Kakashi, my rival, Guy shouted as he dropped down in front of the masked ninja, who didn't even glance up from his inappropriate romance novel. Let us make haste to the Hokage's tower together and see who can arrive with the most dynamic entry. Kakashi turned a page idly. No thanks. I'm not in any rush. Guy laughed heartily and slapped Kakashi on the back, eliciting an exaggerated sigh from his rival. Playing it cool as always. Kakashi? Then I shall give you a head start. And with that, Guy scooped up a protesting Kakashi and took off sprinting down the road toward the heart of the village. Various villagers pressed themselves flat against buildings to avoid the green and silver blur rocketing by. Put me down, Guy, Kakashi said in a bored monotone, nose still buried in his book. Nonsense, my rival, Guy bellowed over the roaring wind. The power of youth propels us forward. Guy grinned widely, envisioning the look of shock on the other elite Jounin's faces when he arrived at the Hokage's office with his hip cool rival in tow. Thanks to his future star pupil, Naruto Uzumaki, his and Kakashi's eternal rivalry burned brighter than ever. Yash, what vivid new adventures awaited them? When they arrived at the Hokage Tower, Guy kicked open the door to the office with a dramatic, dynamic entry, sending the wooden door flying off its hinges. He strode into the room, with Kakashi still slung under one bulging arm, striking his signature nice guy pose as his voice boomed out. Greetings, fellow Jounin. Kakashi and I have arrived to fan the fires of our youth. Guy paused, blinking as he took in the room. He was met with stares from Asuma, Kurenai, and a handful of other Jounin instructors gathered before the Hokage's desk. Kurenai had a hand over her face, and Asuma's cigarette was dangling precariously from his lips. Lord Third Hokage sat behind his desk, fingers steepled together as he surveyed the scene Guy had interrupted. After a weighty pause, Hiruzen cleared his throat. Yes, thank you for, bringing Kakashi here on time, Might Guy, the Hokage said diplomatically. However, this meeting was only for Jounin senseis who will be taking on new Genin teams this year. As you already lead a splendid team, I'm afraid it does not concern you. Guy blinked, brows furrowing beneath his severe bowl cut as he processed Hiruzen's words. After a long moment, realization struck him like one of Lee's punishing kicks. Of course, Lord Hokage. How foolish of me to assume, Guy exclaimed, laughing boisterously. He released his captive rival, who calmly brushed himself off before returning to his book. Please accept my sincere apologies for the unnecessary disruption, Guy went on, bowing so low his hair nearly swept the floor. I was simply overzealous at the thought of stoking my eternal rival Kakashi's latent fires of youth by bringing him here in time. As he stood, Guy blinked back the tears threatening to spill from his round eyes, overcome by melancholy at being excluded from this meeting of splendid Jounin mentors. Though his face remained frozen in his signature nice guy grin, inside his fiery passion was dampened to mere embers. Well then, I shall take my leave and let you all carry on, Guy declared boldly, doing his best to keep the tremor from his voice. His feet felt suddenly leaden, weighed down by disappointment as he turned to trudge from the room. It was then that Lord Hokage called out gently, Might Guy wait? Guy paused, one foot still awkwardly hovering in the air mid-step. He slowly pivoted to face the village leader once more, brows furrowed in confusion beneath his thick black bangs. If you wish, you may stay and observe our discussion, Hiruzen said kindly. Your experience with students may prove insightful. At the Hokage's gracious offer, Guy felt the dampened embers in his heart reignite into a blazing inferno. Tears of joy streamed down his face in twin waterfalls. Lord Hokage, you honor me greatly, Guy blubbered, dropping to his knees as emotion overwhelmed him. I vow to fan the flames of each new team with my passionate wisdom. Kurenai shook her head, red eyes downcast, while Asuma let out a muttered, "Oh boy." But Lord Third merely chuckled, accustomed by now to Guy's dramatic displays. Even Kakashi glanced up briefly from his questionable reading material, single visible eye crinkled in vague amusement. As Guy sprang eagerly back to his feet, Lord Hokage gestured for him to take an open seat. Grinning so wide his teeth pinged brightly, Guy dragged a stool over with great enthusiasm, the loud scrape echoing through the sudden silence. Once settled, he clasped his hands together, quivering with anticipation as a giddy academy student awaiting the start of lessons. Lord Hokage cleared his throat, drawing the assembled Jounins' attention. Now then, let us begin assigning this year's genin teams. Guy leaned forward eagerly, neck strained as he awaited the chance to share his passionate wisdom with these blossoming shinobi guides. Kurenai spoke first, her melodic voice like a soothing night breeze. If I may, I would request Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno for my squad. Their skills show much promise for Jinjutsu. Guy nodded thoughtfully, impressed by his fellow Jounin's discerning eye. Yes, pairing the prodigy's visual prowess with the girl's precise chakra control did seem an ideal match. Perhaps he would suggest Sakura tie back that long pink hair during training, lest it hinder her movements or get singed by an errant fire jutsu. A splendid pairing, Kurenai. Your wisdom will nurture their youthful flames splendidly. Kurenai offered Guy a gentle smile before turning her ruby gaze back to Lord Hokage. Always so graceful and composed, mused Guy, the very epitome of the elegance of springtime itself. Asuma spoke up next in his gruff, yet jovial tone. Well, if we're shaking things up, I'd like Shikamaru, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka for my squad. Keep the Ino Shikicho tradition going, right? He let out a hearty laugh. But Lord Hokage simply closed his eyes and shook his head, taking a long draw from his ornate pipe. The smoke wafted up in lazy swirls, framing his wrinkled face in shadow. No, Hiruzen said firmly. I believe it is time we push these heirs beyond the confines of their clans' traditional formations. They each have untapped potential we must draw out. Guy's bushy brows shot up in surprise. Break apart the long-standing Ino Shikicho trio? Why? That win against generations of coordinated teamwork. Surely Lord Hokage did not intend. But Asuma merely grimaced around his cigarette and muttered, "Yes, Lord Hokage, you're right, of course," though his sunken eyes held a glimmer of reluctance. Admirable restraint, mused Guy. Clearly Asuma was maintaining composure despite his fiery Sarutobi spirit yearning to protest this decree. Kurenai's soft melodic voice drew Guy's gaze her way. Perhaps placing Shikamaru with someone highly motivated, similar to Guy's student, Rock Lee, would compel him to push his abilities further, she suggested gently. Guy nodded along vigorously, nearly toppling off his stool in enthusiasm. Oh, what brilliant sense his fellow Jounin possessed. Her idea to pair a genius of hard work with a lazy Nara heir was pure masterwork. Whoever they chose, Guy was sure their passionate efforts would surely ignite the boy's latent fires of youth. Lord Hokage continued down the list, assigning the remaining genin to various veteran Jounins. But when he reached Naruto Uzumaki's name, the wizened man set his pen down thoughtfully. Guy sat ramrod straight on his stool, quivering with anticipation as Lord Hokage's gaze lingered over Naruto Uzumaki's name. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Surely the wise village leader was considering who would be best suited to nurture the lad's fiery spirit. And Guy already knew just the hip and cool ninja for the task. Unable to contain himself any longer, Guy leapt to his feet, arm extended dramatically as he declared, Lord Hokage, I humbly suggest that my eternal rival, Kakashi Hitaki, take young Naruto under his guidance. He flashed Kakashi a gleaming grin and thumbs up. With Naruto's passionate determination combined with Kakashi's refined talents, their youthful fires are sure to ignite into an inferno of self-improvement. Kakashi's single visible eye widened in dismay over the top of his questionable literature. But before he could issue one of his trademark board protests, the office window suddenly shattered in a cacophony of breaking glass. Guy-sensei. Like a green bullet, Guy's beloved protege Rock, Lee came sailing feet first through the open window frame. He tucked and rolled gracefully across the office floor before popping up in front of Guy with a wide, sparkling grin. "Lee, what brings your spirited self here?" Guy asked, clapping the boy proudly on the back. Lee quivered with excitement. "Naruto and I have been searching everywhere for you, Guy-sensei. When you did not return from your important Hokage meeting, we decided to come find you ourselves and continue our passionate training." Guy threw back his head and laughed heartily. Such dedication to the power of youth. I am honored. His chest swelled with pride at his students' tireless devotion. Just then, a spiky blonde head poked itself upside down into view in the empty window frame. "Hey, Bushy Brow, see if you can grab that guy's funny hat for me," Naruto called out with a fox-like grin, pointing at the Hokage's conical hat atop the desk. Lord Hiruzen calmly moved the ornate hat out of the hyperactive boy's reach with a mildly exasperated sigh. "Naruto, please come inside properly and wait in the hallway with Lee until we finish our discussion," the village leader admonished. But his tone held more amusement than true irritation. "You got it, Gramps," Naruto agreed cheerfully. He then proceeded to attempt crawling through the window head first, only to get stuck when his waist couldn't fit through the narrow frame. His legs flailed comically in the air as he tried in vain to wriggle himself free. "A little help here," the trap boy yelled. Lee dashed over eagerly and grabbed Naruto's head, pulling with all his youthful might until the blonde boy finally popped free and crashed to the floor in a messy heap of tangled limbs. "Phew, thanks, Bushy Brow," Naruto said, flashing a relieved grin and thumbs up. "Man, that was a long climb. I gotta get that wall-walking thing down if I want to be Hokage someday. Believe it." Guy beamed at his two students. Such spirited youth on display here. He turned back to his fellow Jounin, who were all staring at the chaotic scene with expressions ranging from shock to vague interest. Even Kakashi had glanced up from his questionable reading material, single visible eyebrow quirked. "You must forgive the interruption," Guy boomed. "When the fires of youth call, one cannot ignore their passionate plea." Lord Hokage merely chuckled, evidently accustomed to such disruptions. "Quite all right, my guy. Perhaps fate brought them here for a reason." His knowing gaze drifted over Naruto as the two boys sauntered out of the office, the door slamming shut behind them. Guy watched his pupils leave display with a joyful grin. Though unconventional, their exuberance brought life to the normally staid Hokage's office. Truly, the flames of youth burned passionately in those two. Now, what were they discussing before their magnificent arrival? Ah yes, Naruto's placement. Ino leaned her elbows on the table, only half listening as her mother prattled on about preparing properly for meeting her new Genin team today. "Remember to mind your manners around the Jonin instructor," Mrs. Yamanaka said as she gathered up the empty breakfast plates. "First impressions are important." Ino mumbled through a mouthful of rice, gaze fixed out the window where early sunlight was just starting to peer over the rooftops. She was itching to get out of here and meet her new teammates. After all their years training together at the academy, it was finally time to put those skills to use as real shinobi. "Sit up straight, dear," her father added, not even looking up from the newspaper in his hands. "And fix your hair." Ino shot him an irritated look, swallowing her food quickly. "My hair is fine, Dad," she protested, reaching up a hand self-consciously to smooth back her long platinum ponytail. Honestly, parents could be so nagging sometimes. Remind me why we have to meet our teams so late. Ino's mother asked as she returned from the kitchen and took her seat again at the table. I thought team assignments were the day after graduation exams, not weeks later. Ino shrugged. Daisuke sensei said they had to delay everything because of what happened with Irika sensei and Naruto. Her mother pursed her lips disapprovingly. Ah yes, that boy is nothing but trouble. At least they didn't pass him during the graduation exam. Imagine if he was a genin. She knew most of the village adults didn't like Naruto because was such a prankster. She remembered vividly the countless times the Hokage monuments would have crazy mustaches on them. But they didn't know half of his annoying jokes.